Hi, welcome to Scrum Fundamentals Live Lessons. I'm Tommy Norman, and I'm here to give you a basic understanding of managing an Agile software development project with Scrum. Scrum is a lightweight adaptive framework for managing complex development projects. It consists of roles, artifacts, and events with a simple set of rules to govern the relationships and interactions between them. I've been developing software for over 17 years using both Agile and traditional approaches. And while I still continue to work in both realms, I have seen firsthand how much value Scrum can bring to an organization. Over the span of my career, I've played many roles, from software developer and architect to development and quality assurance manager. From my breadth of experience, I found I had a knack for helping people write better software, which led to my becoming an Agile coach and leading the Agile and .NET practices for the Holland Square Group. I've attained a few certifications along the way, including Certified Scrum Master and Certified Scrum Professional from the Scrum Alliance, as well as a Professional Scrum Master from Scrum.org. Also, for the past 5 years, I've been awarded Microsoft's Most Valuable Professional Award in their Application Lifecycle Management Tool Team Foundation Server. But enough about me. Let's talk about what you are going to learn. In this training, I plan to bring all of my experiences, both good and bad, to help give you a solid overview of how to manage an Agile software development project with Scrum. While most of this course is based on the Scrum Guide created by Jeff Sutherland and Ken Schwaber, I will be adding some additional guidance of my own based on my experience coaching companies of various sizes and in different domains through their own Agile adoptions. This course contains 6 lessons. In Lesson 1, A History of Agile, we cover how Agile got its start by contrasting it with more traditional waterfall approaches. Lesson 2 covers the core Agile concepts that provide the foundation for most of the frameworks such as Scrum, XP, Lean, Kanban, and more. As we move on to Lesson 3, I give you an overview of Scrum's roles, artifacts, and events. We get into each of these topics in more depth in following lessons, but it's good for you to hear the terminology straight first. Lesson 4 starts us with a walkthrough of the process by covering how to get your Scrum project started. And then in Lesson 5, we cover executing a time-box iteration of development called a sprint. And finally, we wrap up the course with Lesson 6, where we cover the activities around ending a sprint. It has been almost 8 years since the original release of my Scrum Fundamentals course, and there have been some interesting developments since then. For those new to Scrum, that content is still as relevant as the day we filmed it, but this update can shed some light on a few topics I did not previously cover. First off, in Lesson 7, I'd like to cover the evolution of Scrum from 2 perspectives: updates to the Scrum Guide, the body of knowledge written by the founders of the framework, and the evolution of my ideas and approach to implementing it with your teams and organizations. Scrum certifications are a topic I commonly get asked about. In Lesson 8, we will explore the benefits of getting certified and an overview of some of the options currently available. Scrum has become even more popular over the last few years, and larger organizations have been adopting it and struggling with scaling its practices to meet their needs. We will discuss some of these challenges and popular scaling frameworks in Lesson 9 and give some guidance and context based on my experience. This is not meant to be an in-depth exploration of scaling, but more of an overview to point you in the right direction. And lastly, I want to recommend some next steps for continuing your journey and learning about Scrum and Agile principles, which we will cover in Lesson 10. As I said, it's been a while since we talked about this, so let's catch up. Welcome to our first lesson, A History of Agile. In this lesson, we cover a brief history of Agile and how it has evolved over the years. We'll start by reviewing how software had previously been done with a more traditional waterfall approach. You'll learn some of the intrinsic issues you may encounter in waterfall projects. And from there, we cover how Agile got its start and evolved into the many frameworks we have today. We'll start with this seemingly simple question: what is Agile? I'm often asked, what is Agile? That's a hard question to answer, especially since if you asked 10 different people, you'd get 10 different answers. I find the best way to answer that question is to start by talking about waterfall, the term for the traditional software development practices we've been using for years. So what is waterfall? Where did it come from? Waterfall actually, as a term, started with Winston Royce, who wrote a paper in 1970 about software development. And he had a diagram similar to what you're seeing here, with all the phases of software development flowing from one to the other. And this was termed the waterfall methodology. Interesting enough, Winston Royce did not actually recommend this way. Later on in the paper, he described iterative type style development that we often see in Agile. But he is also known as the father of waterfall. There's some intrinsic problems with the waterfall methodology. You have to remember that in the 50s and 60s, computers were often as big as a house, took up an entire room. They were also made up of parts such as vacuum tubes and other engineering devices that made them hard to change. You also, to work with these, usually had to be an electrical engineer or a mechanical engineer. So often, making changes to computers of this complexity were laborious and time-consuming. So to develop on these, we did need a stringent and sequential way of developing, which is the waterfall method, doing all your analysis up front, then designing the system, deciding what you're going to develop and actually writing that code, testing that code, and then finally deploying the code to the customer. In this methodology, everyone also kind of worked in a silo. So we had specialized people. We had business analysts who were doing all the analysis for us, architects and UX designers who were doing all the design, developers who were doing actual development, you had QA who would do the testing, and then infrastructure specialists who would do all the deployment for you. One of the problems with this approach is these gaps between these siloed activities. We have to have the ability to transfer information across these silos. So how do we do that? We start with the analyst who's going to create some sort of documentation, whether this is a requirements document, functional requirements document, many different ways, but it's something that we capture all the information they've gathered while working by themselves. This then is given to the designers who are going to take that and make architect designs, technical specifications, and other types of artifacts. This style of design is called big design up front and is often attributed to the waterfall methodology. So once all of this big design is done, we can then hand this to the developers who will actually start creating the product. And once they are completely done with the product, they'll hand that over to the testers who will use test cases generated from that big design up front and the specifications. They will test it, make sure there's not any bugs. Then they'll hand that entire product over to the IT staff who will then deploy it to their customers. And this is just the flow and sequential flow of a waterfall methodology from one phase into the other. Often, a problem would happen where when developers started actually creating these products, that they found out that what they created actually doesn't work. Whether this came from a change in technology or something in the requirements that sounded good on paper, but when you actually implement it, didn't work out so well. So then we have to make a change. And now we have something implemented in code that no longer matches the documentation. So this documentation we did up front is now not viable. So these stale documents, we have to implement some type of process to constantly revisit them and make changes to them, which if you've ever been in an actual development process, you know that rarely happens. So now we have code that does not match what all the documentation is, and we've wasted a lot of time and have some misinformation out there. The waterfall methodology also usually relies on a very formal plan. So over time, they'll put these milestones at certain places, usually between the phases of development and smaller places in between. But as soon as something takes a little bit longer than it would before, so if analysis takes longer than we expected, now all these timelines are not applicable anymore. And I've spent many times going back into a meeting after meeting trying to baseline the plan or plan to the plan, when that plan was a guess in the first place, but people tend to cling to it. Also in waterfall, because we are working in these siloed natures, there's often physical and procedural and organizational blockers between the people actually doing the work. Analysts don't talk directly to developers, they talk to architects. Testers don't talk directly to analysts. These processes, and also the fact that these people are in different areas, often creates a bigger dependency on that documentation for conveying that information, which, as we previously stated, might be outdated because we've actually changed something during the process and we may or may not have gone and updated those previous documents. So there's become a need for a more agile approach. In the 80s and 90s, we started getting computers that were much easier to deal with, smaller, cheaper. The internet came out, and now everybody could actually access software as a service and didn't even have to have it installed on their local machine. We had the smartphone revolution where you have millions of people with these devices that you can deliver applications to instantly. And there became this need for immediate access to this type of functionality. Also with this new technology, it actually became easier to develop on these platforms. So you did not have to have an engineering degree to be able to develop an application. So there's also a lot more developers out there working on these types of systems. And where before, a lot of these industries were mainly governmental or scientific using these large computers, now there's pretty much not an industry out there that doesn't use some type of technology to keep competitive and viable in the marketplace. So now there's this need for fast technology, there's many people who can develop on it, and every business out there needs it. We needed something more agile to be able to react quickly. In the mid-1980s, two gentlemen from the Harvard Business School wrote a paper called The New Product Development Game. In this paper, they showed the traditional sequential waterfall methodology: analyze, design, develop, test, and deploy. But they also showed all of these same events, but overlapped, so that information was shared a little bit more tacitly. So the business analyst was still involved while the design was going on, may even be there during some of the development. And there was a better handoff. They went even further and said, make that handoff a lot longer through the cycle of the process, so that these people were around for pretty much the entire time something was being developed. So even at the tail end of a development cycle, we still had a business analyst or some business representation that could help us with information. In this paper, they described this development process as Scrum, from the rugby term when players are all linked together trying to push the ball down the field, to symbolize a team trying to get together and develop a product all the way through to its finish. So from this paper, many things started happening in the late 80s and early 90s. Many processes started coming about. We had Scrum begin to get formed by Jeff Sutherland and Ken Swaber, Extreme Programming from Kent Beck, Crystal Clear from Alistair Coburn, and many other of these processes started to formulate in the late 90s. And then in 2000, all of these thought leaders got together and said, we're trying to accomplish a lot of the same things, just a little bit differently. And a lot of what we're doing has some of the same core values. And they got together and they came up with the Agile Manifesto, which is a list of 4 values and 12 principles. These values are as follows: individuals and interactions over process and tools. So what the Agile Manifesto means is that we value individuals and interactions more than process and tools. But process and tools still have their place. What we don't want to have is where process and tools prevent us from talking to each other, from talking to a person and interacting with them, where there might be a process where you have to fill out this form before you can get this type of information. You have to go through this person before you can talk to this person. Or you have to enter this into this tool and track it this way. All of those things started to actually prevent us from talking to people and actually interacting with a person. The next value was working software over comprehensive documentation. Now notice, it doesn't say documentation period. Documentation still has its place, but we want to make sure that we are concentrating on actually producing working software rather than reams of documents that describe the software. The next value, customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Now I've been a consultant for a long time, so contract negotiation is often very important to us. But there have been times where we stick to that contract no matter what, and the customer does not get what they need at the end because things change and we are afraid to change the contract. If the customer changes, the market changes, their needs changes, the technology changes, we must be able to react to that. But if we're locked into some type of contract and we actually make it detrimental to change the contract, the customer may not get, in the end, what they expect. And part and parcel with that is responding to change over following a plan. We have to have a plan, of course, but no plan survives first contact with the enemy. So as soon as we run into some impediment or something that takes longer, that plan is going to have to change. And we need to respond to that change. We know it's going to happen. So having a process and a culture that will actually react elegantly to that change is going to be more conducive to an agile methodology than an actual waterfall methodology. Now, I like to think of the Agile Manifesto as a mixing board. When you're mixing a good band, often you're changing things around depending on the sound, how many people are in the room, the type of song, and you want to get that perfect mix where everything's sounding great. So if you think of the Agile Manifesto, a lot of purists might say, well, we want to push everything to 11, and we want pure Agile. And that's often not practical. Let's take individuals and interactions, for instance. If we have a large team spread out over multiple locations and multiple time zones, then it's going to be hard to have face-to-face interactions, because not only are they not located with us, they may be sleeping while we're working and vice versa. So we might have to implement some type of process for transitioning information back and forth. We might have to use some tools like email. We might have to use Skype. So we have to pull that slider down a little bit. We have to go a little bit over to process and tools just to make that work. Customer collaboration. As I said, I've been a consultant, and not often will they let me come in and say, trust me, if you give me lots of money and plenty of time to do it, I'll get something out for you. We have to have some contract in there for both parties to be comfortable. So we may have to actually slide this down more towards contract negotiation, since we have to have some type of contract in place for this engagement. We might not need it for the next engagement. We might not need it for the next engagement with this client. Things change, and so our adoption of these values may change. And we want to try to always be going towards the values of Agile if we want to be an Agile shop, but we have to be realistic and practical about those adoptions. There are also 12 principles with the Agile Manifesto. I'm not going to go through all of these, but often people concentrate on the main 4 values, but these principles are very important as well, meaning they're talking about working software as the primary measure of progress, where a lot of times we're more worried about having 40 hours. They also talk about business people and developers must work together daily, where often we are separating business and having them convey information through documents. Simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done, is essential. So instead of building these large, all-encompassing frameworks, build the simplest thing that'll work. And there's much more in here that I encourage you to check out. Welcome back for Lesson 2, Agile Concepts. In this lesson, you'll learn the underlying concepts behind many of the various Agile approaches. I also talk about how we separate the implementation or mechanism of a concept from its underlying values and principles. And finally, we touch on the many Agile processes and frameworks that have risen from these concepts and have become more mainstream today. The first of these concepts I want to talk about is short feedback loops. When you think about what we just talked about with waterfall, a customer may not see something for many months. If this is a year-long project, it may be 8-9 months before they actually start seeing the product. And if there's any changes we have to make, that's too late. There's no time to go back and really do that and stay on time and on budget. So Agile is about getting that information to the customer very quickly and finding out that something's wrong in a short amount of time so that we didn't waste a lot of time and we can readjust. It's also for short feedback loops within the team being able to just hand something over from development to the tester, find out something's broken, get it back, getting that back to the business so they can see if there's anything wrong with that, and getting any information back to us as soon as we can. So we might think big, but we're going to work small and fail fast and learn quickly. The next concept is just-in-time requirements and design. Often software development is compared to building a house. And software development is nothing like building a house. Unless you have a compiler out there that I can put all the information about a house and boom, build me a house, it is nothing like that. We have the ability to make change to requirements in software as we go along. So we do not need huge comprehensive blueprints of how we're going to design it. Often you'll see development works best from a list. We do this naturally. I come in the morning, I say I need to do this, I need to do this next, I need to do this next. We naturally work from lists. So working from lists as far as requirements, working from lists as far as design is also a good way. We're not saying you don't do requirements and design. We're just going to do it at the last responsible moment. And we'll talk more about that later. The next concept I'd like to cover is delivering incremental value. We obviously can't build the entire product, but we'll build small pieces of it as we go. So while we're working in these short feedback loops, we want to deliver something of value to the customer, for the company, at the end of each one of those increments. Something that we could display to a stakeholder, maybe put into an alpha program or a beta program, and then when we have enough functionality, we might release it to the market in general. Another concept that works with this is called release-ready deliverables. Now you might be thinking, well, that's pretty self-explanatory. We want our deliverables to be release-ready. But I'm talking about at the end of each one of those short feedback loops. We're going to put out a product increment, so it has to have all of these things: code complete, integrated, documented, deployable, tested, so that I can actually take that product increment and deliver it to the client if I want to. Sustainable pace is another concept with most Agile frameworks out there. It's the idea of being able to deliver the same amount of work over a short feedback loop over and over again at a pace you could keep up indefinitely. We've often all been on projects that were long and drawn out in what we call death marches. These death marches usually come from a long drawn out plan with a lot of fanfare at the beginning. It dies down a little bit. Then over time we start working a little bit and realize we have a date coming up, a deadline we have to meet. So we work nights and weekends to meet this sometimes ambiguous deadline. We get it out, maybe a little late, maybe on time, find some problems, and we go back to 80-hour weeks. And then it dies down a little bit and we go back to our normal work pace. And then maybe the next project we have to do it again. This up and down is not something you can keep up forever. It's not a sustainable pace. You'll burn your people out very easily with this. It's also not very predictable because each one of those, usually depending on a context or a hero, somebody who comes in and saves the day, and you can't always depend on that each time you're going to do something. So you want to keep up a pace that everybody is comfortable with, that has a good work-life balance, and also you can keep up forever. There's also a concept of lean management hierarchy, meaning we want a few people to be able to make decisions so that we can stop and turn on a dime. I worked for a large company once, 26,000 people worldwide, and they wanted to give me a bonus. They were going to give me some stock options. So they set the strike price, but it had to be approved by 20 people up the line and VPs and so-and-sos. And before the time it actually got to me, the strike price was actually more than the actual stock. So when I got my bonus, I actually owed them money. And that didn't make any sense. And that often happens in companies with these large hierarchies, where decision-making has to go through so many steps before we can make any type of change. So Agile wants to prescribe a lean management hierarchy, smaller number of people in those key roles. They may still have people who help them gather information and make these decisions, but they're the ones making the decisions. The downside of that might be that with 20 people making a decision, one person making a wrong decision might be okay. With 3 people making decisions, one person who's making bad decisions can have a bigger effect. So you want to make sure we populate those roles with people who are very well suited and informed and empowered to make those decisions. Agile is also all about self-organizing teams, where the team itself is actually in the best position to make decisions on how to move forward. Often in a command control type environment, you have managers who might be farther away from the day-to-day going on of the team, making decisions, making assignments, deciding what to use, and sometimes those are ill-informed because they're not there with the team. So the team is a group of people you hired because of their abilities, and you should trust them to do this. And you should give them the ability to make those decisions. And you'll find that empowering these teams often make them perform better. Often they come up with new and innovative ideas that you wouldn't have thought of yourself. So self-organizing teams, managing themselves, making their own decisions. So along with self-managing teams, you have to have a good deal of trust, courage, and transparency. Some balance between management and all the stakeholders and the people actually doing the work. We need the trust that our managers are making good decisions and that the information we're being given about the market is viable. If management trusts their teams and the team has the courage to tell management bad news, then that's a very transparent process. And you don't have to have as much command and control over those teams because you can see into their process at any time. Also, if we're letting the team know about our vision and where we're wanting to go in the market and what we're trying to do and what we think we're going to get out of it, they're going to have transparency into the business, and that will create more of a trusting relationship, and people will have the courage to speak up when they need to. The concept of continuous delivery is imperative if you're going to be developing in short feedback loops. This is the idea that anytime I build something, I can take it from building it to deploying it as fast as possible. This often comes in the form of what we call continuous integration. As soon as I check in some code, it goes to the server, it's built with everybody else's code, it's passing tests, it's then deployed to an environment that the QA can test on it. It's through the same deployment options that we're going to push into production so that I know that that build and that deployment works before I even get to production. Having this ability to turn on a dime technically is just as important as being able to turn on a dime with management and change in business requirements. We also need to have the concept of embracing change. Customers often think they know what they want, but change their minds just because when they see something, it's not exactly what they imagined. Once they get their hands on something, a concept they had in their mind doesn't pan out. Technology changes, markets change, and we need to be able to embrace that change. Often in large projects, in waterfall methodologies, they try to manage change. That's different than embracing it. Embracing it is something that changes is an opportunity versus something that I have to control and measure and quantify. You don't want to change everything willy-nilly, but you want to be able to embrace change, see what's going to be affected by making that change, and make a good, solid decision based on value on whether you want to make that change and move forward. And lastly, my favorite concept is inspect and adapt. I've worked at clients before where we had large methodologies with many roles and many process and tools around them. And at the end of one of our first projects with these large processes and tools, it didn't go so well. And we had a lessons learned, and everybody kind of went around and said what they didn't like about this process. And we all said, great. And the next project, we did the exact same thing all over again. And that's the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Or in Agile, most of these frameworks are very thin. They're skeletons. You're supposed to fill it in with what makes sense for you. And if that doesn't work, you're supposed to change it. It's like the old joke. Hey, it hurts when I do this. Well, don't do that. Do something else. Built into the process is the idea that the process is probably flawed. So you need to make changes and adjustments as you go along. Inspect and adapt. This not only happens in the process, it happens in the tools and the actual deliverables itself. So when we deliver something in a short cycle, we inspect it and make changes and adapt to it. If there's something wrong with the team, we inspect it and make changes and adapt to it. So you can continue to evolve your process as your team evolves. If you remember, we talked about Agile, it's those mixers, and I'm constantly moving those and constantly inspecting and adapting and changing as I go along because the world is full of change. I also want to talk about the idea of concepts versus mechanisms. So far, we've been mainly talking about values and principles, these underlying concepts. And further along, we're going to start talking about mechanisms, artifacts, roles, events. And we need to make sure we separate those two. Agile at its core has these principles and values that we need to stick to as much as possible. And the mechanisms we use to implement those may change. We may have a daily stand-up one way and then decide we want to do it another way. We want to be able to evolve. We want to be able to inspect and adapt. But you have to understand that there's a difference between the mechanism you're adopting and the actual concept that's underneath it. If you know that concept and understand it thoroughly, you can change the mechanisms as you see fit to support those concepts. And I'll try to, as we go along, point out certain concepts and mechanisms that you might be able to change out. And in my experience, I have changed out. So from all these concepts, there are a plethora of actual Agile frameworks and processes out there that we mentioned earlier. I want to take a moment to talk about some of these and then talk about how we're going to fit all of this into Scrum, which is our actual methodology we're going to be talking about today. This is a chart that comes from version 1, from a survey they put out every year. And as you can see, Scrum is by far the most widely adopted Agile process out there, followed by a hybrid of Scrum and XP, which is extreme programming. Some people doing some kind of custom thing in between there. Scrumban, which is half Scrum and half Kanban. Pure Kanban, some people just doing pure XP, and then everything else. So why is Scrum more popular? Well, a lot of people say it's because it fits a little bit closer to what we've done in traditional frameworks. It's a little bit easier of a gateway into these type of processes.
The Scrum Alliance is very active and has a very big certification and training program. But I also find that, to me, it is a very viable option for most companies. But I do want to point out that while we are going to be talking mainly about Scrum, that most often I implement Scrum with some other processes that add to it. Scrum is very good about managing an Agile project, where XP has a lot of engineering practices that I think have to be in place to be able to meet those needs of the project management aspect of it. Lean and Kanban are great for handling more flow, which often happens in infrastructure or in support tasks. It's good about limiting work in progress, and these are all ideas that can be laid on top of each other to have a complete Agile process. So while we're mainly going to concentrate on Scrum, there may be things I point out later that are a little less true Scrum and fall into some of these other categories, but they still all adhere to the main Agile principles and values we discussed earlier.
Welcome to Lesson 3, an overview of Scrum. In this lesson, you'll learn the basic roles, artifacts, and events that make up the Scrum framework. I'm only going to cover these items at a high level for now, but don't worry, we get into each one in more depth in the following lessons.
So to start with our Scrum overview, we're going to cover three main categories. We're going to talk about roles, artifacts, and events. I also want to point out that there's plenty of times I might bring up something that's not true Scrum, and I'm going to try to identify that with a little asterisk in the corner. These are things that may not be in the Scrum Guide, which is the authoritative location for information about the Scrum process by Ken Schwaber and Jeff Sutherland. But these are things that, in just my practice and day-to-day life, I know you need to make something successful. But I want to call it out for you, just so you know. When we first start talking about roles in Scrum, you have to talk about a concept called pigs and chickens. This comes from an adage about a pig and a chicken are walking down the street. And the chicken turns to the pig and says, "Hey, why don't we start a restaurant?" The pig goes, "Well, what do you want to call it?" He goes, "Let's call it Bacon and Eggs." And the pig goes, "I don't think so, because I'm fully committed, but you're only involved." This is used to represent the fact that managers, stakeholders, to an extent sometimes your customers, are not involved in the actual making of software. They definitely have input into the process, and we have to listen to them. We have to make sure we are basing our decisions on their information, but they actually don't write the code. They don't create the deliverables. And we want to separate that out because there are times when you need to let the people who do that work. There's often times where they'll mention that this is a pig meeting or a chicken meeting, meaning that in this meeting the pigs are only allowed to talk, and in this meeting the chickens are allowed to talk. I do want you to be careful, though, that you don't make it pig versus chickens. This is supposed to separate the people doing the work, but it doesn't need to become an us versus them. But it's an adage that's used multiple times in any type of thing you talk about with Scrum, so I wanted to bring it up. The first role I want to talk about is the product owner. And although all roles are supposed to be made equal, this is one of the most important ones. This person maximizes the product value. That is their responsibility. We want to make sure whatever we're producing is going to add value to our customers and add value to us as a company. They also manage the product backlog. And we'll talk about that more a little bit later, but it is the single source of requirements. It's their job to make sure that that is well formed, and even if they're not doing it themselves, they are responsible for it. They're also a representation for the user. So if the clients have concerns, they have enhancements, they have requirements, that is conveyed to the product owner through many different methods, and it's their responsibility to make sure that is reflected back in that product backlog. And they're also a single person. It's not a committee. And this is often hard. When we talk about what the product owner does later on in these lessons, you're going to see they do a lot of things. They're doing things like helping determine what's in the product, helping determine what's going to be in the product in the future based on marketing, acting as a leadership role, working with requirements and clarifications. It's hard to find somebody who can do all of those things. So you may have to have some help, but there still needs to be one single wringable neck of a person who can make these decisions. Let's talk about finding a good product owner. We just talked about a lot of things that a product owner does. They're helping the team clarify requirements, managing that backlog, looking at the market and seeing where we need to be in the future, acting in a leadership role, and making go, no-go decisions for what goes in and out of a release. That's a lot to ask one person to do. A lot of skill sets to go into that. So you want to find somebody who can fill as many of those as possible, and what they can't do, fill it in with a team that can help them out. One person needs to be the single wringable neck and make those decisions. I've been asked by a VP before, where do I find good product owners? Do I get those from the PMO office, from product management, from business analyst? You find good product owners in Product Ownerville. There is no secret place to find them. If you go and just rebrand somebody, you're going to have a hard time making sure they fit all those roles. BAs, for example. I've seen it where they'll come in and say, all the BAs are now product owners. But business analysts usually don't have the power to make go, no-go decisions. They don't have the ability to go up against VPs and other stakeholders and say, you're not going to get this and we're going to do this. They're not exposed to marketing a lot of the times to make informed decisions of what goes in and out. And so they're often paper tigers, and they don't have the ability to actually execute on that role. Product management is the same thing, just they don't have as much delivery experience. So they concentrate on features that they think are going to make their clients happy, but they don't think about technical debt. They don't think about bugs, and they're not involved in the day-to-day as much. So you may have to find one or the other and augment them from one side or the other. Just don't try to go rebrand an entire group of people into this role. The next role I want to talk about is the role of Scrum Master. This is often confused with a project manager from the previous methodologies in Waterfall, but it's a little bit different. A Scrum Master is a shepherd of Scrum, a steward of the process. They're supposed to know the process and understand its values and its principles and be able to implement those mechanisms we talked about. And if those mechanisms aren't working, help the team find the right mechanisms. They are the guardian to make sure we are adhering to all those values. They're also a servant leader to the team, meaning they are supposed to serve the team, not the other way around. If the team needs something, Scrum Master should be there to help. If the team needs some education, they need some guidance, the Scrum Master is there to help them get to that point, but not tell them how to do it. A servant leader. They also remove impediments. If there's something such as software they don't have, a server's down, they can't get information from marketing on time, anything that might affect their ability to deliver their goals, that's something that the Scrum Master should maintain. And even though they might have something actually done by another party or a delegate, they're the ones responsible for making sure these things get resolved so the team can get back to working smoothly. They also resolve conflict within the team. You'd like to think that everybody's going to hold hands and sing Kumbaya, but these are personalities we're talking about, and there's always going to be conflict. So a Scrum Master also has to have some soft skills and to be able to resolve these conflicts, help the teams resolve them themselves, and get that team back to a very good place and to be able to work together. So we just talked about the Scrum Master, and you might be tempted to say, that sounds a lot like a project manager, but there is a big difference. Project managers are more traditionally command and control. I have a plan, I tell people how to execute that plan, I make them report back to me on that plan. That's not what a Scrum Master is about. They're about empowering the team themselves to do a lot of those activities on their own. So you're not reporting to the Scrum Master, they're not responsible for your timeline, they're just making sure you follow the rules that make you do that transparently. Often when we take project managers and we make them Scrum Masters, they're going to tend to have these old habits. Not that that's necessarily bad, especially with a new Scrum team, there might be a transition period, but they have to be able to grow into that servant leader we talked about. So be careful of just taking all your project managers and rebranding them as Scrum Masters. It's a different thing. Also, I've seen functional managers be made Scrum Masters. That's also difficult because if I'm on a team and I report to you as a functional manager, I kind of feel I report to you as my Scrum Master too. And it's very hard for you to take off that hat and say, I'm now speaking as your Scrum Master. You're always speaking as my functional manager too. It's not that easy. The other tendency is to actually make team leads into Scrum Masters. Not a bad idea. They already have kind of a leadership role. They don't really have responsibility for these people, so they can be a servant leader. And they know a little bit about the technology, can help out with those impediments. The problem can come in what I experienced. I was a Scrum Master and a team lead. We had a great product owner, things were going great. Then our product owner left and we got a product owner who wasn't that great. And I had to end up coaching them a lot more on the process. And it became so intensive that I was starting to lack on my duties as a developer. Eventually having to tell the team, don't count me in on our velocity because I can't be sure of how much I can actually commit. It really depends on your team and how much they actually rely on that Scrum Master. A more mature team and a good team lead who can act as that servant leader is perfect. If it's a less mature team and that person has a hard time balancing their development responsibilities with the Scrum Master, then you might need to look at an external source. Also, whether you have a Scrum Master that's dedicated to one team or multiple teams comes up a lot. In the beginning, usually good to have a 1-to-1 ratio for immature teams. As they mature, perfectly fine to have a Scrum Master who's going over multiple teams because they're more self-resilient and they don't need the Scrum Master's interaction as much. The third role in Scrum is the development team. Now notice I didn't say the QA team or the developers or the BAs. Everyone is developing something, so everybody is a developer. They're all part of the same team. And they don't really have those titles inside of Scrum. You'll still have that title as far as HR. You still will be an architect or a QA specialist or an engineering third grade, whatever you have that is in your hierarchy. But once you're on that team, all those titles disappear and you are concentrated on the team's goal and working as a team. And that might mean trade-offs in working collaboratively and helping out in different areas. And in that respect, these teams are cross-functional. They need to have everybody on the team that can do what needs to be done to deliver the product increment. If you need user interface design, you need a UX person on the team. You need development, you need a developer. If you need BAs, etc., etc. All the people you need in these different disciplines on that team to be able to produce a product increment. They're also self-organizing. We talked about this previously in the concepts about self-managing teams. This team should be able to, within themselves, be able to decide what they're going to work on, how they're going to work on it, come up with designs, and actually implement and deliver the product increment without a lot of external guidance. The Scrum development team is also highly collaborative, meaning that they're dealing with each other day in and day out and helping out with each other's processes. So if a tester needs some help, the developer will help them. If we're having a design problem, we might bring in some of the testers and the BAs to help out with that as well. It's the difference between collaborative and cooperative. Cooperative means we all do our separate things and judge ourselves differently, reach the same goal. Collaborative is we have the same goal and we might give up some of our own responsibilities and take on some other responsibilities and share those so that we can reach that goal. And that'll become very important later on when we talk about actually executing a sprint. Also, these teams are small, 5 to 9 members. You don't want to have too many people because then it becomes much more of an administrative overhead. Too little people becomes too small to actually implement this type of overhead. So a typical size is somewhere between that 5 or 9 members. Now I'd like to talk about some of the artifacts in Scrum. And the first one I want to talk about is the product vision. It is the compass that sets us on our course for what we're going to deliver. It should talk about the target market. Who are we trying to reach? Who are the people who are actually going to consume this? It should give us some idea of what the business need is that's out there or the opportunity that we're going to take advantage of. As well as describing key features for this product at a high level. And what's the value to the company? What do we expect? You might even actually have some goals of we expect this type of revenue or this much increase in efficiency, which will result in this type of savings. Something that can convey what this is actually going to bring to the company. And I also want to point out that this is not a core Scrum artifact. The product vision is something that you'll hear a lot of times mentioned by many of the thought leaders, but it is not part of the actual Scrum guide from Jeff Sutherland and Ken Swaber. The next artifact is the product backlog. A very key artifact because this is the single source of all our requirements. This is where we go. There shouldn't be multiple versions of the backlog. There shouldn't be multiple backlogs out there. There's one backlog with a single list of requirements that we're going to work from. It is also constantly evolving. Agile is supposed to embrace change, so things are going to change. And if our products are going to change, then the backlog of requirements are going to change as well. And ordered based on value. Now we'll talk more about what we mean by value later, but mainly it means the value to the company. So things that are more valuable, we should do those first. Things that are less valuable, we'll do those later, if at all. The product backlog is also estimated by the development team. A lot of command and control structures, you'll often see management or experts coming in and providing their estimates, but these are not the estimates of the people who actually do the work. We want to make sure the people actually on the ground doing the work are providing the estimates for these backlog items. The next artifact is the release plan. We have to know, what is the plan going to be? When do we think things will be delivered as we know it now? And that's what the release plan is about. Forecast based on empirical data. And empirical data means how have we performed in the past. Not what we think we're going to do, but actually what we've proven we can do. It also is an overlay on top of the product backlog. So the product backlog is that list of what we're going to do, ordered by value, and this is an overlay of how many of those things we think we can get done in these little short feedback loops. It's also updated every sprint. Every sprint we have more empirical data of how we perform. We might be able to do 5 things one time and then 4 the next and 3 the next. And we can see that we're actually trending down, and we shouldn't plan on being able to do 5 in the future because we actually haven't proven that we can keep that pace up. So you want to update it every sprint. Also, there might be new information that came into the product backlog. So every sprint that plan is changed. As opposed to a traditional waterfall plan where we stay on that plan until something happens. We know things are going to change every sprint. We automatically want to reformulate our plan each time. I also want to point out that the release plan is not part of the Scrum.org Scrum Guide as well. It used to be in there, and then they decided to take it out. But I still think it's a very viable thing to use. You just want to be careful that you don't use a release plan as a very static forecasting or promise of delivery. It is something that's evolving. It's trying to give you your best guess based on what you know now. The sprint backlog artifact is derived from the product backlog. It's actually a plan for delivering those selected product backlog items for one of those short feedback loops. It's all the items for a given sprint that you're going to work on, and the plan to deliver that product increment represented by those product backlog items. So these are the tasks, all the tasks that go into finishing this product backlog item. Everything you need to do from development, testing, documentation, whatever that is. This is the plan. It's also owned by the development team. It's not owned by the Scrum Master. It's not owned by the functional managers. It's not owned by the product owner. It is the development team's plan. They come up with it and they manage it. They also need to make sure that they keep it up to date. Things change even in a sprint. We thought something would take this long and it takes longer. We thought we needed to do 1 thing, we need to do 3 things. So that this is going to be a dynamic plan, and it needs to be highly visible so that when things do change, we can immediately see that and make decisions based on that information. The burn down chart is a reflection of the sprint backlog. It tracks work remaining every day. So as you're going into the sprint backlog and updating how much hours you have spent on a task or how many are remaining on a task, we then have an idea of collectively how much more hours do we have remaining to deliver everything in this sprint. It's updated by the development team. And again, if you're updating your sprint backlog, it should be easy to update the burn down chart as well, because it's just an overlay on top of that information. You want to display it prominently. Remember, we've talked about transparency before. The burn down is a great, what we call an information radiator, something you can glance at and pick up critical project information in a few seconds. So whether you're doing this manually with a chart on white paper or on a chalkboard, doesn't matter. Put it out there. If you're doing something digital, buy a big monitor, display it prominently, and have these type of charts showing over and over again so people are very clear on where we are at any given time. I also want to talk about the impediment list. And while impediments are mentioned in the Scrum.org Scrum Guide, the impediment list has become a collection of these impediments. So it may not be in the Scrum Guide, but I didn't put a star on there because I do think it's talked about. And what do we mean by impediments? Anything blocking or affecting the performance of the team. Anything preventing them from reaching their goals that's either going to totally stop them in their tracks or is preventing them from exercising as fast as they possibly can. This is updated by the Scrum team. They need to be identifying these blockers, identifying these things that are slowing down, and putting them on this list so they can actually make it transparent, make it visible, and then we can make some plan to resolve them. And the impediment list is monitored by the Scrum Master. He doesn't own it, but he is responsible for making sure that anything on that list is being resolved or has been identified as something we can't resolve right now and why. And while he can add things to this list, it's mainly the Scrum team who should be adding this information, trying to fix their impediments as they see fit. If it's something they can't fix, then they can escalate to the Scrum Master, who can then take that and move it into whatever state it needs to go to be escalated to other people. but still, it's on some list that's highly visible. Everybody can see, everybody can know what's going on and what we're doing to fix these impediments. Now I'd like to talk about some of the events in Scrum, and the first one is sprint planning. Sprint planning occurs at the beginning of the sprint, and it's determining what will be delivered. So which items from that product backlog we're going to work on during this iteration, this sprint. We want to base that on past performance and capacity. So we talked about empirical data. If we've been able to consistently deliver 5 things each sprint, then you can, with a good deal of confidence, say we should be able to deliver 5 things. But what if somebody's going to be on vacation and those type of things? Then you'll plan for specific capacity in that sprint. You then want to determine how it's going to be delivered. And this is where you actually create the sprint backlog in this meeting. And that's where we, again, come up with all the tasks, development, design, testing, documentation, whatever it is we need to do to make that product increment to be done. And this creates that sprint backlog that we'll use to manage the entire sprint for the rest of the iteration. And now let's talk about the sprint itself. Usually a sprint is time boxed to 1 month or less. And this can change depending on the confidence of the team, the availability of stakeholders, all sorts of different things go into determining how long your sprint is. But once you come up with that length of sprint, you need to stick to it. If you're going to go with 2 weeks, unless there's a large reason to change, stick to 2 weeks as much as you can. It also has a clearly stated sprint goal. So what are we trying to accomplish during this sprint? Something that the team can kind of rally around, like a mini vision for each sprint. At the end of the sprint, you should have a potentially releasable increment. It doesn't mean you're actually going to release it. So the first sprint, when you just get maybe the login screen done, that doesn't mean you're just going to give a login screen. That doesn't provide enough customer value to go to the market. But everything that was done around that login screen should be ready to go into production with as little event and fanfare as possible. So potentially releasable doesn't mean you actually release it. And then lastly, the scope is set by the Scrum team. Often you'll have marketing or you'll have sales come in and say we have to have things done in this timeline. But if the Scrum team can't match that pace, we need to make sure that they are determining what that pace is. So that can then be reflected and we can make decisions on moving things in and out of sprints to make enough value in a release. The next event I want to talk about is the most maligned event in Scrum, the daily Scrum or the stand-up meeting. And the reason it's mostly maligned is that every time I talk to somebody and they say, yeah, we're Scrum or yeah, we're Agile, this is the first thing they mention. We have stand-up meetings, so we're Agile. Well, this is only a part of it. It's a very essential part of it, but it's only a part of the whole Scrum process. The daily Scrum is time boxed to 15 minutes. A small team, 5 to 9 people, with a very concise sprint backlog should be able to get all the information relayed within that amount of time. If you're going too much longer, you're probably getting into too much detail. This is not a design meeting. It's not to talk about those types of things. You can have other meetings or gatherings to do that. We really want to inspect our work done yesterday. So what did you accomplish yesterday? What tasks were done? What goals have we met already? And then you want to talk about what's the plan for today? What am I going to work on today? What are you working on? Oh, I might be working on something in the same area. Let's make sure we talk about that. And then lastly, we want to talk about any impediments that we can identify that might be blocking us or affecting our work so that that can be immediately resolved and get us flowing as fast as possible. We previously talked about the product backlog, and we need to know that it's dynamic. It's always changing. So we need to have some event where we actually go back and look at the product backlog and refine it. That's called a product backlog grooming method, and often called a refinement meeting when you look at some of the scrum.org documentation. So the product backlog grooming method is for clarifying and estimating new items. As a new item comes on a product backlog, the team's going to need to review it, ask any clarifying questions, product owner answers those questions, they can provide a high-level estimate, so then the product owner can appropriately place it on the product backlog. We also need to review higher priority items. These items should be at the top of the list. They're more valuable. We're going to be working on them sooner than later, so we can talk about a little bit more detail around those. And if you remember, we talked about just-in-time requirements and last responsible moment. Well, a couple of sprints before we actually deliver something is a good time to start getting some of that detail. And you also want to get less detail on lower priority items. There might be the urge to try to be more detailed and be more precise, but if something that's low priority and it's at the bottom of the backlog, we don't have to talk about it in that much detail. If we get a high-level estimate and all agree on it, you can move on. We'll see it again when we groom it later as it rises up on the backlog. And the team should spend about 10% of the sprint working on product backlog grooming. In a 2-week sprint, that would be about 8 hours. Doesn't mean you have to have an 8-hour meeting, but you should have periodic times between all the different activities in the sprint where you're talking about these items on the product backlog, asking your clarifying questions, providing those estimates, coming back if those clarifications need some outside SMEs or other people to answer those questions. And you have to remember that that's part of the overhead of just-in-time requirements, and you need to plan for it. So don't fill up your entire sprint with items you're going to be working on and forget that you need to dedicate that 10% of time to grooming the backlog with your product owner. Next, we want to talk about the sprint review. And the sprint review is all about demoing the product increment. You want to make sure you only demo things that were actually done. You may mention things that you didn't get completed, but there is no value in actually showing that information because it's not completed code you can actually deliver. You want to make sure you elicit feedback from stakeholders. So remember we talked about pigs and chickens? This is a great chicken meeting. They should come in and provide feedback. I like that. Oh, can we move that? Can we do this? And we should take all that information and update our product backlog from it. So we're planning on what to do next in this meeting as well. And then finally, you're going to review the release plan. It'll be updated based on our new empirical evidence of how we've performed and new information that's been coming in. So we want to make sure we kind of explore that plan, see what's coming up, make sure everybody's good with that, and then move on. It's a great ending ceremony for the sprint. And then lastly, I want to talk about the sprint retrospective. The retrospective is all about the Scrum team inspecting and adapting. So we want to talk about things that went well. What went well in the sprint? What things should we continue doing and do more of? What things didn't go well? What things could be better? So these are things that we might start doing or stop doing or make some adjustments. And it's all about us reviewing the process, figuring out what's working and what's not working, and making changes. We also want to make sure we have a plan for those improvements, that we don't just talk about our problems and then go off and keep doing the same things. If you remember, we talked about a lessons learned where we just kept doing the same thing over and over again. That's not what a sprint review is about. It's about continuous improvement and actually making action items that you'll carry into the next sprint that you can then review and make sure they're working. So putting all this together, let's talk about the product owner and his team getting together with their Scrum Master, creating a product backlog during grooming sessions. Then in a sprint planning meeting, they'll create that sprint backlog. They'll start executing in the sprint, and every 24 hours, they're going to have that daily stand-up and the daily scrum where they're talking about what they're doing, what they're planning on next, any impediments. And after a sprint, which could be 1 week to 4 weeks, they should actually deliver a product increment and do that in a sprint review. Demo that to your stakeholders. Then figure out what you're going to work on next. Hold your sprint retrospective and talk about things that could go better and things you can improve on. And then you rinse and repeat the entire process, going back to the grooming and back to the sprint planning. And the cycle repeats itself.
Welcome to Lesson 4, Starting a Scrum Project. We begin this lesson by learning how to establish a product vision to act as a compass for your Scrum team to follow. From there, we cover how to create your initial product backlog with good user stories and then prioritize it appropriately. You next learn how to assemble your Scrum team to best deliver your product increments. You also learn the Agile concepts and techniques for estimating user stories and how to create a release plan to forecast when and what might be done in the future.
So the first thing I want to talk about with getting a sprint started is a concept called a sprint zero. And in a sprint zero, it should be about the normal length of a sprint. You don't want to take all the time in the world trying to get started. You want to get started as fast as you can. But there are often a lot of things you have to do in order to get started. You should come up with your product vision. You should also have your initial product backlog. And that backlog only needs to really be about 2 sprints worth of well-groomed stories that have been prioritized, sufficient level of detail, and estimated by the team. And the reason you need 2 sprints is you need enough for obviously the first sprint, and you want to have some ready to play in case you actually get more done than you expect, and you can pull ones in. And once you have that initial product backlog, you can also then make an initial release plan. Now, even though you're going to make this plan, it's going to be wrong because you won't have any empirical evidence with this current team or this product backlog yet. But it's important to have something to kind of start looking at. So you create that plan, but understand it's dynamic and living. You can also come up with your architecture approach and coding practices. Now, I did not say come up with an architecture, and I do not mean building all your plumbing and your frameworks. You still want to normally let a product evolve and use what we call emergent design. But you do want to get your general ideas of what architecture patterns you're going to use and your constraints technically for the company you're with, the coding practices so you can make sure that the code that is being produced is in line with what your rules are. You also want to set up a continuous integration environment. This is the environment where you can check in code, have it automatically built, it can run the tests for it, it can deploy to another environment. As much of that as you can get set up because we want to be able to deploy whatever we've done as quickly as possible. And while the first sprint may not produce something you could actually go to market with, it should be potentially shippable. And to do that, you'll need to have a continuous integration environment set up. And then if you can, some small product increments, something small that you can get all the way through the process so that you can at least have something to show for it as far as the actual product. How much value it can provide to the end customer, that'll vary. Obviously, it may not be something big, but something small to prove your architecture designs, your continuous integration environment all the way through. I also want to point out, there's my purple asterisk, that this is not something that is recommended from the scrum.org Scrum Guide. You'll also, if you go and look it up on the internet, find many people talking one way or another. Some people call this an anti-pattern, that if you spend all this time doing all your planning and things and design, you're doing big design up front and you're right back to waterfall. I can see that as an anti-pattern if you did that. That's why I recommend a sprint 0. Only use it if you need it. And if you do implement one, make it no longer than a normal sprint because that way you can't sit around and plan indefinitely until you think you're ready because you're never going to be ready. Get enough to start that first sprint and move forward. Creating that product vision, that first vision of what this product is going to be and what we think it's going to bring. So when you create a product vision, we need to talk about that target market. Who is this for? Who are the customers we're aiming for? You might want to back it up with some statistics. You know, there are X number of people with cell phones out there and X number of those people are doing XYZ and we want to target those people. It gives us an idea of who we're building it for, so it gives me some context. We talked about a business need or an opportunity. What are we trying to fix that's out there in the business world? Or what is there an opportunity to add some value to these target markets? Key features, don't want to get too much detail, but you want to give a high level of idea of what the feature set is going to be that the customers will be using. And then the value to the company. Do we think it's going to increase revenue? Is it going to cut down on cost of something? Do we think it's going to bring in more clients or retain existing clients? What do we think about this? I want to talk about the qualities of a product vision. And one of those qualities should be broad and inspiring. We don't want to get too specific because the specifics may change as we go along, but we do want to give a general idea of what we're trying to do and why, and we want to make it inspiring. I once worked for a hospital automation company, and as part of your initiation into the company, the CEO came and spoke to each one of us, and he told us the story of why he started the company. He had a daughter who was very sick when she was born, very close to dying, and he spent a lot of time in the hospital with her care. And he observed the hospital workers and how they went about their business, and he noticed so much inefficiency in the process. And he was an engineer, and he thought there has to be a better way. And he started a company that was all about providing software and hardware tools that would make that a more efficient process, so the next person who was in that situation wouldn't see those inefficiencies and would get better care. That's an inspiring message, and that's something that should be conveyed in a product vision. The next quality of the product vision should be clear and stable. Stable in that we shouldn't change the larger vision of this very often. It may happen every now and then, but it should be fairly consistent throughout the rest of the process. It also needs to be clear. Stay away from very specific jargon that may be marketing speak. It should be something that everybody can easily understand and consume. We'd also like it to be short and sweet. A lot of places will do large business case documents and business scope documents, and some of this information's in there. But most places I've gone that have that, when I go around and ask any of the individuals on the teams, have you read it? Most of them reply no. Some of them don't even know where it is or that it existed. So you want to keep it short and sweet, something you can print out, hopefully on one page. I worked with a company that did rehabilitation software, and they had a clear vision, very well stated by the CEO, and he printed it out on a large piece of paper, put it up in the room that everybody could see, and had everybody go and eventually sign it that week that they started the project, so that everybody came by and saw what they were trying to do, made it very clear, and it was prominently displayed throughout the whole project, so at any time they had to reference it, you could easily look up and say, that's why we're doing this. This is who we're trying to serve, and this is how we're trying to serve them. And so a short and sweet one-page thing became very inspiring and very available to everyone else. So as I just mentioned, highly visible is another quality. We want to make sure everybody sees this and knows where it is. Even if you don't prominently display it like we just discussed, make sure it's someplace easily accessible to everyone and everybody knows where it is. And you should also frequently revisit it. You may not change that often, but sometimes people will get stuck in the weeds of the day and day of what they're doing. And you need to bring them back up and say, this is why we're doing this. This is our end goal. So frequently revisit it. Sometimes at a sprint review, that's a good time to talk about it. Now let's talk about creating your initial product backlog. So remember, we talked about this earlier. It's a single source of requirements. All the requirements are going to be in here. Everything we need to do to get this product out the door and hopefully bring in value. It's also constantly evolving. This is something that's going to be dynamic as markets change, as technology changes, as we learn new things about what we've developed so far. We'll constantly evolve that product backlog. Also, ordered based on value. Most valuable things at the top. Let's do the things that are going to bring in the most revenue, or the things that are going to retain clients or make our customers the most happy and hopefully keep those customers or bring new ones in. Value, and we'll talk more about that later. And remember that the product backlog is estimated by the development team, the people who are actually going to be doing the work, not the managers, not the product owner, not some outside expert, but the people actually doing the work. So what goes on your product backlog? Three main categories of things. You might have user requirements, new features and descriptions of features or enhancements that we want in the product. You can also include technical requirements, things that we have to have infrastructure-wise or platforms we need to develop. You want to make sure to keep these as a minimum because they don't provide value to the end user. They provide internal value, but we have to make sure that we are concentrating on the end goal for the user and our clients. And also any bugs that we've had. We want to keep our bugs to a limit, and we'll talk about in the sprint how to limit our bugs as much as possible, but inevitably things will escape. We want to make sure that the product backlog is the single source of everything that needs to be done for this product. Technically, user requirements, and bugs as well. So one of the most accepted ways of doing Agile user requirements is something called a user story. They've been around for a while, popularized by Mike Cohn, and been picked up pretty generally in the industry. So what is a user story? It's short and simple. It's nothing more than a watered down use case in some examples. We don't want to get too much detail because we don't know when we're going to do this. And as we said before, if we're going to do it later on, we don't want to have it with too much detail on the product backlog. Talk about the things that are more valuable first. We want it short. Again, don't invest too much time into it until we know we're going to do it fairly soon. So just-in-time requirements. Also, it's from the user perspective. We always want to make sure that we're capturing the user's voice and what they want. Sometimes we will state it in our voice as I want this, but I'm not using this product. We need to make sure it's always from the persona of the person who actually will be interacting with the product itself. Even with technical stories, there are end results for a user. So I might be wanting to speed something up or make something a little bit easier to manage as far as a back-end process. That still benefits someone, and we should use an actual perspective of that person who will be using that product or benefiting from something we do to that product. And focus on discussions. It's often said that a user story is a reminder of a conversation, so that when we pick it back up and examine it again, we start that conversation all over again. We don't want it to become a spec. When it starts becoming a spec, you start having people say, well, I did exactly what was in the spec, and they don't do any more or any less. What we want to say is, this is a conversation, and it's going to trigger another conversation about it when we get closer to talking about it. And while we might get more detail, all the detail will not be captured in this one area. We should still constantly discuss with the product owners and the team and make sure we're doing everything we need to do to accomplish this user story. There's also a common format for user stories, and it follows this general syntax. As a some role, I want some feature so that some benefit. And we want to make sure we capture these three parts. They're all equally important. The role is important because we're often really good at saying, I want this feature, but who is the I? Who are we representing? We know it's not us. We're not usually consumers of the products we make. So who is that person that we're actually trying to meet their need? And the benefit is to explore the value of it so that when I'm trying to prioritize one story over another, if I can know what the value is to that customer, I can prioritize it a little bit better. I can do a comparison. So you may not follow this exact syntax, and you don't want to be so mechanical that you always try to fit it in there, but you want to make sure you have those three main elements. So here's an example of a story I've had in the past. As an online shopper, I want to be able to search the online catalog so that I can find items to purchase. We have a clear role, online shopper, and hopefully we have someplace a description of what our online shopper is. And that might be different than an offline shopper. We may have products that you can do a catalog through a handheld device that's not online. We have people who are using some other type of service to submit catalog requests. So it's important to delineate who that shopper is. We have the part of what they want to do, the feature, which is search the online catalog. And then why do they want to do this? So they can find items to purchase. And of course, that's what provides value to them. They find an item, they purchase it. That's what provides us value as a company. Often, user stories are written on cards. And on the front of the card, you write some kind of descriptive title and then the story with those three elements we just discussed. They usually get put up on a wall where you can order them and make that your product backlog. Now, that will work for a company that's all co-located and can see all the same information. Once you start getting distributed, you may want to have some type of digital representation of this, but the user story card is still a great metaphor for how to capture these requirements. So conditions of satisfaction are things that are required for acceptance by the product owner or whoever the product owner is representing, such as stakeholders and users. If you meet these things at the end of the sprint, then we'll consider this done. You have accomplished what I wanted to be done. They represent tests. So usually it represents some type of testable outcome. So if I do this, when this happens, then this is a result. And that's something I can easily translate into automated test or manual testing, but something I can validate. Conditions of satisfaction should also be specific, but not detailed. And there is a difference. Specific is for a given scenario. You have a certain context, and when certain activities happen, then I expect a certain outcome. Where detailed might have implementation that can be left off to a later time, such as I want it in a drop-down, or I want a button that looks like this. And those are things that we can delay to a later responsible moment. We might call those red barn, blue barn questions. So if I'm talking about painting a house, I want to talk about how big the house is and things like that. What color you want, I can talk about later. I can actually talk about that right up to the second I'm going to do it, because it doesn't change the significance of how big the effort will be. And so we call it red barn, blue barn question when that's something that can be answered at a later time. So what are some conditions of satisfaction? Let's go with the user story about search we just talked about. Match against item title, description, and category. So this is telling what fields we actually need to be searching on. So if you have a list of items and you wrote code that would implement this search, you could then go and write a test that says if they enter in these keywords, then if it's in this title or description or category, it should show up. That's a testable component. Allow advanced search technique like quotes, and, or, plus, minus, things you might see in like a Google search. You'll often get requirements like that. I want it to work like Google. So that's something we have to write down though, especially when they give you something so open-ended. Write down a very specific thing. You might also eventually talk about what happens when I put something in quotes, or what happens when I use one of these specifics. And then that could be more detail later. Results should return in 5 seconds or less. It gets a little iffy. This is now talking about performance, but there may be a real need out there. There may be already market research that tells us There's a 5-second drop-off. If it takes longer than that, they're going to go to our competitors. So this is almost a constraint, but it is testable as well. And these are general items that are conditions of satisfaction. There's another technique called how to demo. And you can record conditions of satisfaction by turning to a user representative and saying, if this was completed and I turned around a computer to you today, how would I demo this to you? And they can kind of give you the sequential steps, hopefully with not a lot of the implementation detail, just the high levels. So I want to open the search page, I want to enter multiple keywords, initiate a search, and then view results of catalog items that contain one or more of the keywords in their name or description. This is another technique for capturing them. You want to be a little bit careful with this because it's so easy to get implementation details in here. And sequence may change. We may decide to do something in a different order, where this kind of dictates this. As long as everybody can agree that this is a general idea, then we can move forward. So if you remember, we talked about recording these on a story card. So here's our one previously, search catalog. We put the conditions of acceptance generally on the back of that card. So you can see here I'm using actually both techniques, how to demo and then other tests that are a little bit more specific about implementation. And this is something that you continue to write notes on and record information as you go along. This should evolve over time. And even if you keep this up in some digital format, there should be some place that you can spell out these conditions of acceptance. So I'd like to talk about the qualities of good user stories. And there's an acronym already out there for this called the INVEST principle. The I in INVEST stands for independent. If we're trying to deliver these user stories in a small sprint, and we want it to be potentially shippable at the end of that sprint, then it doesn't need to rely on other stories. It doesn't mean that there can't be precursors and successors that need to be in place for the overall application, but the story should be fairly independent and rely on no other stories in itself. The N stands for negotiable. We talked about that a story is a reminder of a conversation. So when we start talking about it again, we might negotiate on some things we talked about previously. We had said we were going to do it this way, but then we talk about it more and we decide to do it that way. If you start trying to make stories a specification, it's harder to change things because you're now trying to write it in stone. So it should be negotiable. The V stands for valuable. If you remember, we talked about the 3 parts of the story. This role for this feature and some benefit. And that's where the benefit part comes in. I need to know why it's valuable. If you don't capture that part of the story, then it becomes hard to tell why it is valuable to the customer, and then becomes hard to order and prioritize against other stories. And the E stands for estimatable. The team should be able to provide a high-level estimate for this feature. It doesn't need to be specific. It doesn't need to be down to the last detail. In fact, you should resist that, but I should get a high-level understanding of how significant the effort is. The S stands for small. Sometimes they'll talk about it as sized appropriately because small is a very relative term, but it should be small enough to comfortably fit inside a sprint. You should hopefully be able to do multiple stories in a sprint. So if you're making them as big as a sprint, you're not really giving yourself any leeway. So make it fairly small and succinct. And T is testable. Remember we talked about conditions of satisfaction, that should be something I can test against. Well, if we're writing good conditions of satisfaction, those should translate into tests. Now I want to talk about splitting user stories. You're going to get all sorts of great ideas coming from sales and marketing. They might want sharks with lasers on their heads, but that's not something you can deliver in a sprint. So you're going to have to start paring those down, and there's a logical order to things. There's a common hierarchy called theme, epic, and user stories. You'll see this sometimes with other types of words, feature, but it's all the same idea of a theme is a large initiative, something large, maybe fits an entire release or multiple releases. An epic is just a story that is too big to fit in one sprint and will need to be broken down. And then the lowest level is the actual user story, which is something small enough to fit into a sprint. When I'm facilitating discussions on stories, we often do this breakdown during the actual discussion. We'll draw on a whiteboard all of the big ideas first. Online catalog, online payment, my account. And then we'll start breaking those down. We break them down into epics, browse catalog, search catalog. These are still big features that might take multiple sprints, so we need to split them down into even further components. So I take search catalog down into the actual search itself, advanced search, where we might be using some of those keywords. and refined search. So when they come back and they may want to say, oh, I only want to see things by this brand. And this actually reflects a breakdown of an actual product we did once. When you're slicing user stories, you want to be careful to be iterative and not incremental in how you build the actual stories. Here's an example of what the difference is. Say, I want a picture of my daughter playing. This is my 5-year-old daughter, Isabella. I want you to do this in 3 steps. If I know exactly what that picture should look like at the very beginning, it would be easy to build pieces of it all the way through. I'd write just the corner, then I do the next corner, and the third one I do the entire bottom, and I've got exactly that picture. That'd be great if I knew exactly what I wanted, and in software we often don't. In software they usually come and have an idea, so I may just have an idea of I want a picture of my daughter playing, and I don't have any specific idea of what that's going to look like. Rather than just trying to build one corner of the piece completely, we'll start off with a sketch. And I can get some feedback and I can say, you know, that's great, but I like some more color and I like some bubbles in there. And then they get a little bit more detail in the next sketch. And I can give some more refinement. And then at the end, we come up with that final picture, but it's built iteratively and it gives me time to make changes as we go along. Where incrementally is a little bit harder to do that because I've done everything completely in smaller components. There are good things to both of these, and you often hear people talk about develop iteratively and release incrementally. So develop things in little phases and layers, and then when you've got enough of a full picture, then you can release that part of the product. So we've been talking about capturing user stories with not a lot of detail in them. Eventually I do need to get some level of detail, so let's talk about when we do that. If you remember, our product backlog is ordered by value, which usually means in the order I'm going to actually deliver them. And that the detail is more detailed at the top and it's less detailed at the bottom. And we're going to be refining this backlog over and over again. So the items that are at the bottom, it's okay if they're less detailed. The ones at the top, coming up in the next couple of sprints, we will get those level of details. What those level of details are different per team, per project, per context. Depends a lot on what your team already knows about the domain. How available is your product owner? How much does the actual requirements change because of your market? Just know that you don't want to get too much detail at the bottom, and you'll eventually get that detail at the top. As we mentioned, one of the first parts of the user story syntax is a role. And you may have multiple roles for your application. And you should. There's multiple people that should be using it, and multiple types of people. So you might have something like a frequent shopper or a one-time shopper. That's a role, and there are different things that each one of those roles would want. A frequent shopper might be more interested in signing up for email notifications or suggested shopping, where a one-time shopper probably wants to get in and out as fast as possible. A persona is an actual fictional implementation of that role. So you can see here we have Susie Power Shopper and Johnny One-Timer. And you can give these people names, you can give them silly pictures off the internet, you can give them some more background about their history, and it helps the developers and anyone else on the team think about the actual customer they're developing this for. I was working for a company who was building an online catalog, much like we're talking here. Here comes marketing, and they have an idea of getting more information about their users. So they want to add some steps to our registration process where we'll get this information about their likes, their dislikes, categories of things they might like to purchase in the future. Seems like a great idea. Once we start thinking about it though, and we start working in the working room where we have all these roles and personas hung up on the walls, we started to talk about Susie Power Shopper might like this, but Johnny One-Timer would hate this. He wants to get in and out as fast as possible. And if we make him fill out all this information, there's more likely going to be drop-off where people get to a certain point, say forget it, and go to another site. And we don't want that. We take that back to the marketing people, talk with our product owner, we come up with an acceptable compromise, which is still have those steps, but allow them to go from first step to the end step and surpass all of that. Now let's talk about prioritizing the product backlog. We want to make sure we're prioritizing by business value. What is business value? We'll talk about that more in a second. You might also prioritize by ROI, which is the business value divided by the level of effort, to get some idea of, is it worth this actual effort to get this value out? Then feature grouping. There might be a series of individual stories that really have to go together before you actually release this in a product increment. So you might want to put those together. And of course, there's always politics to be considered. Sometimes the customer who screams the loudest is the person you have to give the feature to the first. You may also have a customer in your beta program who's working hand in hand with you to help you develop this product, and you have a great relationship. They mention something that might not be for everybody in your market, but is great for them. And to make them happy, you do that as well. So sometimes there's positive political things you do as well. So we mentioned business value. And what is business value? How do we determine it? And that's actually fairly easy to do. It's always going to be about increasing revenue. It is monetary. If it's not going to increase revenue, it might reduce costs. Sometimes you'll see technical things in there that are about reducing support costs or operations costs. And might want to attract new customers. That should increase revenue, but it's sometimes categorized separately from marketing. And you may want to retain existing customers, especially if you're leapfrogged by a competitor who now is offering more things than you, and your customers are leaving you for them. You want to be able to add those same features to retain those customers. All of this still results in saving money or bringing in new money. So once you've determined your business value, you're going to want to assign some actual business value metric to these stories. Here's one technique to do that. Take all your stories on cards and then throw them up on a wall in the order of which one's most valuable. The most valuable at the top, least valuable at the bottom. And there's a couple of ways you can assign numeric values to this. One technique is you have 100 points to spend, and you have to spend that across these 4 cards. So you give the top one 50, next one 25, 15, and 10, totaling for 100 points. This is a great technique to use when people are trying to make everything the highest value. This makes them have to distribute those value points across multiple cards. The downside is that when you bring in more cards, you have to redo the entire thing, and that may not be feasible. So another technique is to simply have a range, 1 to 1,000, 1,000 being the most valuable, 1 being the least valuable. The reason we go up to 1,000 is this is value. Bigger things are more valuable. You'll also want it if you want to do ROI and take this number and divide it by effort points, and you can get a simple return on investment. So then you'll have some kind of range, and people will assign numbers out of that range. Good things about this, like I said, you can do an ROI. It's a fairly static metric so that you can reuse it over and over again. Downside is nothing's preventing them from marking everything as 1,000. So what I would do is, whatever range you come up with, assign some kind of meaning behind ranges of numbers. If it's in this range, 750 to 1,000, then if it's not in the next release, we will lose significant market share. Something like that. Another technique would be use a scale where the numbers that are higher in range have a wider separation. So there's not as much bickering between what's the difference between a 10 and a 100. There's an obvious difference. Any way you go about it, you want to make sure you have some scale that everybody can easily agree on. Another thing to think about when you're prioritizing your product backlog is that in traditional projects, and we're thinking about building product A in its own project, building product B in its own project, and product C in its own project, we prioritize the entire project. So we're going to build product A first, and then B, and then C. The problem is, once you separate those into smaller components, the most valuable thing in product B might be more valuable than the least valuable thing in product A. And since we're all about doing the most valuable thing, you can create what's called an enterprise product backlog, where you kind of abandon the idea of project, and you're just doing a constant work stream of the most valuable things, no matter which project or product those come from. That way you are always maximizing business value across the entire enterprise. Let's talk about assembling the Scrum team. A Scrum team is its own little ecosystem. We've talked before about they're cross-functional, they are co-located, hopefully, they are working collaboratively where everybody's sharing some responsibilities, and there are certain people that works really well with, and some people who really don't work well in that environment. A lot of times I find that I would rather get somebody who's a culture fit and a decent developer than a great developer who's going to rub everybody the wrong way. So when you're assembling your team, make sure you're looking for those people who will play by those rules and will mind lending a hand to the development or testing or helping out with BA when you need them. Now we've come to Agile estimation, where we're probably going to make all the engineers crazy, because Agile estimation is not about being precise. It's about getting close enough that we can make an intelligent decision. Let's talk about some techniques. The granularity at which you estimate has a great impact on how accurate you are. Let's think about being in a classroom, and I ask you, how many steps would it take you to get from the back of the room to the front of the room? You'd probably give me X number of steps, and you'd be fairly confident in that. But then if I asked, how long would it take you to get to the building next door? You'd give me an estimate, probably going to be a little bit less confident about it. And then I ask you, how many steps would it take to get to the next city? Obviously that's going to be a larger estimate, and you're going to have less confidence about that. And you're going to give me a higher degree of contingency. So the smaller something is, the easier it is to get a little bit better estimation around it. I also want to talk about estimating with time boxes. Remember, we're working in sprints that are a set length. How does this help with estimation? Well, think about that same scenario where we're in a large room and there are rows of chairs that are evenly spaced apart. And I get you at the back of the room and I say, how long would it take you to get to the front of the room? But I'm going to let you to walk to the first chair first and count those steps. So if you count those steps and think, that's 5 steps. If each one of those chairs are the same distance apart, you can then count them and have a pretty good accurate estimate of how many steps it would be all the way to the front. So the time box gives you that fixed increment to estimate by, the time box of the sprint. One of the common techniques for estimation is called story points. A lot of contention around story points. I personally like them. You don't necessarily have to use them. We'll talk about some alternatives in just a second. But what is a story point? Well, a story point is a high-level estimation of size, not duration, of general size of an effort. And this is it bigger than a bread box? Is it smaller than a car? Those type of estimations. It's based on a relative scale. So whatever scale you choose, a small should be X number of an extra small. A large should be X number of a medium, something that is additive. Story points are also estimated as a team. The entire team. The developer may have an idea of how long it takes him to develop, and the tester may have an idea of the sizing of the testing effort, but we need to know the entire team's estimation. And for a new team, that might be very hard, especially if they don't collaborate very well and they don't know what the efforts have been in the past for their counterparts. As a team works highly collaboratively together for a while, they'll start to get an idea of, oh, it takes that long to test that, even though I'm not a tester. And the tester might say, I know generally the size of effort for things that they've developed in the past, and they can start estimating as an entire team. They are also not based on duration. Duration's not additive. It's also implying a degree of accuracy that you're not actually sure of. So if you say this will take 8 hours, then somebody's going to come by a day later and expect it to be done. But things happen. It's not based on duration. The thing to remember then is that everybody eventually equates it to duration. The key is to separate estimation and planning. They are two separate things. An estimate is not a guarantee of delivery. You can also think of story points like you would think ordering a soda from your favorite restaurant. Do you know how many ounces are in a large at Taco Bell, let's say? Probably not. How many ounces are in a medium at Burger King? And how many ounces are in a small at Hardee's? You may not know exactly how many ounces, but you know if I'm really thirsty, no matter where I go, I'm going to order a large. It's a relative size and it's not precise. We often still try to equate the estimate to some type of duration. And that trips people up a lot of times. So think about it as, here's a big load of bricks that I need moved, and we're going to move them 100 feet. And I come to you and I ask you, what is the size of this effort? And you tell me 10. 10 what? Doesn't matter. It's 10 brick points. So then I say, okay, what if I give you a shopping cart to put some of these in? You can now move more. What is the size of that now? It's still a 10. It's still the same amount of effort. I've just given you a tool that makes it faster. Even if I tell you, I'm going to give you a truck that you can take all the bricks in one shot, it's still a 10. The effort is still the same size. I've just given you a tool to do it better. Another thing to think about is, I've been asking you, what if I say, I want you and my 5-year-old daughter, who obviously can't drive a truck and can't carry as many things as you do. It's still a 10. If my daughter's there, just going to slow you down. So when using story points, a common range is the Fibonacci sequence. You can see here a modified Fibonacci sequence where each number is the sum of the previous numbers. So 1 plus 2 is 3, 2 plus 3 is 5, 3 plus 5 is 8, and so on and so forth. When we get to the larger numbers, we kind of round them off. So we just have 20, 40, and 100. You often see these in what we call planning poker cards, which we're going to talk more about in just a second. You also see the question mark. The question mark means, I don't know. I can't make an estimate for various reasons. I don't have enough information. I'm not qualified in the technology we're talking about. It's admitting I don't know rather than just padding enough space and duration in it that you think you could get it done in that amount of time. Why do we use something at this type of scale? If we just used 10 numbers, we might argue about what's the difference between a 9 and a 10? What's the difference between an 8 and a 9? Here, because the numbers eventually over time get exponentially larger, there is clear difference between a 100 and a 40, and a 40 and a 20. Once we get to smaller sizes, there's not as much difference, but as we said before, when we get to smaller granularity, we're much more accurate in those estimates. Once you get to 40s and 100s, you're talking about just degrees of large, and trying to be specific at that point in time is pretty fruitless. One of the problems with using story points is that it is an ambiguous relative scale. So when you start with a new team, you may not know what a 5 or a 1 or any of these metrics are to you. So to determine that, get your team together and get all your story cards. Throw one of them up there that you know the best. Everybody kind of has a good idea of what it takes to code this and test it and deploy it. And assign it some number. Start in the relative middle, 5. Then take all your other stories and start throwing them before or after it. Is this bigger or smaller? And you can start to triangulate across these stories. Once you have everything up there, they'll start to kind of fall in that Fibonacci sequence automatically. And then you can use those as reference points for when new stories come up. A new story comes in. Is it bigger than that 5 register new user? Yes, it's bigger than that. Is it bigger than enter catalog items? That was an 8. No, it's about the same size. That's an 8. Then everybody has an agreed upon reference point, and you can be better at estimating when you go forward. So let's talk about planning poker. This is an estimation technique for teams in order to get consensus. We start with the entire team, and the product owner will present to you a backlog item on a story card, possibly, or from the tool of choice. You'll have a short discussion with the product owner, get some clarifying questions, and then you should go to the whiteboard and have a discussion with the team. How are you going to design this? How are you going to test this? Because the testers and the development team both have to come together with that estimate. Once you've had a time box discussion, and the reason we time box it is, we want to talk about it to death. I just want to get you to a point in time where you can actually provide me an estimate. 5 minutes, 2 minutes, you find the best time for you. At the end of that time box discussion, have everybody take their cards, don't display it yet, and they're then going to show on the same count their number with their estimate. As you can see here, we've got a pretty wide range. One person thinks it's a 3, one person thinks it's a 13. If you have that wide of a range, you need to obviously discuss it more. We also have somebody who had a question mark saying, I don't understand this at all to provide an estimate. We need to talk about this more. Start that time box again. Go back to the whiteboard. Talk about the design. Talk about the test. At the end of that time box, everybody will need to take their cards out again, play their cards on a count, and you can see here we're getting more of a consensus. We're not all together yet. We have some 5s, we have some 3s, and don't try to get very specific. Don't do an average, don't do a rounding or anything like that. Simply say, this is a 5. That's good enough for right now, and it's good enough to move forward. I was once the Scrum Master for a new team, and I introduced them to planning poker, and they loved it. We had one QA guy that no matter what we did was always twice as high as everybody else. We put down a 5, he's a 13. We put down a 2, he's an 8. And why? When we would discuss, he would start telling us about all the things he had to do to prep for testing something, all the testing elements he had to have in place, the data, the servers, things that development had never known about. And so when he started expressing this, eventually development started having the same type of estimates he did because they now knew how much went into these things. And they were much better at estimating from that point on. A few things to remember of why we want to use a technique like planning poker. Often, we've used expert estimation in upfront projects, where when we gather all the details and all the design up front, we bring in our resident expert and he tells us he thinks it's going to be N number of hours. The problem that's been proven time and time again in study after study is that that's often at least 30% off, plus or minus, usually on the plus side, which is the side we don't want. The problem is, because he's an expert, he's 100% sure that's a good estimate. Plus, he is not the person who's actually going to be doing the work. So if he's an expert in .NET, but you have a team that's not an expert in .NET, that estimate doesn't apply to them, and it may be drastically different and affect your outcomes. Another thing, remember, is something called anchoring. The reason that we have everybody flip their cards over at the same time. There was a study done by Stimula Research where they took 3 teams, all working on about the same thing. And they told them to estimate the effort. So they had someone come in, posing as a VP, and tell them, I think this project's going to be about 1,000 hours, but I'm not a developer, so you do what you're going to do. And they asked him to estimate. He went to the next team, again posing as a VIP, said, I think this project's going to be really easy. Should be about 50 hours. But I'm not a developer. You do what you're going to do. And he didn't even talk to the next team. So they did not have any interaction with this VP. Each one of these teams was supposed to estimate the exact amount of work. The first team came up with 600. We think it's going to be about 600 hours. The next team came up and said about 95. And the third team said around 450. And when they actually did the work, the 450 mark was the closest. Why did we get such diverse range of numbers? It's called anchoring. And what anchoring is, if I ask you to estimate something and then I throw out my idea, no matter how ridiculous my idea is, you're going to be pulled in that direction. So when he came to the first team and he said, I think this is going to be 1,000 hours, even if that team thought, that's ridiculous, it's nowhere near 1,000 hours, they're already comparing their estimates before they've even made it to 1,000 hours. And that tends to naturally pull you towards it. When he came to the second team and told him he thought it would be 50 hours, which was obviously too small, they compared their estimates to that 50 hours, and it pulled them down. A team that wasn't anchored at all gave pretty close to the right estimate. So when we're doing planning poker, we don't want to have somebody that entirely takes over that meeting, the loudest person or the person that is seen as the expert and everybody wants to defer to. By having everybody flip their cards over initially at the first time, everybody gets an equal voice, which is important in this type of estimation. And you'll cut down on anchoring by these type of people. And you're going to get much more accurate estimates out of your team. And they're going to feel better about it because everybody had an equal voice in coming up with that estimate. Now that we have our product backlog estimated, we can start to create our release plan. Remember that our product backlog, ordered by value, highest valuable things at the top. Now we have these estimates in user stories or whatever we're using. And we can think about velocity. What is velocity? Velocity is how many of these story points can we do in one sprint? So once we have our velocity, we can actually count down that number in the product backlog and plan out our future sprints. So you can see here we're using a planning velocity of 8, and we see that we'll probably be done in about 4 sprints. Notice that in sprint 2, we actually have 7 story points rather than 8, because taking the 3 from sprint 3 would actually put us over our planning velocity of 8. We don't want to plan for anything we've ever been able to do in the past. That's the empirical data part of it. Planning based on what we've been able to accomplish in the past, not what we expect to do in the future. Once you have something like this, you can start looking at those items and saying, you know, by sprint 2, we probably have something that we could release. And then you can start marking your releases on this plan as well. You might also have a hard business date. That's just the nature of business. Sometimes there's a point in time where we have to release something for all sorts of reasons. And if you do, you put that date on this plan because we know how long our sprints are, so we know about when they're going to start and stop. Put that hard date, and then you can start having a negotiation of what's above and below that line. If marketing comes in and says this thing below the line needs to really be in there in that next release, well then we push it up, but we need to push out the appropriate amount of story points down. Because if we don't, then we're planning beyond what we've proven we can do. And that's based on empirical data. When you first start to release plan and you have a new team, you have no idea what your velocity is going to be. Velocity is an empirical measure, so usually you have to have some history with it. So you have to have something to start with. Here's one technique. So let's say you have a Scrum team of 4. You're going to do a sprint of 3 weeks. You have 45 work days. Let's put in a factor of 1/3, and a squared plus b squared equals c squared equals mc squared. This is ridiculous. It's going to be wrong. There is no formula for coming up with initial velocity. This team has not worked together before. They've not worked on this product before. Anything you try to use as a formula is most likely going to be faulty, but if you do it in a formula, you'll think that it's fairly accurate, and it implies a degree of accuracy that's not really there. So a technique I would recommend is get that same team together, but just show them your backlog. Have them talk about the top ones. What do you think about this one? What do you think about that one? If you had 3 weeks, how many of these do you really think you could get done? Let them discuss it, and then when they identify, well, we think we could get the top 4 done. So once the team has determined how many of these they can do in 3 weeks, or however long your sprint is, simply calculate the number of story points in those stories, and then you have your initial velocity. It's probably still going to be wrong, and that's okay. As soon as you complete your first sprint, you'll actually have your first piece of empirical data. And the next sprint, you'll have even more. And so then you'll be able to start getting averages. And that's going to be better for release planning. We just talked about using velocity to create our release plan, the empirical evidence of what we've done in the past. So you need to track that. Over X number of sprints, what's been your velocity? And you can see we have a chart here. So you can take that average and use that in your planning. But you also may want to do what we call a best case and worst case scenario. You may take the worst 3 sprints you've had, the lowest number of velocity points. Add that together, and that's the worst you've ever done. Then you can take the highest 3 sprints. Add that together, and that's the best you've ever done. If you take those 2 velocities and put them against your plan, you'll have your best case scenario, if we operate at the best we've ever done, and your worst case scenario, if we operate at the worst we've ever done. So you have a range. If you really have to get something in, you want to make sure that you plan that using the worst case scenario and get it under the line with that average to be fairly sure that it's going to get in there. But then you can look at the future and say, if we were operating at all 4 cylinders, this is where we'll be. So I'd like to revisit the Sprint Zero concept because we've talked about several of the components in there. We talked about creating a product vision. We talked about our initial product backlog and initial release plan. Some of the things we didn't get to talk about because they're more engineering focused and not a part of Scrum are the architectural approach and coding practices, continuous integration environments, and that small increment, which is also going to be particular to your own product backlog. But I encourage you to explore those online and other resources as well.
Welcome to Lesson 5, Executing the Sprint. We are now ready to get down to business and start developing our product. We start off by covering the sprint planning meeting, where we determine what to work on, create a sprint goal, and then create our sprint backlog, which is our plan to meet that goal. I then talk about how to work as a Scrum team, since many times those that are new to Scrum tend to stray back into old work habits from their waterfall days, which may not be as conducive to using an Agile approach. You'll learn about one of the most maligned events in the whole process, the daily Scrum. I give you some tips on how to make the most out of this meeting. We also cover some engineering best practices in Agile to make sure your product is technically sound. Next, I talk about how to integrate your quality assurance process into the Scrum framework. And lastly, I cover grooming your product backlog to keep a good runway of user stories prepped and ready for the team. So now we're ready to start executing the sprint. The first thing we're going to do is hold the sprint planning meeting. You're going to have the product owner, the development team, and the Scrum Master present. And the first thing we need to do is determine what we're going to work on. We've got our product backlog. It's prioritized by value with the things most important at the top. And we should also have a velocity, either an initial velocity we calculated or one that we've actually determined from empirical data. With a velocity of 11, we should be able to pick up these top 4 items off the product backlog. And it's okay for the product owner to come in expecting that based on the velocity. But we also have to remember capacity. The team may not be all present during this sprint. We have somebody who's out on vacation, there's going to be a conference, there's a mandatory company picnic. So even though we have this planning velocity, it's normally an average, and we have to address the capacity that we're going to have during that actual sprint. The team may then choose a little bit less because of these absences. Then the product owner could point out, we have this one down here. What if I move that up into the sprint? Could you do that with your current capacity? And that's a negotiation between the Scrum team and the product owner. We do want to be sure that we are still thinking about a sustainable pace. There's always going to be pressure to do more. So we want to make sure that the team is only bringing in as much as they feel comfortable committing to for the entire sprint. I want to talk a little bit about sprint lengths. When determining your sprint length, there's a lot of things that go into that decision. The domain knowledge of your team, the availability of your product owner. You want to make sure you don't go more than 4 weeks. That's usually too long to actually get good feedback loops. And you don't want to go smaller than 1 week because you may not be able to get enough value out. But it's totally up to you. Usually 2 to 3 weeks is about right. And you'll have to feel it out. But once you determine that length, you want to stick with that length and go with it. You never want to extend the sprint because you don't get everything done. You don't want to cut it off early in case you get done early. Bring more stuff in or just cut off at that time and place. The sprint is time boxed and you want to make sure you stick to that time box. After you've determined what you're going to work on, it's nice to identify a sprint goal. This should be a couple of sentences about what you want to accomplish. So it might be something as simple as implement search catalog with advanced search options. It's like a mini product vision to give a general idea of what we're working on. And this should be something that's published someplace where everybody can get an idea of what is the team working on without having to go into the details of the product backlog and sprint backlog. So when you're creating the sprint backlog, you want your product owner and your Scrum team in the same room. The product owner is going to present the product backlog items that they've decided to commit to, answer any qualifying questions, and then the team will have a discussion and design. They'll talk about how they're going to implement some details, what they're going to test. They've been doing this hopefully with grooming, but now we're getting in more detail because we're actually going to start building this sprint. Once you're done with that, they should actually start breaking this out into small tasks. These tasks should represent everything they need to do during the sprint to get this catalog item completely done. That would be all the development tasks, documentation tasks if that's part of what you need to get done, testing, all of those things need to be tasked out. And you're also going to task these out and estimate them in hours. We don't have to be super precise. In fact, sometimes we use buckets of 2, 4, 6, 3 or 6, depending on the team, because when you say something like 1.5, you're giving it a little bit more accuracy than probably is there. It needs to be relatively close, but again, we're going to be monitoring this every day and find out if we're actually accurate or not. There's also a good acronym for creating these sprint backlog items. SMART. The S in SMART is for specific. Too many times I've seen people want to get through this quickly, and so they'll do develop this, test this. And then when we get 2 weeks into it, we often forget what we were talking about. You want to be specific and take time to actually write down what you meant. It also should be measurable. Something that I can tell, am I done? You don't want to use ambiguous language. You want to make sure that you are talking about something that you can finitely say, yes, I completed that. I want it to be achievable. Sometimes I've seen people put in tasks that are larger than the sprint or depend on things that they can't control, and it's something they can't actually achieve. So make sure that it is something that that team can actually achieve inside the sprint. It needs to be relevant. Sometimes people want to put tasks on there to justify their existence. I had to go work on this for this planning meeting for something outside of our sprint goal. That doesn't need to be a task on your backlog. That actually might show up as an impediment to doing your actual goals. So make sure it is relevant to the actual product backlog item that you're working on. And then T is time boxed. Just like we're time boxing the sprint, time box these tasks, because at the end of that time box, you want to look and see, did I get this done? If not, why didn't I get it done? Are there more tasks? Is there an impediment? What's actually preventing me from getting this done? It gives you a little stopgap measure to make sure that you are accurately estimating these to a certain degree. Once you've created that sprint backlog for all the items that you've committed to, you should review it and make sure that there weren't any icebergs, things that you thought were small that now once you broke them up into all their parts are a lot bigger. After that discussion happens and you still feel that you've gotten enough that you can handle in a sprint, you want everybody to commit to this story. And it's actually something I have the teams actually say. We commit to delivering all these stories inside this sprint. And it gives a sense of responsibility to the team. We are giving them the power to set their own pace, but if you set your own pace, you want to make sure you are setting a pace that is achievable and that you can commit to. One technique I found for getting consensus when you're trying to get people to commit to a story or anything else is something called the fist of five. A lot of times when you ask people, do you agree with this? You get a yes or no. But sometimes you might get a, yeah. And just by the tone of their voice, you can tell they're not really bought in. The fist of five is something you can do of making a statement. Do we commit to this story? Do we commit to all these stories for this sprint? And count to 3, 1, 2, 3, and then everybody puts up 1 or 5 fingers. And what it is a range of how well you feel about that statement. A 1, I disagree, and I want to argue about this some more. I really don't think that's right. A 2 is, I'm not really sure, and I'd like to discuss it some more. You're close, but you want to have some discussion. A 3 is, I really don't care, let's move on. Also looks like a W, so we call that the whatever. 4, I agree with that, we're good. And then 5 is, rock on, I am so pumped, I totally support you. That way you get a range. If you ask for feedback and you do a fist of 5 and you get all 3s, I'd probably still have some discussion. Are we just moving on because you're tired of talking and we really don't have a consensus? Are there some trepidations? Let's see where we are. You get all 1s, you know you've got a problem, need to keep discussing it. So this is something you can use in many areas when your team is having contention. Often in the sprint planning meeting, I see people get caught up in the tasking too much. Whether they're watching somebody type it into Excel or some other tasking software, or everybody just wants to get out fast. And that's not what this meeting's about. It's not about the tasks. Even though those are an output, you want to make sure you're having a discussion about it. So often, I'll tell everybody, stop using the tool. And I'll get a whiteboard and I'll write design on one side and test on the other. I'll give a marker to a tester and a marker to a developer and say, go up there and have a discussion and draw it out. Draw designs, draw pictures of what you're going to do, draw symbols of this service or that service. And the tester, when you hear something that you want to test, write down that test. And it's a back and forth. Everybody's engaged and staring at people actually engaging in the product rather than just a bunch of tasks. Then when you're done, if you look at that whiteboard, all your tasks are there. And you can either record them later or you might have the Scrum Master act as a scribe, but that way you get out of just being concentrated on a tool or the tasks. Remember, this is about planning and having an understanding of what you're actually going to deliver during that sprint. So once we've exited sprint planning, we're ready to start. But I want to talk about working as a Scrum team. It's a little bit different than traditional teams sometimes. So you're going to have different elements of the team. You'll have UX designers, developers, and testers, and maybe something else, but we'll stick with these roles for now. And you have a UX designer who's creating screen mockups, wireframes, etc. You have the actual code that's being written by the developers, and test cases being authored by the testers. But all too often, even inside the sprint, we still have these boundaries. Still physical sometimes, or again, organizational. The UX guy wants to wait until everything's pixel perfect before he hands it to the developer. The developer wants to make sure everything's perfect before they talk to the QA person. And they sit in their separate areas and don't talk to each other until late in the process. And we don't want to do that. We want to get iterative as much as we can. So let's talk about some of these things we can do. First of all, sit together. I meet so much resistance for this, and I'm not really sure why. A lot of it is just organizational. Sometimes functional managers want all the same people that they are supporting all around them. But you have to remember, they're with their teams more than they are with you. Let them sit with the people they interact with on a day-to-day basis. So get those people co-located, sitting together. Remove all those physical boundaries as much as you can. And inside the sprint, work iteratively. Don't wait until everything's done. UX designers, don't wait until you have everything pixel perfect. Sketches, Sketchflow, or other products like that allow you to get a rough idea of what you want and then evolve it over time. Show them the early sketches. Developers, if you're developing a 3-page wizard, once you get that first page done, show it to somebody. Show it to the tester. Let them know what the details are. And testers can be talking about how they're going to be tested and interacting and coming back and asking questions. What are we going to do if they click on this or they don't fill that out? This should be an ongoing thing so that we're not waiting to the very end of everything being done before we give it to the testers or the developers. Also, limit your work in progress. It's not necessarily a Scrum thing, really comes from Lean and Kanban, but it's definitely something you want to do inside of a sprint. If the developer can run wild and develop 5 things at once, but the tester can only test 2, you're going to create a bottleneck and you're going to really make that person slammed at the end of the sprint. So limit your work in progress. If you're working iteratively and working collaboratively, that won't be as hard as you think. You'll be able to get one thing done and move on to the next thing. If you don't, you'll find out that somebody's always going to be getting the short end of the stick. When you're working as a Scrum team, you also want to have a flow that's going almost every day. The developer is developing the software. He's writing unit tests. We'll talk about unit testing a little bit later. Testing what he's doing as he goes along, though, to a certain degree. Checking that into some kind of source control that you then might have continuous integration hooked up to. So when it sees something checked in, immediately picks it up, builds it with everything else. Especially in a team that's working a lot in the same code base, you want to make sure the second I check something into that source control, I know if it breaks something somebody else already did. And then you can run feature testing. Now this might have to be manual right now, or it can be automated later. And this should be happening every couple of days, if not every day, where we are checking a little bit, making sure it works with everything else, running some feature tests, and repeating the cycle and adjusting as we need to. And that's that whole inspect and adapt at even a micro level inside the sprint. Often when you're working collaboratively, you're going to have some people who really don't get that. And they're going to say, that makes me less efficient. If I have to wait till the tester's done or the UX guy is done, I can move on to something else. That's not efficient for me. And we have to remember, it's less about the efficiency of an individual person and the efficiency of a team. If you, again, can move forward and develop 20 things, but we can only test 5, that means probably at the end of the sprint, we're going to have a lot of untested code. And untested code is not code I can release. We won't be release ready. So you're actually hurting the team. And it's hard to take a passionate developer, let's say, where it happens most often, and take that and move it to something constructive. So you might do things like have something called other interesting work, which is a backlog of things they can work on that will help the team, but not add a downstream effect. So automating something or building a new environment that will help with testing down the road. Those are things they can work on and then come back off and work on the work that we actually need to do during the sprint, but it won't interrupt the flow of everybody else. Limiting your work in progress. If those people really don't get it, a lot of times you'll have to find some constructive ways to keep them from creating those downstream effects. But generally, once everybody sees the flow and they start seeing the quality of work that comes out, you generally won't have a problem. Now I want to talk about holding the daily scrum. This is something you're going to be doing every day, daily stand-ups, these type of things, but there's ways to do them that can be constructive and can be not constructive. So who's going to be in the daily scrum? Well, you're definitely going to have the development team. This is their meeting. And the Scrum Master can be there, but I actually want you to be able to do this without the Scrum Master. You should be able to do this yourself, but the Scrum Master should be there as much as they can to help make sure that it's going well. And then chickens. Sometimes a lot of these external managers and functional managers, they want to come to this meeting. They want to hear what's going on. And that's fine, but this meeting isn't for them. It's not a status report to them. It is something for planning for the development team. So they can come as long as they keep their questions to themselves until the team's actually done. When you're holding the daily scrum, you want to do it in the same time and place. This just cuts down a lot of the overhead. A lot of times we have team rooms that we always know are dedicated, and certain times that the team would always have that available to them, so that we know every time we go in there, we have that meeting, we have that place reserved. You don't have to worry about that. It provides that consistency. You also want to keep it to 15 minutes or less. If you're going over 15 minutes, most likely you're probably getting into too much detail. If we're really adhering to what we're doing for the sprint and talking about our sprint goals and our tasks for that and what we're working on and what we're going to work on next, that shouldn't take that long. It's when you get into the details that it does. Save that for after the meeting. Also remember, it's a planning meeting, not a status meeting. It's not reporting to the Scrum Master. It's not reporting to a functional manager. This is the team talking to each other saying, this is what I'm working on, and this is where I'm held up, and the team deciding how to address that. A planning meeting for the team. And you want to inspect your progress. You don't want to just say, oh, I got this task done, I'm working on that task. How actually did it go? Is there any impediments? Is it going as well as you thought it was? Are there new tasks that are coming up that you didn't expect? Again, part of that inspect and adapt and planning part of this meeting. You often hear the 3 questions that you ask during the daily Scrum. What did you do yesterday? What are you going to do today? And do you have any impediments? And this is a great way of making sure we talk about these things, but unfortunately I'll see people get caught in the mechanics. And I'll see people stand around and they say, what did you do yesterday? And they'll say, I did such and such and such and such. Or even worse, if they're using some kind of planning tool, they might say, I worked on task 573. I'm going to work on task 870 and no impediments. You've answered your 3 questions, but I have no idea what you're working on. That doesn't actually give me any inspection. I need to know a little bit more context. So one of the things I suggest is doing something called walking the board. This is a Scrum task board. And this is just one version of one that I've used. I've seen versions that have more swim lanes or more things on them, but this is a very simplified version for our purposes today. What you have is all your user stories you've committed to in this sprint listed down the side, and they should be in the order of the priority in which you want to do them. Then in these swim lanes, you put all your tasks. Everything starts in a not done state when you first come out of that sprint planning meeting, and then each daily Scrum, you should be updating these. So when you have your daily Scrum, have it around this board, whether it's a physical board on a wall or a digital board, something, because it gives you a visual representation of the work. The person would go up and they're going to answer those 3 questions. They'll move a sticky note. This is what I did yesterday and now it's done. This is what I'm going to work on today and now it's in progress. This one is blocked and I have this impediment on it. So I can still answer the 3 questions, but the great thing is when I'm done, I can now visualize that, and there's something very tactile about actually moving something from one area to another. And even if I don't know that sprint backlog item that you're working on, I can look at it and say, oh, number 3 there, nobody started on that, even if I don't have any information about it. I can see on number 2, there's something blocking in that, even if I'm not working on it personally. So it conveys a lot of information visually and gives you some context that you wouldn't get by just saying this out loud. Another thing I like to do is when something is truly done, all the tasks are moved over, I'll actually move the story over, which makes it even more visual representation of that is done. And this is a great way to make sure that people are talking towards their sprint goals and not bringing things up like, oh, yesterday I had to go do this production issue. That's great, but that's more of an impediment. You don't need to tell me about the details of that task. That's not a task for our sprint goals. It's something outside of this, and that's trying to justify that existence. Keep it to the sprint backlog, and if you have a visual representation of your sprint backlog, such as a task board, that's easy to do. Another thing that happens is when people bring up impediments, nothing happens with them. And the Scrum Master should be there sometimes to make sure that they're picking up on this, because sometimes people will say an actual impediment, but then not do anything about it. Or they may not say this is an impediment, but you can start sensing that from what they're saying. If you see someone reporting on the same task day after day, and if we've kept these tasks very small to 8 hours or less, if I'm reporting on the same task for 3 days, something's wrong. Are there more tasks? Is there an impediment? As a Scrum Master, you need to be sensitive to these things and pick up on these cues, because sometimes the people can't get out of the forest to see the trees. And you'll want to be able to sense these things, ask them about it, pull out these impediments, make sure you put them someplace in a list that's displayable and where people can see how you're working on them and that you're resolving them. Even if it's not you as the Scrum Master who's going to resolve it, the team needs to make these visible to each other as well. So make sure you're getting those impediments and picking up on cues of an impediment that's actually underneath. Another visual representation of the work is something called a sprint burn down chart. And what a burn down chart is, over time, which is the length of the sprint, usually by days, we want to measure how many task hours do we have remaining. So when we make our first sprint backlog, we might say we have 350 hours total of tasks that we actually tasked out in our sprint backlog. At the end of the sprint, we should get down to 0 hours. We should be done. We should be able to deliver everything we promised. And you can make a trend line. So if everybody works like a robot 8 hours a day with no interruptions, that's what it should have looked like. Of course, that rarely happens. Some days we're doing better than others. Some things come up. We find out new stuff and have to add it to the product backlog. But you can get an idea of, are we trending on this line? Are we in trouble? Do we have too much work? Do we have too little work? Are we flatlining? You can pick this up from the burn down chart. It's a great way of conveying this information. You have to be careful though that if you have too much work in progress and a lot of things open, you might be actually doing a lot of work on those but have nothing actually done. Something else you can do with this chart is you can actually put sticky notes to identify problem areas. And you might write down impediments or other just notes, because a lot of times people come by and they see these bumps and they get worried. Why are we so far above the trend line? Put a little sticky note. Oh, we found out some new stuff, or a production issue came on. These type of things help be self-explanatory, and then people can read the chart and get that information rather than coming and having to bother the team to pick up that type of information. Another thing to remember about that type of burn down chart is it only shows hours remaining. It doesn't show work actually completed. So you're in the danger of, if you have too many things open at the same time, you can still be burning things down, but get close to the end of the sprint and have nothing actually done. So another chart is over time, of course the sprint, and each day you want to measure how many open backlog items do I have from the product backlog. So you might start with 6 product backlog items that you committed to during the sprint. And of course we want to try to get down to 0. This will look more like a stair step. There's really not a trend to this, because as you close things out, that's when this goes down. But coupled with the actual hours remaining, you can make sure, yes, hours remaining are burning down, so we're consistently working on things. And with this chart as an overlay, you can say, and we are closing things as we go along. We're not waiting to the end and closing all 6 things at one time, which is usually going to signal that you're going to swamp QA or some other downstream person at the end of the sprint. So use those in conjunction. I want to talk about using these two things as information radiators. And what an information radiator is, something that's prominently displayed that I can glance at and pick up some critical information without knowing much about your project. And the task board and the sprint burn down are great for this. And you'll pick up patterns that you'll see and say, I can understand what's going on just by viewing this backlog or task board or burn down. For instance, if you look at this one, you'll notice we have a lot of things in progress right now. I would probably be worried, do we have too many things in progress? Are we going to get these done? If this is late in the sprint, this could be a problem. We may not get everything done. With this task board, we have a problem with priority. Remember, we want to put the user stories in the order in which we want to work on them, the most valuable ones at the top. And it looks like the team cherry-picked the one at the bottom, maybe because it's really cool and it's working with new technology, or it's an easy one, so they knocked that one out. But if at the end of the sprint, we have to stop early or we don't get everything done, the most valuable thing would not be the one done. And you want to make sure you work in that order as much as possible. With the burn down, you can use that trend line to kind of identify if the team's in trouble. Here, we can see they're above the line. And just being above the line 1 day or 2 days is not a big deal. But we can see that they are trending across multiple days very high. And unless we can look at what's going on and see that there might be a significant drop-off, we might have to talk about if we can get everything done in this sprint. Conversely, you might have too little. You might say, this is great, we're going to get done early. But remember, we're in a time box. We want to try for consistency of doing the same amount each time. So this signals that we should probably have a quick ad hoc sprint planning meeting and bring some more things into the sprint, because obviously we underestimated the work. And finally, this shows that there's some stagnation. We were burning down great, and now we've kind of flattened out. If you're using a tool like TFS or version 1, a lot of times what I have to go back is remind everybody, update your stuff in the tool, because this may not reflect the actual work. They're just forgetting to update it. If it does reflect the actual work and they are updating it, then we have a problem. Either we're stuck, we're impeded, or we're adding things as quickly as we're pulling things off the backlog. And we want to see why that's happening. And you want to make sure that you react appropriately to this information. Sometimes a functional manager comes in, sees something like this, and immediately starts yelling at everybody. What's going on? Why is this happening? And if you act that way, then people will stop updating it because they don't want you to come and yell at them. And then you won't know until too late. So be open and responsive. When you see something like this, ask, what's going on? Can I help? Is there any way I can help you get over this hump and get this back on a good trend? So consuming this information is just as important as how you actually display this information. Now I'd like to talk about Agile engineering practices. I want to bring up our asterisk here because Scrum by itself does not prescribe any engineering practices. It's very agnostic to the actual technologies or engineering activities that are going on. But I often see Scrum fail when places adopt it, and even if they adopt the Scrum process very well, but they don't adopt good engineering practices, they'll just put out poor quality products. So I want to make sure you think about some of these engineering practices. Even if you're the Scrum Master or the product owner, it's good to be aware of them because you want to be able to respond to the team when they start talking to you about these type of practices and support them. I used to be a developer, and I know how hard it is to not want to do more. I used to think there was no problem I couldn't cure with more code. The problem with that is we tend to want to build these huge frameworks and sacrifice features. So if you think about a common layered architecture to an application where you have the presentation layer, which is the UI, services that are exposing all of this to multiple UIs, some business logic layer with all the actual calculations and those type of things, and then the data layer where all the data is stored. And what will happen is a lot of developers want to build these great platforms that will solve all our problems. So when we start a sprint, they might want to build a WCF service bus that will be able to handle any call we have coming in from an outside client. And then somebody wants to build this great entity framework for the business logic to represent all the business entities and all the logic in them. And they're building this great framework that will encapsulate all the logic we ever will have. And then the UI guys want to build this beautiful Windows presentation foundation app that has the ability to plug in anything we'll ever have and solve all our problems. The database guy wants to create this great SQL database that will have everything we'll ever need and hold all our data from now until the future. The problem with this is that if this is where we ended our sprint, I don't have anything I can actually show a user. I have a bunch of frameworks, but unless that's actually your business, that doesn't help the end customer. And you'll spend a lot of time building stuff for the future that may never happen. Because you have to remember, the future is made up by salespeople and guidance counselors. It doesn't exist. Do the simplest thing that'll work for right now. So back to this layered architecture, you want to build a feature, register a new user, and you build just enough presentation to get that done, just enough service layer to service that, just enough business logic you need to create that new user, and just enough data to store the minimum data you need for that. You still want to build it in a way that's extensible, and that's something called emergent design that you can check out on your own, which is worth its own presentation in entirety. But you want to make sure you build just enough to get the job done. Then we build our next feature, login. Then we start building search catalog and we don't get all the way through. But at the end of the sprint, I have 2 fully functional features that we can show to our users, can even deliver to our users. It's just search catalog that get done. So working in this way where you're actually building through all the layers, the simplest thing that can be done, making it extensible in case we do have to build more, because you will. And you should make sure that the design and the architecture is just as extensible as the change we're going to have in the requirements. Since Agile is all about embracing change, you have to understand that your architecture and design may change as well, and you might have to go refactor things and extend them. If you adhere to emergent design and all the practices and principles of good engineering in software, that should be easy to do. I also want to talk about the YAGNI principle. YAGNI stands for you aren't going to need it, or I'm from the South, you ain't going to need it. And what that is when a developer is developing something and you say, I need a simple screen to capture contact information. And the developer starts developing this and he starts thinking, you know what would be great? I could write some service that it would expose this to other places that need to handle contacts. And I can also make a great import feature that could export from Outlook or whatever, and I can import those, and you wouldn't even have to use this screen. Then we can put on a mobile app. That'd be even better. And then we'll add geolocation so you can see on a map where all your friends are. These are great, but what we are asked to do is make a simple screen to capture contact information. The product owner needs to make decisions on all these other things, on where they are and how important they are. Don't put in more stuff than you're going to need. This is at the feature level. This is also at the technical level. You might say, oh, I want to build this really great generic engine that will be able to handle anything. And a lot of times when you build something like that, all you're building is more moving parts that can break. We want to make sure things are loosely coupled so I can put in something simple, replace it later with extended, whatever I need to do in the future of that functionality. But concentrate on meeting the need now and not gold plating something. Another practice you want to make sure you're adhering to is code reviews. Especially when you have multiple Scrum teams that are working on the same code base, it's easy for them to get lost in their own little world and start building things to their own preference rather than what needs to be consistent for the entire enterprise. So these can work out many different ways. It's where somebody's written some code and they need to go in and check that code against all the functionality that we've done before and that it follows these consistent practices. So you want to make sure that you do have some well-published and well-known coding standards. And coding standards can be things like where you put your curly braces and things like that. That should be pretty rudimentary. But you also want to talk about what patterns do you support? What anti-patterns do you not want to do? How do we handle these type of errors versus these type of exceptions? These are things your team should know and agree upon. And then when you do a code review, you really want to look at how the code actually performs. Don't worry about whether you're using underscores or how they're doing their names. You can use software packages that will determine that for you. Look at something and say, you know, this is going to hit the database 50 times in one call. That probably can be tuned to make one call or two calls and be more performant. That's something that should be brought up in a code review. Or the way you've coupled this item to another item is very tightly coupled, and we ever have to remove this and refactor it, it would be really hard to do and we'd have to change a lot of code. If you just use this pattern, like a abstract factory pattern or something like that, it would be easier to do. That is the point of a code review. I like to make them as informal as possible. So you might say, hey, I'm ready to check this code in. Raise your hand to your team and say, I'm ready to check the code in. Can you come and help me out and take a look at it? It may be as informal as that. You may also be doing pair programming where you actually have an implicit code review right there because somebody's helping you write this code. Sometimes you may need something a little bit more formal for many reasons. Sometimes teams are too big, or you have very junior members on your team that really would not know what to look for in some of these code reviews, so you have to have a select number of people that actually do them. And there are tools that will allow you to do code reviews and trigger it after a check-in and things like that. Try to keep it as informal as you can. If it has to be formal, that's okay. Sometimes you need that. But also try to make it a learning experience, not a I gotcha. Don't come in and say, hey, you didn't do this right, or you didn't do that right, or this is wrong, and what were you thinking? It needs to be, can you explain why you did that? And can I maybe tell you a better way? You want to have a good attitude about it. I worked with a gentleman who, when he did a code review, would walk by my office and say, hey, you want to go make the junior developers cry? That's not necessarily a good attitude. The code review is a learning experience to help us make the code consistent and of good quality. Now I'd like to talk about technical debt. This term comes from when you have to make shortcuts in technology to meet a business need, and you want to mark down that this is something we did that might hurt us down the road. This is a great thing for both sides of the fence, the business and the engineering people. So business comes and says, we need XYZ in a month. And the developers come back and say, there's no way we can do that. If we build everything the right way, it would take too long to do that. And there might be a critical business need. There might be a conference coming up that if you can't demo this to your customers, you're going to be leapfrogged by everybody else. There are real business needs, and there can be a negotiation. And what you can do is slim it down to what will get in that time frame, and all the things you wish you could have done, note them. Put them on a backlog. Put them either on your product backlog or have a separate technical debt backlog where you say, I normally would have liked to have a really good administrative backend for this where you could add these things in and out through an interface, but now we made it through a script. And you've noted it, we've moved on, and we can always revisit that if we need to. And when you mark down technical debt, you want to say things like, this is what I would have done, this is the benefit it would have given me, here's things that it would cost, because there's always a cost to it, and here's smells. Smells are things you're going to see in the code or experience that might show you an underlying issue. Smells that might tell you, hey, we need to do this now, so that when they arise, we can look at the technical debt backlog and find out, hey, we need to do this more. That might be something like if we don't make those administrative screens and we put this out in the field, and then we find out they are changing these items in the database often, and without administrative screens, they have to call into support, and so we waste support time doing that. After we do that, we can validate how much that costs us. Each one of these calls is about an hour. We have a $100 rate for support. We get about 50 of these a month. We can then calculate how much money that costs us. So if it is only going to take $2,000 to implement the admin screens, that's worth it because it will save us so much more money in the support costs. That's when a technical debt item comes to fruition and you can actually implement it on your backlog. Sometimes it'll never come to fruition, and then you'll know, well, that was something we thought we might have needed and we didn't do it. And that way we didn't introduce complexity that we didn't need. But you want to make sure you do address it, that it's not just something that gets swept under the rug because a mountain of technical debt will make a very poor quality product, and that will cause much more headaches down the road. So in Agile concepts, we talked about something called continuous deployment. A key factor in that is continuous integration. The idea that the second I build something, I'm integrating with everything else I'm already doing. This is usually an engineering environment we set up. And what that means is, as a developer, I write a piece of code, I check it into source control, a server picks that up and builds it with everything else that's been checked in by all the other teams and all the other team members, and can immediately tell me if I broke something. That way, if the build breaks, we can get an email, there can be some notification through our icon tray or something like that, some way we tell the team the build is broken. And then we stop and we fix that build. We want to make sure that we don't leave that build broken for a long time because then there might be even more effort downstream to get everybody's code working together. Second the build breaks, we go and fix it. I've often been in places where if you break the build, you have to wear the hat of shame or the cape of shame, something that makes sure you're never going to do that again. Now it's going to happen, and understand that it will happen, but make sure you resolve it as fast as possible. Continuous integration can go beyond that though. As soon as it's actually built, you can actually run unit tests against it. And that way you know not only does it not break any of the actual code and the build, we know it doesn't break any of the existing functionality we have under tests. Not only unit tests, but you might be able to set up automated regression tests for the feature test or user end testing. Not only do I want to have automated builds, but I may want to have also automated deployments, scripts that are going to move this build and this application into one environment or another. That can be just scripts, it can be a setup application, anything like that. And the more we can automate that, the better, because if you have different environments and different ways of deploying to those environments, then when you have an error that's on one environment and not another, it's hard to say, is that a configuration error? Is it an environment error? Is it an actual error in the code or not? Tracing those down takes a lot of time. We want to get rid of that. Make sure your environments are as close to each other as possible, and that the way you deploy to those environments is as close to each other as possible, so then you rule those out and you'll save yourself a lot of time. Another very popular engineering practice in Agile is test-driven development. You can do this outside of Agile, but Agile communities have really picked it up. And what this is about is writing your code through tests first, and then making that test pass, and then refactoring it a bit. So you'll often hear this called red-green refactor, where the red is write a failing test. Write the code that you want to actually consume, but it won't be there yet, so it'll fail. Then write just enough code to make it pass. This is usually called red and green because most of the tools you do this will have a red for a failing test, green for a passing test. And then once you get that test passing, then you can go back and refactor and tweak that code and make sure that it adheres to all your coding standards and you aren't repeating yourself any place and you're doing good reusability, all these types of things. And you're confident in doing that because the second you make those changes, you can just go run your test again and it will tell you if you broke any of the existing functionality. And this not only is great for testing, but it also changed the way that I actually started writing code. I used to be a very database-centric person, and I'd write all my database first, and then all my data access, and then my business logic, and then my UI, kind of built from the back up. And test-driven development actually makes you think of the consumer first and work backwards. That way, I was always writing just what I needed to get something done, and not adding a lot of extra to it. It helped me think about my APIs and how I made calls in and out of this software,
And I was a much better developer for writing that way. And as a benefit, I now had tests that at any second time I wanted to run these tests, I could make sure that the entire application was still operating the same way I thought. This has become invaluable. I've been at places where I worked on one team and an offshore team was working on the same code base on another project though, and I wasn't even aware of them. Wrote all my code using tests, and then I came in the morning and my tests were failing. I knew I hadn't changed anything, and I didn't know that anybody else was. After I investigated, I find out what code was broken, could look in source control, and I found out there's a whole other team working on this. I engaged that team, made sure we started having some collaboration between us, and then that cut down on those type of breaks. But I never would have known that until much later if I had not been using test-driven development. Test-driven development and unit testing are not the only types of tests out there. Unit tests are about testing small, succinct modules of code, and you usually do what's called mocking around it, making sure that you set up the context around it to where I can know what goes into that module and what I expect to come out of it. But then you need to make sure all those modules work together. That's usually called integration testing. That's usually a little bit harder to set up because you need sometimes test databases that need to be populated with correct data. You might be interfacing with external services and you either need to mock those up or have test services. But these are well worth it because even though all the modules can be doing exactly what they need to be doing individually, sometimes quirks come in when you actually connect them together. So integration tests are a good way of doing automated tests as well. You may also want to do automated feature tests. These are from the user perspective, consuming a UI. There's a lot of frameworks out there that will help you do this, that will allow you to automate and instrument these tests. So manual testers will go through these tests and record them, and then they can play them back. Through these different levels of test, you should get a good amount of coverage of your code, and you can usually use tools to show you what code's not covered and make a decision of, do we really need to make sure there's a test for that? And sometimes you want to have 100% code coverage, and sometimes you want to get a good, decent amount and make sure the code that's not covered is not critically important. But you want to make sure you do have certain levels of all three of these tests. That way, when you need to retest things, it can be as automated as possible. Almost always there's going to be some use of manual testing, and in some cases you need more than others. If you have hardware or anything like that, you really can't simulate that. But if you automate as much as you can, you're going to be able to move much faster because as soon as I make a change, I can tell if I broke anything else. And it does all your regression testing for you as much as possible. Another concept is the definition of done. And this is something that needs to be agreed upon by the whole team. I've been on teams where we started working on something. Somebody says, hey, I'm done. And we said, well, did you do this, this, or this? And they say, no, I didn't do that. And we said, well, then it's not done. So then they come back and say, now I'm done. Well, did you do this or this? No, I didn't do it. So now we have done. We need a succinct definition of what it means to be done so that when somebody comes to you and says it's done, you're sure all these things have been done. This could be different per team, per project, per technology, but generally you might have something like, I need to make sure that there's some artifact with some design elements in it. And whether that's a napkin, a Visio diagram, doesn't matter. You need to make sure that it builds on a server and not just on the developer's box. You need to make sure that all the tests are passing, whether they're automated or manual tests. Any documentation that is required of you for the end of the sprint, whatever needs to be done. Document that, print it out, put it on the wall, so when somebody says it's done, everybody has agreement of what that is. That will help make sure that you're not running into any surprises at the end of the sprint, and everything is done according to what you've set in place. I was once asked to be an interim QA manager for a team that was struggling to get into Scrum and Agile. I came in and the first thing my new boss said he wanted me to do was automate everything. Automated testing is going to cure all our problems. When I went and actually started working with the team and we had retrospectives and they told me what was working well and wasn't working too well, we found out that wasn't our problem at all. We didn't have good test case authoring. We did not have good scripts for deploying to environments. We were always behind development. Development was changing things on the fly and not letting us know. There was a lot of underlying problems. So I had to go back to my boss and say, that's not our problem. I want to fix these other things because if we just automate what we're doing now, we're going to be automating a lot of junk and that won't help anyone. So this next content is about my experience and some suggestions of things to try. The first thing I want to talk about is the flow of the sprint in Scrum and how does QA fit into that. So I'm going to show you an instance of what happened to us. One thing we had to do, as you see in this timeline, at the sprint start and the sprint end, we had to implement close to the sprint end a code freeze. This was because we had no automated testing. It was very manual. We also had a large code base that had not been built using Agile methods, did not have good testability, and was a very intensive thing to test. So to be able to make sure things were deliverable at the end of a sprint, we had to have at least 2 days of all hands-on testing. And that was helping us get up to speed as fast as possible. Again, this might be an anti-pattern, but we had to do this because of the context we're in. But even when we implemented this, we were still having problems. So take our developers and our QA. As developers come in the sprint, they just immediately started coding on the first product backlog item A. But the testers were still working on stuff from the previous sprint because we kept folding over into the next sprint. So they weren't involved in any of the discussions. They didn't have a lot of insight into A because they're still working on catching up. So once the developer is done with A, he starts working on B. Then the tester can start writing test cases for A, but you see it's a very shortened cycle because he's already behind. When he starts actually testing A and finds a bug and has to go to the developer, that developer now has to context switch. He has to unload anything he was doing for B, get back into the mindset of A, and fix A. Meanwhile, I'm stuck while this bug is being worked on. So then we pick it up and start testing it again. The developer goes back to working on B, which is now going to take longer because he has to get back set up into that and context switch. And then we start writing our test cases for B, but of course the developer's moved on to C, always a little bit ahead of us because he's just simply writing his code and throwing it over the wall. Then when we start testing B and we find a problem, the developer has to context switch and come back and help us fix B. We continue testing B, he picks up on C, again we find a bug. It becomes apparent he's probably not going to get C done, so he has to work on B. Notice now he's actually had to work on B into the code freeze. So that point in time we were supposed to actually freeze the code can't happen because we're not done. This happened often. Then when we actually got into this code freeze date and we tested B, we're supposed to be regression testing B at this time, but now we're just simply still testing the actual functionality that was there. Then we would have to regression test A to make sure anything in B didn't break it. But that's all we got to test. We didn't get to test any upstream or downstream things that might have been affected by this code we did. Plus, what happened a couple of times is the developer got in there and went and finished C anyway, and we didn't even know it. So untested code would get released at the end of the sprint. And what happened is we were always behind. QA was always struggling. The quality of the QA we were able to do in the sprint suffered. So we started to implement things like absolute code freeze date. And the code freeze, even though it's called a code freeze, mean you need to be completely done to your definition of done. You can't be doing any extra coding or catch-up testing after that date. So code freeze was a term we used, but that's not actually what it meant. You need to be complete with the items to your definition of done. We also started limiting our work in progress. Don't move on to the next thing until the entire team or segment of the team is done with a complete product backlog item. And this is what it started looking like. So at the beginning, we still had our developer and our tester, but the first thing we did is actually start talking about how we're going to test it before we wrote a lick of code, so that the tester and the developer both understood what the outcome was going to be. They actually helped us write these tests. Soon after, they would start actually coding it, and we tested as we went along. Remember, we talked about working iteratively. So if we had a contact screen we had to do, we might get first name and last name into validation working and saving in the database and give that to the QA person to start testing. And then we'd start working on address, working in little thin slices so that we could find things early. That way, if I found something as a tester and brought it back to you, you're still working on A. We don't have to context switch. We're right there. And that's what would happen. Then we would test together. So everybody tested in the lab because this was a hardware company as well. And then once we were done, we moved on to B. And of course, we started by writing the test cases for B. Then, once we knew what we were going to test, the coder started actually writing B and we tested it together. That way, if we again found a problem, we were right there and could fix it without having to do any context switching. We also didn't have to have a large formal process for bug tracking because they would be there testing it with us and they would know the steps that we got to actually get to that point. And they could easily go back
and fix that bug. Then when we got to our code freeze date, we would regression test A and B, but that was a very small effort. We had already done a very thorough amount of testing. It was just to make sure nothing had been broken with anything else we had done. Then we had more time, so then we could start identifying things that were upstream and downstream of these changes we made that are more likely to change, whether functionality-wise or technology-wise. So if I made a change to a calendar control, the tech leads would then tell us, this is in this component, and this component, and this component. We need to test those to make sure changes are not going to affect all these other things. So then we would test all these different elements. And at the end of the sprint, we've tested everything we did in the sprint thoroughly and done at least some targeted regression testing in front and behind those actual functionalities. And at the end of those sprints, everybody felt a lot more confident about pushing quality code into production or into beta or having it release ready. Some things we also implemented is when we did start doing automated testing, those 2 days actually cut down to 1 day. And it was, again, just because we were hardware and we had a degree of manual testing had to be in there. I can see if you were web-based and you didn't have that need for as much hardware testing, you could even cut that out entirely if you got into a pattern. The thing was, we tested together, we reviewed the test together, we started with the tests, so it was almost like acceptance test-driven design. And we have implemented this at multiple clients, and every time we've met resistance, but eventually everybody comes on board and says, this is helping us make a much better quality product than we ever have had before. And even though we might only be getting a smaller amount in the actual sprints done, it's fully tested, and we don't have to support that as much outside the sprints with production support because it's better quality. I now want to bring up some best practices we implemented in QA in a list that you can kind of follow along. These worked for us, they may not work for you, but they're pretty high level, and you may follow them and implement something different in the spirit of these in your own environment. One of the first things we did was target hiring quality engineers, people who actually had some engineering background and a quality assurance capabilities. That way, when we started doing automated tests, whether they were integration tests or automated feature tests, they understood those technologies. The ones who didn't, we sent to training to learn C# or whatever tools they needed to be able to help with automation. That way the developers and the QA could help out with our automation suites together. That helped us create much wider tests and code coverage. And there was also a better understanding between our engineering people and developers and our QA people. We also did what we talked about before. QA and dev sat together. This was hard at first. We had a QA manager who really wanted all her QA people sitting in front of her so she could see them. But again, we had to talk about they interact with their developers on a day-to-day basis. Every now and then you have some meetings where you get some status updates or talk about best practices. They need to be with the people they work with day to day. So we put QA together, and on my team, I started actually alternating. I put QA people in one cube and developers in another cube. That way, if I had to go talk to another developer, I had to pass by all the QA people to get there. And if we started discussing something that had impact on them, they were there to hear it and join in the conversation if we forgot to invite them. We also made sure that QA was involved in analysis and design. A lot of times these meetings were done in absentia of QA representation. So we'd go and talk about design without them. And sometimes we decided to split screens up or do something a different way that had effect on their test, but they weren't alerted until late in the cycle. Bring them into this meeting so they hear it right then and there and can work on their tests with that knowledge. When we started doing grooming and things like that with product backlogs, QA always had to be represented there as well, so they understand the functionality as well as anybody else on the team. It was critical that we all had the same level of domain knowledge. We also tested as we went. This is that iterative thing we were just talking about. Don't wait until the last second. That will always create a burden on QA to try to get this done in the wee hours of the morning before the sprint end. And that's never going to result in good quality. We also made testing as part of our definition of done. You couldn't say you were done and move on to the next thing until testing had been actually completed on a production-like environment and all our tests were passing or with an acceptable bug that the product owner had approved. These things made it where we limited our work in progress. Developers couldn't go pick up the next thing until the team had progressed forward to their definition of done. So I brought this up before. Limit your work in progress.
don't tackle too many things at once. Doesn't mean you have to be single-threaded and only work on one thing, but don't have too many things open, because all that will do is mean that you have too many things at the end of the sprint that don't get all the way done. Your team will figure out what the best work in progress limit is for them and then stick to it. If there is an actual time when you need to break it, that's okay. This is a soft threshold. Just have a discussion as a team, and if you decide it won't create any downstream effect for somebody else that's negative, go ahead and do it. Everyone can help test. This was very important. There was a lot of resistance on both sides. A lot of developers would say, I don't want to go and test. I don't know how to test. Like, that's okay. QA helped them learn how to test, educated them on the tools. They were running the test cases that QA had approved. And sometimes I would meet resistance from QA themselves. They didn't want testers coming in and testing their own code. That's fine, switch them on other code. Even if they do have to test their own code, they're running QA's test cases, not test cases they came up with themselves. So they can't do any kind of assumptions or inference that they know because they wrote it. If they follow the test cases that you've laid out for them, then it's an acceptable path. Often I would get pushback from developers who would say, well, do you want to waste somebody of my caliber and my rate, my high influential rate, to work on this? I'd often respond, how are you sure I'm not paying QA the same as you? I find that QA is just as valuable as any developer I have. Frequent and incremental releases for feedback. So making sure at the end of each sprint we actually delivered this was great, because we would be able to go to beta programs, put this at a client, and get feedback of things we never even thought of in our testing. And the customer was finding new and creative ways to break stuff. And although that might be seen in some places as a bad thing, we saw it as a great thing, because we got it to them soon enough that when they found these breaks, we could address them and fix them before an actual release. And we were very responsive, very active, and our clients actually loved it, where before there was a lot of trepidation about putting code that might not be what they see as fully developed. But we made sure they had open lines of communication and communicate with us directly when there's any problem. We were very responsive, and we actually got clients who preferred that way over the old way of waiting 6 months before they got a release. We also set bug queue limits, an acceptable amount of bugs that once we reached it, we stopped everything and fixed those bugs. Now, some will say this is an standard pattern, you want to fix every bug you get, but there are going to be bugs that escape. And if a bug escapes, sometimes there is a legitimate reason to say, I don't want to fix that. This is such a low priority bug, or it's a very edge case, or it only happened with this one client, we have a very known workaround. There's sometimes when it's acceptable to let that go out. But we set these limits because sometimes you may have tons of little things that individually are acceptable, but you put them all together and you have a poor quality product. By setting these bug limits and constantly monitoring, and know that once we reach that threshold, we stopped everything, fixed all those bugs, got it back down to zero, and then started working on features again. Forced us to make sure we baked quality in from day one. Let's talk about dealing with bugs. Bugs are going to happen. When people talk about we want to have zero defect, that's great, really hard to achieve. But we want to talk about how we deal with bugs inside the sprint and bugs outside the sprint, because it's a little bit different. So when you have a developer and a tester working inside the sprint, hopefully that developer is working on individual pieces. So let's say he's working on a wizard and he's written one of the screens of these 3 screens. Go ahead, and when you get that screen done, give it to your QA person and they can start working on it. So that QA person finds a bug in it. Now, if they're operating in the old school way, they might write up a bug report or a defect report and send that to the developer. And then they might start putting in all sorts of bugs and flooding the developer with all these bug reports. That way, you're guaranteeing that developer's not going to send you little pieces anymore. He's going to wait till everything's perfect, especially in the attitude and how this is done. If it's an us versus them, hey, there's a bug in your code, you're writing crappy code, then there's going to be this negative effect and people aren't going to want to work collaboratively. I was once working with a QA person in a Scrum environment, but he had never worked in a Scrum environment before. And he had the idea that he got paid by the bug. So we were working on something, and it was a menu. And it was a repeated piece of code. So the menu repeated itself several times, exact same piece of code. There was a bug in it. He logged the bug, I saw it come in, and I sent him a note saying, hey, this isn't a repeated piece of code. You're going to see an error multiple times, but we'll fix it once and it should fix everything. I started working on it, and suddenly I got 9 more bug reports of each menu failing. I once again told him, this is the same bug. You don't have to report it multiple times. Then I started working on it. I get a couple of more bug reports, and I finally had to go in and say, are you having a quota that you have to meet? Are you getting paid by the bug? And that's just how sometimes they feel, that that's my value, is I find bugs in your code. But that's more quality control. Quality assurance is making sure they don't happen at all. So coming and talking to me and dealing directly with me and having an individual interaction with me and not just throwing things over the wall, and also the attitude in which you do it. And understanding that once I told you we have identified this bug, you don't have to keep logging it. That was just creating an us versus them attitude, and it became very hard to deal with them. So you want to make sure that both QA and dev work together and understanding that you both have quality as your number one goal. It's just in your title, but everybody's working towards it. So let's take what I just talked about and put it in the same scenario we were just going through. I have a developer. He's working on a 4-page wizard. He's going to give me, as a tester, the first page. I find a bug. I go and actually talk to him, and I say, I found this. What do you think it is? Because it might be that he hasn't written that code yet. It may not even be a bug. But let's say we do find it is a bug. But instead of logging a bug, I'm actually going to create a task and put it on my sprint backlog item. That way, I've identified that it needs to be fixed, and I'm going to give that to the developer, and then I'm going to make sure that in my test, I write something to make sure that bug doesn't escape. That's enough coverage. The developer knows what he needs to do to fix the bug. I have something that's going to make sure that bug doesn't escape. We don't really need to log something at that time. That helps us because if we log that as a bug and then fix it inside the sprint, it's still in the defect system. And sometimes what will happen is people will look at the defect count and say, why, you have a really big defect count. But a lot of those things are things we're addressing and fixing inside the sprint. And that's just the sausage being made. That's a different metric. So if you are going to log those in some type of system, have some flag to say, this is something I resolved inside the sprint, and this is something that actually escaped, because it's different. And if we deal with this in a more informal way, but still tracking it, it creates less of a us versus them between QA and development. And you're going to see them work better towards a quality product as a team. But we do know that in our final product, there are probably going to be some bugs that escape. And how are we going to treat those? First of all, if it's a critical bug, we find something that is a total outage or is charging the customer incorrectly, this is something we have to fix immediately. Well, then we have to fix that immediately. You can't not fix it. So what you want to do is make an intelligent decision. Get the team, get some kind of basic estimate around it, some investigation, and then decide how big it is so that you can decide what you're going to move off the sprint. You want to make sure you don't just cram all the bugs in there and still expect everybody to work on everything else they committed to. We're trying to keep up a sustainable pace, and if we are not tracking these bugs and adequately removing the same amount of effort, we're trying to do something more than we've ever proven we can do. And that's okay that you bring critical bugs in, but make sure you understand something has to move out when that happens. If it's not a critical bug and it can wait until a later sprint to be fixed, then just simply put it on the backlog and prioritize with everything else. Whether it'll be in the next sprint we do it or in 3 sprints from now, who knows? But just simply treat it as another product backlog item. Another thing that will happen is enhancements will come in disguised as bugs. We'll put something out there and we did it exactly the way we thought, but then when the customer uses it, they don't like it that way and they say, I don't usually do it in this way. I do A, B, C, and you've written D, E, F. And I've seen sometimes that comes back from the field as a bug. And it's not a bug, it's just a new product backlog item that we need to put in there for this enhancement or this change. But if you put it in there as a bug, again, it's going to show up on bug counts and charts and all these reports, and we're going to get beat up about it. And that's not really fair to the development team or the QA team, because we did exactly what we thought. We have to understand that enhancements are part of embracing change, and they're not bugs. Then if you start classifying everything in these ways, it's very easy to determine how you're going to deal with them. Critical bug, deal with it in the sprint, move out the same equal size of effort. Non-critical bug, just treat it like a product backlog item, groom it and prioritize it on your product backlog. Enhancements, make sure they're identified as new user stories, put them on the backlog, just like everything else. Let's touch again on grooming your product backlog. We talked before about this process, but now we're in the sprint and we need to actually be executing it. So your product owner should meet regularly with your development team, and you want to have the Scrum Master in there to kind of facilitate and make sure things are going well. And you want to do this periodically through the sprint. How often is going to be up to you. Some good practices for this, though, is to make sure we're getting more detail at the top. As we're working through the sprint, we need to make sure that we're spending 10% of our time doing this, on average. You need to remember that that could be 8 hours or more. So having a simple 2-hour meeting just to get some high-level detail, but not getting more detail about the more priority things, would not be acceptable. Because then what you'll find is when they come into sprint planning, you spend actual time grooming them in planning. And we should really understand it fairly well when it comes into planning. You will have to estimate news stories. And you do want to be careful with news stories that you don't spend too much time on them. We'll talk about that more in just a second. But you do have to take in news stories, get some level of estimation on it, and then that helps the product owner determine where he wants to put it on the product backlog. And then you want to review higher priority stories. Looking at what's coming up in the next couple of sprints, seeing if you need to talk about them again, get more clarifying questions. This is where you could get use cases and mock-ups and things like that. These are not sprint activities, it's part of the grooming activities. And it's okay to get that information because we now are just in time, where we're getting it right before we're going to do it in a couple of sprints. I wanted to talk about the grooming process a little bit more and tell you an anecdote that happened to us. We often found that when we were reviewing news stories, that we spent way too much time talking about the details. And this is before we even know when we're going to do it. So we try to keep that first initial estimation time box. So we would choose times. Sometimes it's 2 minutes, 5 minutes, kind of depending on the team. But I time box it and say, here's your product backlog item, 5 minutes, discuss. The team would discuss, and at the end of that 5 minutes, I stopped them. Mid-sentence, let's vote. So we'd use planning poker cards, everybody would vote. And then if there was a big difference in the vote, we'd keep on talking for another 5 minutes. If there wasn't, we could move on because we got what we needed. When you're estimating a news story, I just simply need that estimate with some level of high degree of accuracy. Doesn't have to be very specific, just enough to where we know this is generally this size, and that helps a product owner see where he's going to put on the product backlog. But if you keep discussing the details, then this is too early in the game. We don't know when we're going to do it. If we decide to do that 6 months from now, the details we get now may be stale by the time we get to that point. So if we decide that this is an 8 and it gets prioritized low, we're done. If you feel like you want to keep talking, I always tell people, speak with your vote. If you think we haven't talked about it enough and you say it's a 13 and everybody else thinks it's a 5, obviously we need to have more discussion. But if you still think it's an 8 and everybody else thinks it's an 8, we don't need to discuss it anymore. We've all agreed that it's an 8 and we can move on. Once it rises on the backlog, you'll have those more in-depth discussions about it. Also, when we have those time boxes, I usually kept them to about 3. Talk about it for 5 minutes, vote. Not a consensus, talk about it for 5 minutes, vote. If we have to go to a third one and we still can't get consensus, there's a larger issue. Is this too big? Does it need to be split up? Are there a lot of unknowns technology-wise or feature-wise? Document those, have the product owner or whoever needs to follow up on those questions, bring it back to another grooming session later. That's why I say you need to have multiple grooming sessions. Maybe some planned out and some are more ad hoc as you get these clarifying questions answered. But make sure to get details at the appropriate time. Initial estimate is not always the time to do that. All good things must come to an end, and so it is here in Lesson 6, Ending the Sprint. We cover holding the sprint review and demoing your finished product increment to your stakeholders. Next, I talk about delivering the product increment to your users and how we can aim to do this as often as possible. And finally, we talk about holding the sprint retrospective, where we can reflect as a team on how we can strive to continuously improve ourselves. Now that we're at the end of the sprint, we're ready to hold the sprint review. The sprint review is where we get the product owner, all the development team, the Scrum Master there to facilitate, but we're also going to get all our users and any other chickens, stakeholders, functional managers, anybody else involved. This is the meeting for everybody to be there. When we're holding the sprint review, we want to demo what's done, not what's partially done, what is done to our definition of done. If you have something that's partially completed, it's okay to mention what wasn't done, but don't demo it. Just mention it just so you can move on. You don't want to get in the habit of demoing things that are partially done because that gives the users an improper perspective of how you proceeded during the sprint. You also want to review your progress. So you might want to bring up the product backlog or an updated release plan to give an idea of what are we going to work on next. And you may actually have some changes to that. So you may discuss those next steps. The stakeholders and users may have some new ideas based on what they've seen or some tweaks that they want to put in there. And they may want to have an idea of where are we? Are we behind? Are we forward? Are we meeting the velocity we were planning on? And this gives everybody a good view into what was done during the sprint, what we're planning on the next sprint, and how we plan to get there. I want to caution you on making the sprint review too formal. This is an informal event. It should be less than 2 hours prep time. That includes getting your scripts together, populating the database, promoting this to a production environment where you can demo it. If you're doing continuous integration, a lot of that should be done during the sprint, and this should be a non-event to get it ready. Then when you actually present it, make sure that you're not trying to make too much fanfare. Doing a lot of reporting and showing customized PowerPoint presentations, show what's done, demo that, talk about what you're going to do next, and move on. Please don't combine it with your retro either. I've seen this done where everybody in the same meeting does the retro, and it's not the same audience. It also sometimes is led by a VP or a director. Them being present in a retro is definitely going to be hard for people to feel like they can say what they want to say. So 2 separate meetings, informal as possible. Hopefully at the end of a sprint review, you have a potentially shippable product increment. And so you may actually ship that product. You might deliver it to your actual end users, whether that's in an alpha, a beta, or actually going live. And there are some activities we need to discuss around that. One is make sure that you are finishing with a potentially shippable product. If things aren't done, make sure you're controlling your source code in a way that you can roll those features out so you don't release untested code. Make sure it is completely to your definition of done as much as possible. You also want to make sure that delivery is a non-event. If you remember us talking about a continuous integration environment, so we make it as easy as possible to deliver this from one environment to the next. If you make that easy as possible, then if somebody says, I'd like to make this go to production, that should be easy to do. No one should have to do any extra work or anything else in the sprint. That's hard to achieve, but it's well worth the investment. I once worked at a company where for 2 years we had been struggling with delivery. Once we revitalized Scrum and adhered to all the values and principles, the 6 months leading up to our actual release, 5 of those we were able to go directly to the product's beta program immediately after the sprint review. So a product owner would say, I like it, can we ship it? And we say, done. And by that afternoon, it was actually at the clients. And we couldn't have done that if we had not been actually creating potentially shippable products the entire time. And the last thing I want to mention is a hardening sprint. I'm going to put that asterisk up there because this is a fairly controversial thing in the Scrum community. But I do think there are cases where it makes sense. The hardening sprint is an anti-pattern. It does mean that we're not getting everything completely to our definition of done inside the sprint. But there are ways to elegantly handle this. You may have large teams with a significant code base that you weren't building with Scrum. It's legacy code base. It's not as easily testable. There's a lot of things that go into deploying it because you don't have that automation in place. And while you need to invest to overcome those impediments, in the meantime, you may have to have something in place. So what you can do is make this hardening sprint only needed as long as you have those things in place. You want to get rid of it as soon as you can. But in the meantime, a hardening sprint is not where you get to come and fix all these bugs you've been shuffling out of one sprint to the next. You still want to be disciplined and make sure you fix all the bugs in a sprint you can. And it's not a list of these critical bugs that escaped. A hardening sprint is more about testing. When you have large legacy code bases that you can't automate the testing, or you have integrations with a lot of other facilities that you can't do in other environments, this is a place to do that. Hopefully there's no new development that goes on in there, only if we discover a critical bug. During a hardening sprint, everybody's hands-on, everybody's testing. When you find that bug, you take it to the product owner. We talk about, is this something critical we can't let go? If it is, we open up that code base, we plan it out, fix it, and then resume with our testing, possibly having to regression test a little bit. In this way, we make sure that we're not actually trying to tidy up, we're just confirming, and that's the hardening part of it. You'll sometimes hear this called a stabilizing sprint. It's the same term. I've used this in the past to great success, and it gave us a pathway to get out of using hardening sprints once we started getting automation and a better handle on our legacy code. The first time we did this, we took all hands on for a 3-week sprint, nothing but testing, with well-orchestrated test plans to lead us through this, scenario-based type test plans as well. When we were done, everything was tested. We had proof that this was the quality we needed, and everybody at that company said, if we had done this in the past with just QA in our old process, it would have taken us 6 months to regression test this. But by having everybody involved, having a very good plan, limiting it to that sprint so that we don't try to test it forever, make a concise plan, we were able to do that same amount of work inside one sprint and make sure we had a quality deliverable. And as we've progressed and done more automated testing and been better about how we are disciplined inside the sprints, we've had less and less need for that. And the hope is that eventually we don't need it at all anymore. Now let's talk about holding the sprint retrospective. At the sprint retrospective, you're going to get the product owner in there, the development team, and the Scrum Master. Some people might debate about the product owner being in there, but this is something for the entire Scrum team, so they are definitely part of the team and have a say in how the process goes. So you definitely want to have them in there. When you hold the sprint retrospective, there's a couple of qualities that you want to strive for. You want to make sure people have an equal voice. You don't want to have people shouting other people down or acting in a way that makes people not want to say what they actually feel. We'll talk about some techniques for that in a second. Focus on improvement. It's too easy to say, that sucked. Well, that doesn't help us. What was wrong and what can we improve? You need to be careful on how you phrase your questions and also how we phrase our answers. Things are always about improving the process. You want to prioritize, usually by some kind of voting with the team. Sometimes there'll be people who have pet peeves and constantly bring things up, but the entire team really doesn't feel that way. And so you may want to take that offline and resolve that as a Scrum Master yourself with one-on-one. It's not something for the entire team to circle around because they don't all think it's the same problem. And you also want to take real action. A lot of times I've seen retrospectives become a diluted thing because nothing's ever done. And people complain, we talk about this over and over again and nothing ever changes. Some things are really hard to change, so they take a long time. But if you're not doing any kind of action that the people can see, this becomes a useless enterprise. So you want to make sure you do things like talk about what we're going to stop doing, what we're going to start doing, things that we want to keep on doing. That's a good technique for identifying actual action you will take. And it's not bad to review that at the beginning of the sprint as well, to talk about what did we say we were going to do and did we actually do it and has it improved. One technique I like to do, especially with a co-located team, is using the tactileness of cards and poker chips. What I'll usually do is I'll have a table set up with one end is the what went well end, and another end is the what could be better. Everybody gets about 10 minutes to write down on cards separate individual items of what they think went well, what could have gone better. I'll collect them all up as a Scrum Master, and then I'll read them out loud, making sure I clarify anything if people don't understand what we meant. And then I'll place them down on the actual table. And I'll group things together. So we see better idea of what to work on. I like the task board. And we might discuss, we think that's around the same problem or a good thing. So I'll put those together. Same thing with what could be better. So we see here a lot of people talking about testing, so I group all those together. So what we've done so far is an equal voice. By having everybody write down their cards and me reading them out loud, nobody gets to shout down anybody else. Everybody gets their own things put out there on equal footing with everybody else. Then, by putting them together in stacks of things that are similar, there's already some implicit voting there. If 5 different cards show up for unit testing, there's a good chance that that's one of our high priority items. Everybody thought about the same thing. Then I'm going to actually give people poker chips. And you might give them 4 or 2, depending on how you want to do it and how big your team is. And they get to go place their poker chips on the things that they most want to discuss. So everybody goes around and places this, and it gets people up and moving around. It's also another form of voting. So you can see here that lots of people on top of unit testing put their poker chips. So not only did we have a lot of cards about it, everybody pretty much voted that as their top priority thing. You'll notice the daily Scrum being too long got no votes. The person who brought it up probably when he saw it amongst everybody else's said, you know, that's not as important as all these other things. So implicitly, everybody's determining what they need to work on at the highest priority. Then you want to discuss that option before you move on to the next option and make sure you actually have real action coming from that. I'd like to take a minute to talk about distributed retrospectives. This is such an interactive session. It's really hard to do when you're in separate states, separate cities, or across time zones. So let's talk about some techniques to try to keep equal voice, focus on improvement, and voting. One thing you don't want to do is just open up a conference call. Those are just hard to hear people. It's hard to understand. People are away from the microphone. And when people are just going one by one and stating things, that's not an equal voice. If somebody on one side of the conference call who's seen as a senior person says, I think unit testing went really well, and then a junior person on the other end of the call hasn't spoken yet and they don't think it went very well, they may be intimidated. They may not want to say that I don't think that went well and I think you're wrong. Don't have an equal voice in that matter. It's hard to do voting. So if you're just saying things out loud and not recording them and not giving people a chance to vote on them, that's not a way to prioritize. So techniques for this, you may want to have people submit things beforehand through email or in a Google Doc, something like that. I find it best to send it to the Scrum Master, have them aggregate it, so then it's an equal voice. You don't know where things came from. They'll put them in a Google Doc or in some other shared tool, and then that list is there and you can review that. That way nobody is shouting down anybody else. Then for the voting, if it's in a Google Doc, add another column and people can go put their initials for their votes. Otherwise, there's tools like Edistorm, which actually simulate the tabletop, and you can put cards on there and give people a number of votes, and they can go vote on things. It emulates that metaphor very well. But the key is to make sure equal voice, some type of voting, and a focus on improvement. So once we're done with the sprint retro, we've actually completed all the prescribed ceremonies, and we're ready to rinse and repeat the whole process. You walk out of your retro, you can immediately go into your sprint planning and start talking about the next sprint. I do want to caution about going directly from one sprint to the next sprint. You want to be careful in that it doesn't become Chinese water torture, where constantly delivering, they don't get to come up for air. You want to have a sustainable pace, but you also want to give people some time to relax and do some research and those type of things. So we've introduced the concept of a slack day. Not a great term because management doesn't like it, but the idea is great. It means that between that time of when we stop a sprint and start a sprint, whether it's half a day, a full day, whatever makes sense for you, that's time for people to go work on side projects, work together on innovating, all these type of things. And it does a lot of great things for you. It gives you that kind of break. It gives you a time to feel less pressured to get things out. You can work on other interesting work that may actually become beneficial to the team later. And it gives you that ability to set a pace that's sustainable. Because during the sprint, there is a lot of pressure to be delivering those things at the end. And we want to make sure that there is a time where you can relax and take care of yourself.
The Scrum Guide is the go-to reference for the framework as outlined by the creators Jeff Sutherland and Ken Schwaber. Since 2015, there have been 3 revisions to the guide, and in this lesson, I want to cover some of the more significant changes and what they might imply for Scrum in general. As I have implemented the framework in many different organizations, my own approach to the principles and practices has evolved, and I'd like to share those with you as well. So since I did my Scrum Fundamentals in 2015, there have been some updates to Scrum and Agile in general, and so I wanted to kind of go over these to give you a little bit of what's changed. And I want to start with the Scrum Guide. So the Scrum Guide was written by Jeff Sutherland and Ken Schwaber, the 2 people who created Scrum, and it's seen as the definitive reference for a lot of bodies of knowledge, the scrum.org and different places like that. And a lot of people use it to kind of say what is in Scrum, what is not in Scrum. We'll get into that a little bit later. But there have been some changes. There have been several updates. So since it came out in 2010, 2011, 2013, 2016, 2017, and 2020, there have been new updates with various changes. Now, again, Scrum Fundamentals came out about 2015, so I'm only really going to focus on what has changed since then. So let's take a look at those changes. So from 2013 to 2016, there was only one change in the Scrum Guide, And that was the addition of the Scrum values. So there had already been Scrum theory, which was transparency, inspection, and adaptation. And they added these values of commitment, focus, openness, respect, and courage. And this is kind of a nod to what you see in the Agile Manifesto. The Agile Manifesto, which came out in 2001, was a set of 4 values and 12 principles that didn't have any kind of prescribed ways of implementing them, but were just how you should implement things. And I think what you see here is the creators of Scrum are taking a nod to that of saying, all right, there is a lot of prescriptiveness in Scrum as far as roles and the different meetings, but this is saying, behind all of that is the idea that we want to be transparent. We want to inspect and adapt. We want to, commit and focus. We want to be open, respect other people, and have the courage to do what's right. And so I think this was a good addition to kind of put some underlying principles and values to what's very prescriptive in Scrum already. Now, in 2016 and 2017, there were a lot of changes. So let's take a look at those. First, they added uses of Scrum. So Scrum came out as something for software development, but we're seeing Agile and Scrum being used in lots of different places. And so they started to take Scrum and instead of making the Scrum Guide so focused on development, software development, saying that you could use Scrum for anything, for prototyping, for developing a new product, for complex projects of any type. And so you're starting to see here that they put in a section specifically mentioning that. And later on, we'll see that they're going to double down on that a little bit as well. Next, they added a section that talked about Scrum as defined in a Scrum Guide. And that's what the Scrum Master is supposed to do, make sure that they are doing Scrum as defined in a Scrum Guide. And this starts to get into something we're going to talk a little bit later in this course about, where now you're seeing people say, what is Scrum and what isn't Scrum? And the Scrum Guide, being from the creators of it, is doubling down and saying, all right, a Scrum Master's job is to make sure you're doing Scrum the way we as the founders have defined it in this guide. And this kind of doubled down on that with that wording. Next, they added the Scrum Master's service to the product owner. And I think this came from the Scrum Master a lot of times was seen as the leader of the team. And they're not supposed to really be the leader of the team. They're supposed to be a servant leader, a facilitator. They're empowering the team. But I think they saw them more as the leader of the team than maybe the product owner. And so you're now seeing kind of the product owner is the person who's actually providing direction for the team. The Scrum Master is really maximizing the team's value, where the product owner is maximizing the product value. And we have to remember that the product, the value of the product, is really what this is all about. We are trying to do all of these things to build great teams who build great products. And so you see the shift of saying, okay, the Scrum Master is in service to the product owner. Next, we have the daily Scrum and the 3 questions. So there's always been in the guide this idea of the daily Scrum meeting together and for a short period of time discussing the plan for the next day. And there had been this prescriptive way of asking the 3 questions. What did you do yesterday? What are you going to do today? Do you have any impediments? And here's the first time you see them softening that and just suggesting that you can do it this way. Because there's lots of different ways to run a daily Scrum. When we run our daily Scrums or our daily stand-ups, we walk the board. And we walk our Kanban board from right to left. And we still kind of get around to those 3 questions, but we don't actually ask the 3 questions anymore. And so you can see here that the founders of Scrum were saying, all right, not everybody does it that way, and you don't have to do it that way. There's different ways of answering those questions and creating a plan, which is what the spirit of the daily Scrum is. And this was softening that and just making it a suggestion about the 3 questions. Then they had a little bit about time boxes. So you have all these meetings that are suggested links. So you might have sprint planning meeting that could be 4 hours or X number of hours. And it kind of depended on, are you doing a week-long sprint, 2-week-longs, up to 4 weeks, about a month. And of course, longer the sprint, the longer you might have to have these meetings. But if you have a shorter sprint, you don't need to use all of that time. So they said that the time boxes are at most this number of hours to try to make sure that you weren't overdoing it. So if you were doing sprint planning and it was taking you 2 days, you're probably slipping back into your waterfall ways and trying to plan too much. And so they have these time boxes in it, but it was saying that, okay, you don't necessarily have to go 4 hours. If you can get this done in 2 hours or 3 hours, then that's fine. This is just an at most time box. And then lastly, they talked about putting retro items on the sprint backlog. So anything that came out of your retrospective, a process improvement or something you're going to change and experiment with in the next sprint, you would put on the sprint backlog. And what I think this was about was saying, Retrospectives sometimes get the short end of the stick. In fact, it's one of the things I see people actually skip the most in Scrum, or they don't really come out with action items. And this was kind of enforcing the idea that there should always be at least one action item that comes out of a sprint retrospective. And to kind of enforce that, saying put that on the sprint backlog and make it part of the sprint commitment is to do this improvement. And so I can see different ways of that. I don't necessarily put them on my sprint backlog because my backlog is about items for the product, but I definitely see the idea of putting it somewhere in some kind of artifact that makes it a first-class citizen in your improvement process for the rest of the sprint. And so those were the changes that came from 2016 to 2017. So from 2017 to 2020, there was a lot of changes again. So we see this trend of even less prescriptive. They start taking a lot of verbiage out of saying you will do this or you should do this and just suggesting things or leaving it open of saying this is what you should accomplish during this ceremony or meeting. And it's starting to get even less more of a prescriptive process. It still has the 3 roles and the ceremonies and the events and all the artifacts, but how you use them and how you implement those things is getting less and less prescribed directly from the reference itself. You also see that there was a change in how they worded the teams. So it used to be that you had the Scrum team that consisted of the product owner, the Scrum Master, and the development team. And the idea that there was this team within the team kind of created this friction that, the product owner and the Scrum Master really weren't on the team. And then there started being things about, well, who comes to this meeting? This is for the team, but is it for the Scrum team or the development team? So to get rid of that ambiguity, they said there is the Scrum team, which is now product owner, the Scrum Master, and developers. And developers are anybody who's putting something towards the product. And that could be QA, DevOps, actual developers, designers. They are all called developers, but it's no longer a team unto itself. The Scrum team is the Scrum team. And if it says the Scrum team attends this or the Scrum team does that, it means all of those people, Scrum Master, product owner, all the developers on the team. And that was kind of clearing some things up of people saying like, should the product owner be in a retrospective? Should they be in this meeting or that meeting? And this is kind of getting rid of that us versus them type of mentality sometimes. Next, we had the introduction of the product goal. So we'd had the sprint goal for some time, but now they're talking about a product goal. And this is, again, talking about a shift from, looking more at the team and enhancing the team, which is good, but also remembering that the whole point of this is to get something out for the product, to put out a product increment that provides value to the company that you're building it for. And so now you have this product goal that is part of the product backlog, the commitment for the product backlog, if you will, and making sure that everyone knows what we're striving for with this product, getting down to value and purpose behind things. And that comes to the other change, which is these artifact commitments. So you had things like definition of done, sprint goal, and the newly added product goal. And these were kind of ambiguous things that kind of lived outside of the roles and events and artifacts. And now they were making these the commitments for different artifacts. So what you have is the product goal is the commitment of the product backlog. The product increment has a commitment of the definition of done. And then the sprint goal is the commitment of the sprint backlog. So tying these artifacts and these commitments of goals and what you should be trying to reach and what your definition of done is for each of those artifacts, tying them together so they're not as ambiguous as they were before. Next, they changed the wording of self-managing over self-organizing. And we can argue a lot about which one of those means. What it really changed is when they talked about it. So the wording was changed from self-organizing, which was about focusing on how you're going to do things and who is going to do things. And they changed it to self-managing, and they add the how and who and what. And again, I think this is really trying to focus things on the team being more autonomous and being able to make a lot of decisions for themselves. So, who's going to work on things, what things they're going to work on, and how they're going to work on them. That's also with the less prescriptiveness of saying, okay, here's this outline of how you should do things, but inside that you should have a lot of autonomy over there. And so I've seen lots of debates over what is self-managing versus self-organizing. I think they're just trying to clear that up a little bit and ensure that part of Scrum is allowing teams to have a lot of autonomy over themselves. They also added a new topic in the sprint planning, meeting. So normally in sprint planning, you had the what and the how. So the what was where you worked with your product owner on what stories you were going to take from the product backlog and put in the sprint backlog and work during the sprint. And then the team would work on a plan of how they're going to implement these. So they added before both of those things a why. And this is where you're talking about sprint goals. Sprint goals should always be, something that is a subset of the product goal. And each sprint should have some type of goal of what are we trying to do in this sprint. And I think what they're trying to do here is really focus on this is what I'm trying to do. How I get there can be a little bit different each time, but making sure that you're always focused on a why, an end result. That should be some result for your clients and customers that are using the product, and as your company. It should do something for your company as well. And so that you're seeing this with the product goal, which got introduced, and also trying to re-stress the sprint goal, which I think has never really been used. It's usually been, oh, here's a bunch of random things we're going to do during the sprint. Our goal is to fix all of those things. But being more focused about, all right, the challenge of this sprint goal is maybe to add this feature and solve this problem for the client. Okay, let's collect a bunch of stories that will do that and work really hard towards that goal. It's really focusing around purpose. It's really focusing around value, which I think is a very important term because sometimes people just take things and chop it up in little pieces and build things in little increments that aren't really adding value until you're all the way done. And this is a little bit more focus on how you break those things down. Each little thing you're breaking down and taking on in a sprint should still have some value, some goal for the end user. And lastly, they started having less technical language as well as they did with the last update where they started saying Scrum can be used for anything, not just software development. So here they start taking things out and not saying development, meaning software development. They say develop. So you're developing any product. It could be any a physical product that you're actually putting out. And so they are trying to show that Scrum is a process that can be used for anything. Any complex work that you can break down and work out in little time boxes can be used inside this framework. And so trying to take any references to software-specific items and mentions of technical terms and things like that are being pulled out to make this a process that can work for anything. And those are the majority of the updates that you've seen happen from the last time we talked in 2015 to now. Again, not any big changes to most of what's in Scrum. So you still have all the same artifacts, you still have all the same events, you still have all the same roles. It's being more subtle in how you're using them and less prescriptive in that. And so that it's not as this is exactly how Scrum should go. Here's an outline of it, and you should fill in the gaps of that with what makes sense for your team. Another interesting aspect of looking at these updates is in 2010, there was around 5,700 words in the Scrum Guide. And now with all these changes, you'll see that we're almost half, 3,400 words. And so I think what you're seeing is when Scrum came out, it was very prescriptive. It was, this is how you do the daily Scrum. These are the questions you ask. This is how you do this. This is what this person does. And I think what you're seeing is people have now evolved different ways of doing that. Still in the spirit of Scrum, what's behind everything, those values and the core of what Scrum is. But the how you do that has changed a lot. And so they're trying to be less prescriptive and give you a lot of openness to make a lot of decisions for your team and evolve those low-level practices on your own, still within the framework of Scrum. So again, seeing it less prescriptive, seeing it less technical so that it can be applied to anything is mostly what you've seen in the last 8 years or so. So now that we've talked about what's changed in the Scrum Guide, I kind of want to talk about just in general how Scrum has evolved on top of that. So we talked about how in the Scrum Guide they had a lot of prescribed ways of doing things in 2010 and eventually evolved into still having all those roles, events, and artifacts. But it's, think about this, more suggestions, less prescriptive. But unfortunately, I still see people keep going back to the old way. Still people saying, oh, this is the way you're supposed to do your daily stand-up. This is the way you're supposed to do this. And just, you have to do this, you have to do that. Adding things that weren't even in there. There was times where you would hear people talk about, well, you have to use story points. Story points is not in the Scrum Guide. User stories aren't even in the Scrum Guide. So it's been interesting how more and more people have actually latched on to things that are now no longer prescribed by the people who actually created it. But the dogma around it has become something. And it's also because Scrum is one of the most popular Agile frameworks. It's almost as if people are saying this is the way to do Agile. And people are saying, oh, you're not doing Agile because you're not doing a daily stand-up. You don't have to do a daily stand-up to be Agile. And to be honest, you don't even have to do a daily stand-up to be Scrum. It is suggested, but I've worked with teams who were co-located and always talking, and they didn't really need a daily stand-up. They were always constantly doing it. They were doing what was underneath there. And unfortunately, I think what's happened is it's as the popularity of Scrum and the mainstreaming of it has come in there, more and more people have latched onto it and kind of taken ownership on it. And you hear a lot of, that's not Scrum. I hear this a lot. In fact, in my video that you just watched, there's things in there I mentioned that are not a part of the Scrum Guide. I talk about sprint zeros. I talk about hardening sprints and a couple of things like the sprint burn down. It's not been in there in a long time as well. Those are not in the Scrum Guide. And there are things that good and bad things about all of those things. But they are still things that I've seen teams have to do and have to deal with. And I even got a bad review where somebody said, oh, you said sprint zero. That's not in the Scrum Guide. This is a bad video. And I think you're seeing more of that. And like I'll be scrolling through LinkedIn or social media, and I see Agile coaches and Scrum Masters and saying what is and what isn't. And we're kind of losing the essence of what this was supposed to be. And why do I think that is happening? So like I said, I think the adoption of Scrum is reaching, what they call the early majority. This is the adoption curve. And so, you had a lot of innovators early on, early adopters. A lot of those people were the thought leaders around this movement. And now you're getting early majority, maybe inching into late majority. And what you're seeing now is since Scrum was introduced at the UPSLA conference in 1995, and now here we are in 2022, that's a lot of time that's transpired. And if you look at it in a timeline, so over time, Scrum was introduced in 1995. We're now in 2022. That's actually longer for when Winston Royce actually kind of popularized waterfall in 1970. And whether he did or not, that's a whole different discussion I have in the other lessons. But that's when kind of waterfall was termed, and you started seeing the popularity of waterfall processes. But that's actually closer to when Scrum was invented and presented than now. And you can even say that Agile is even further away from that. 2001 is when Agile was born. That's about 22 years ago. And so that's about the same as distance from when waterfall was invented. So how long it took us to kind of get over waterfall and come up with something new is about where we are now. And so what you're starting to see is a lot of people that are saying, hey, Scrum is dead. Agile is dead. It's going to be a new thing. I see these articles all the time. And I will tell you, it is not. The rumors of the death of Scrum have been greatly over-sensationalized. So Scrum is getting very popular, and I think a lot of those early adopters are seeing it stray away from maybe their original intent. There's maybe a sense of loss of ownership. And there is also a lot of watering down. It's being diluted. Big companies taking it in and saying, oh yeah, we'll be Agile, we'll be Scrum, and only do it in name, not really adopting the values and principles, it not working, and then blaming Scrum and Agile and saying, oh, we tried to do this and it didn't work. Well, maybe it did, maybe it didn't. But normally what happens is they adopt Scrum, which all Scrum really does is show you your problems sooner. It doesn't solve anything. You still have to solve all your problems. So people adopt Scrum, thinking it's going to fix all their problems. All it does is put their problems right in their face. They don't fix them because they think Scrum will do that. And then when they don't get fixed, they go, oh, well, Scrum created all these problems. No, you already had them. And so I think that's what you're seeing is as it gets more widespread, more people are adopting it that maybe are not necessarily adopting it for the right reasons. They're adopting it because, nobody wants to be waterfall anymore. That's not cool. People don't want to go work for those types of companies. But you are kind of seeing this, rumor mill of maybe what is the next thing. So let's talk about, what is beyond Scrum. So Scrum is not obviously the only Agile frameworks out there. It is the most popular. It sometimes becomes synonymous with Agile, which is not great. Agile is its own thing. It's a lot of, all the people coming together in 2001 that were from all sorts of different backgrounds. XP, the Crystal methodologies, Scrum, Lean, Kanban, all these different things. So you did see XP be very popular for a while too because it was very like Scrum. And you've almost seen them kind of merge. A lot of people say, oh, we're doing Scrum, but they're doing all these engineering practices that have nothing to do with Scrum. They're not in the Scrum Guide at all. Those come from XP, CI/CD, continuous integration, continuous deployment, code ownership, pairing, TDD, test-driven development. Those are really XP, extreme programming things. So you're seeing a lot of merging of that. You also get this big Agile and little Agile thing. So big Agile is kind of the true Agile, true, let's put that in quotes, but the idea that I'm adopting, as an organization, the values and principles of Agile. And people will call that big A Agile. And little A Agile is adopting some of the practices and not really what's underneath. And so you've seen this kind of be swirling about as well. You've also seen the popularity of Lean, and with Lean, Kanban. So Kanban is a subset of Lean. It's kind of like Scrum is a subset of Agile. Kanban is a set of practices and ideas inside the larger idea of Lean, which came from Toyota Production Systems and Lean manufacturing. And you're seeing that be kind of evolved into how you can use that with product development. We've also seen all the scaling, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, but now people are adopting Scrum in these very large organizations. And how do I do that? Scrum works very well for small sets of teams. So this is where you see all these scaling methodologies come up. You also start hearing about Agile 2.0, which was the reforming of Agile, and I think almost like the reclaiming of Agile, from little A Agile to big A Agile. And then the next phase you're hearing about is what they call modern Agile. And modern Agile is a lot less prescriptive. It doesn't talk about any specific frameworks. It's a lot more focused on people. It's a lot more focused on leadership, and building great teams and providing customer value. So all of these things are swirling around in the big cloud of, Agile, Lean, whatever you want to call it. And so that's kind of what I look at it as. This is this big cloud of all these great prescriptive frameworks or values and principles behind a certain movement, and all of them can be worked together. You don't have to use one. I hear people talk about, oh, we're moving from Scrum to Kanban. Well, Kanban is not a process unto itself. It has no roles. It has no ceremonies. It's basically a set of principles you put on top of another process. You could put Kanban on top of Waterfall if you wanted to. So, why not take Scrum and add a little bit of Kanban on it? And I have a whole video about that, another live lessons for it. Why not incorporate a lot more Lean? Why not look at things like psychological safety and flow? All these ideas that help your teams get better and produce better products are good. So I think what you're seeing more now is Scrum itself is a good stepping stone, a good introductory place. If I'm new to Agile, Scrum is a nice prescriptive. It gives me roles, ceremonies, and artifacts. It's easy to follow. And then you can start updating that, filling in the gaps. Remember, they're pulling more and more out of the Scrum reference, the Scrum guides, so that you can put what makes sense in there. And what makes sense in there could be things from XP, things from Kanban. And so what I think you need to think about is Scrum, but then its place in the larger cloud of Agile and Lean software development. So I'd like to talk about my own personal growth with Scrum and where I am. So I've been doing a lot of videos here, and you can see my evolution here, not only my evolution of how I think about things, but also of my hair and my facial hair. But what I really want to talk about is where I am now. I think right now, the company I'm working for is the best culmination of all the processes that I've worked with. And so let me kind of describe you how I got there to show you where I've evolved based on what we've been talking about personally. So the company I work with now, Ackland Avenue, we are a Agile custom software development shop, and different clients coming to us to build software for them. So to start off, we are actually more of a Kanban shop. We actually are not doing pure Scrum. We still do Scrumban because you're going to see a lot of the Scrum things in there, ceremonies and roles. So we still have, the idea of concept to cash and getting a product out for a client as fast as possible. And we mainly manage that through a Kanban board. But one of the main things we don't have is a sprint. So we do not have a time box. Once a card is done, it actually gets moved in production. So one thing without a sprint is we don't have sprint planning. We don't have that actual event. It's actually spread out in a little bit in what you would call backlog refinement or backlog grooming. So we actually do a little bit more deeper planning and fleshing out of a story there. And then we actually have a planning lane. Once we actually pull a card into the work in progress for a team, the first lane is planning, and that's the deep level planning that you would normally do in sprint planning. So that's not an event we have per se anymore. Now we still have a daily meeting. We don't really call it a daily scrum because we're not doing scrum, but we still have the same short meeting where we walk the board and go over what was done yesterday, what's going to be done today, anything that anybody needs help on. We're still looking at it the same way. We still have what you would call a review. Not a sprint review because, again, we don't have a sprint, but there is a set in time, and it usually is about 2 weeks, but different clients are different things. Sometimes it may be a week or maybe 2 weeks, maybe a little bit longer, but there is a period of time where we sit down with the product owner, who is the client, and any stakeholders they have, and we review what we've done, what we're going to do next, and kind of go over the release plan. So that's similar to a sprint review. We also still have retrospectives. We've added some items to them I'm going to talk a little bit about later, but we still have periodically, sometimes it's 2 weeks, sometimes it's 3 weeks, but we try not to go any longer than that, a time in which the team sits down and does some type of retrospective activity. It may not be a typical Scrum retrospective, but it will be some type of inspect and adapt and continuous improvement activity. We also still have a product backlog. Our product backlog, we use Trello, so that is represented in cards in Trello, and we have a product backlog that is everything that's going to be done in the product, looks and acts just like a product backlog in Scrum. Now, we don't have a sprint backlog because, again, we don't have a sprint. So rather what we have is a queue. Because we work in Kanban and Flow, we have a queue that is, there's always supposed to be X number of cards groomed and ready to go that the team can pull from. And so we are constantly grooming cards and doing product backlog refinement to get them to the point where the team can pull them into planning so they have this nice little queue. And that is not necessarily time boxed because as soon as we get something done, we'll release it. So we don't have necessarily a sprint backlog. We have this queue lane on our actual Kanban board. We still have a product increment. We're just not doing it every 2 weeks or so, not in a time box. We are constantly adding to that product increment. We might take a card and it may take only 3 days to do. And once it's done in those 3 days, it actually goes into production. And so there's this idea of continuous deployment and flow. It's a flow of constantly putting out new product increments, not just after a certain time box. We still have several of the roles. So we have a product owner, but because we are a service, custom software development as a service, the product owner is actually the client. Now, sometimes the client is a person who understands software development, sometimes they're not. So we have people on our side, business analysts and what we call an Agile delivery manager, who worked with the client's product owner to identify what the team is supposed to work on, set product goals, get those ideas, put them into stories on the product backlog. So they kind of act as a product owner to the team. And we still have Scrum Masters, even though we're not necessarily doing Scrum. We even talked about, should we call them something else, Agile coaches or whatever. But they still do what a Scrum Master does. They are maximizing the value of the team, making sure the team has a process that is allowing them to do their best work, facilitating, organizing these types of events and things with the client, and looking at things like metrics and finding places for continuous improvement. So that's still what that role does, and we still have that Scrum Master because people know what that term means. They recognize it. And then we still have developers. So that's all the people on our teams. We have designers, we have developers, QA, DevOps, anybody we need in order to meet the client's needs. So this is what our process looks like, but we also add a little bit to it. So we are doing a lot of XP. So remember we talked about extreme programming. That is a lot of engineering focused practices, pairing, test-driven development, continuous integration, continuous deployment. So this is not necessarily Scrum, but these are things that allow you to deliver very quickly and have a good quality code base, and we believe in those. So all of our teams are doing those type of XP things. We also have, as part of our review, something called an ops review. This comes more from Kanban, and it's the idea that we are sharing not only what was done and what's going to be done, we share a lot of metrics. We really review our release plans. We're seeing if we're getting enough value out for what we're being paid, because we're paid by the week. And we want to make sure if you pay us $1, that you're getting $2 worth of stuff back, that there's a good return on your investment. So it's like a sprint review, but it adds a lot of metrics-driven and value-focused discussions that sometimes weren't necessarily in that based on Scrum. And then, like I said, we do retros, but we also do something called improvement kata. And this comes from Toyota Production Systems and Lean. And it's just a little bit more of a data-driven way of doing experiments to try to change your process based on actually doing something and seeing how it changes your metrics. I want to get a little bit faster. Okay, let's do this and see if we get a little bit faster. I want to increase quality. Let's do this and see if quality increases. By a little experiment to get over an obstacle that's preventing us of getting to some target condition we want to be at. And we use that and traditional retrospectives as a mix, because sometimes we'll focus on process improvement. That's where kata comes in. Sometimes we'll do something that's a little bit just more about team dynamics and team building, because we know a solid team will do things better too. And that's when we'll do some more traditional retrospective things. So all of these things kind of come in together. Now, every now and then, we still use Scrum. So we will introduce back the sprint and sprint planning and the sprint backlog. Everything else still runs the same. The only thing that really gets added in is the sprint. And so what happens when you're not using a sprint? What does Scrum look like without a sprint? It is the heartbeat of Scrum. So there's a decision we always make. Kanban, Scrum, Kanban, that what I just showed you is usually where we start. But then sometimes we will go to more of what the traditional Scrum looks like, which is introducing back the sprint. And we do that on a couple occasions. One is when there's a cadence and synchronization that happens. This can be because a lot of times external teams. So if they've hired us for a couple of teams and they have a couple of teams working on the same product and they may be working the way we are, maybe they're not. There's a point in time where we all need to meet and make sure we integrate everything together on a certain cadence, synchronize that work. And so that's a lot of times when we'll introduce a sprint. And also a lot of times that's what the company we're going to already knows and likes using. And so we need to meet with their teams at whatever pace they're going at. Also, product owner availability. So one good thing about a 2-week sprint is the product owner knows, hey, every 2 weeks I have this stuff to review. Now, we believe the product owner should be looking at things all the time. And so again, if I get something done in a couple of days, I want to be able to show it to our product owner. Sometimes our clients don't have that availability. They can't be there every couple of days. They have other jobs to do. So when we do that, the product owner can then go every 2 weeks, or usually, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe at max. We don't like to go much further than that. There will be a cadence where they know they can come in, be at a sprint review, view everything, accept it, and move on. And that's just because of their availability. We've also seen in some very long-running projects where at the end, where there's a lot to coordinate, and sometimes like with external teams, maybe not even development teams, sales and marketing and things like that, there's an upcoming large release. So we've done some products where we were building enterprise applications from scratch, and so we've been working on it for years. And the flow works really good at the beginning, but at the end, when there needs to be a cadence for when we're going to release things to clients, when things are going to be pushed to production, when things maybe have to put on, we still have clients who still have to put things on physical media to send it out to clients. That has to be coordinated a little bit more. So once we get into that, we might shift into Scrum again to have that cadence and synchronization at the end. And then once that's done, we might slip right back into Scrumban. And then lastly, sometimes just clients don't really understand Scrumban. They don't understand, flow and things like that, and it feels foreign to them. And so we'll go with Scrum until they get a little bit more comfortable with it, and we can shift into a flow type, process for them. And we're very open to whatever works for the client. So there's sometimes a mix of these things. Everything I showed you earlier are elements of our process, but how we do some of those things, when we do some of those things, changes based on the client. There's still kind of the overall reaching framework, which is based largely on Scrum ceremonies and things like that, just taking the sprint out and focusing more on Kanban and flow for the actual rate of delivery. And we have found this to be very, very successful for us. So if you're watching this video, you're probably fairly new to Scrum. And I've shown you some advanced things in this last couple of sections about where Scrum can go. So I want to introduce to you a concept that's been in the Agile world for some time called Shu Ha Ri. And this comes from martial arts and levels of mastery. So at Shu, the first part, that's where you're following the teachers of one master precisely or imitating somebody else. And this is where you might be early on your adoption of Agile or Scrum. And that's where Scrum is very popular. You need to imitate something that's already there. So a process that's a little bit more prescriptive, that already has some roles and some ceremonies and some guidance around artifacts and things like that, is a good place to start. And that's where you get a lot of people say, do Scrum as Scrum is defined first. And you're kind of in that shoe phase. You're, working from the master, which would be the inventors of Scrum or Agile, and imitating them. Now, after you do this for a while, you might start to find that, hey, I'm now being constricted by these rules or this prescribed process. And you move into Ha, which is you learn the underlying principles and theory underneath the technique. So why do I have a daily Scrum? Why are the 3 questions? Well, there's reasons behind that. And once you find the reasons behind that, you might find other ways of doing it. I found this myself. I've been telling everybody, answer the 3 questions. Somebody showed me an article about walking the board, which is more focused on value than just individual, accountability. And I like that a lot better. And it still adheres to the principle underneath why we do a daily Scrum. It's just not the exact thing. So I'm assimilating, is the other word you'll hear with Ha. I'm assimilating a lot of different things now and kind of blending them together. And then once you've been doing this for a long time, you get into Re, which you start creating your own approaches and adapt what you've learned. You're now innovating. And I like to think that that's where we are with Ackland. This process is kind of uniquely to us, and we're constantly changing it and tweaking it and innovating it and adding new things that didn't come from anywhere else other than our own minds. So when you're thinking about where I should be in my own Scrum adoption, if you're very new to it, it is probably a good thing to start with some process if you've never done it before. If you bring in somebody like an Agile coach or somebody like that who has some expertise, they might be able to get you out of shoe and into Ha a little bit faster because they can start you off with kind of a level set of a process, but then quickly show you, okay, if this isn't working, why are we doing this? Well, if this reason, we can do it this other way and it still fits that purpose, then let's do that because you're still following in the spirit or the value of whatever process you're doing. In this case, it would be Scrum. So what you've seen here as I've talked about this evolution of Scrum is not only an evolution of Scrum, it's been my own evolution of Shoe, where I was teaching Scrum as Scrum is in the Scrum Guide, and this is how you do it, to then integrating a whole bunch of different things. We talked about things like XP and Lean and Kanban and all this new stuff that's coming out, scaling frameworks and those types of things, integrating that. And as I learn how to innovate and merge these things together and what works and doesn't work, getting into Re, where I now feel like I've got a good handle on things, and adhering to just some strict process is not as important to me as finding a process that fits what we need to do based on the values and principles of Agile or Scrum, whatever we've chosen to follow. And that's where you should be looking at your own Scrum journey. While there is some controversy around Scrum certifications in the Agile community, they can have some definite benefits depending on your goal. In this lesson, I want to talk about those different benefits from both an individual and a company perspective. I'll give you a high-level overview of some of the options available and my own guidance on what to look for. And finally, we'll address that controversy a little bit just to explore how it might or might not affect your choices. So let's talk about the benefits of a Scrum certification. So when we're talking about certification, I want to make sure that there's a difference between certification and training. They don't necessarily always go together. Some certifications you can get by simply taking a test, and some ones you have to actually go into a couple of days worth of a course and then take a test. Some of them you just take a course and you're automatically certified. So the training aspect and the certification aspect, I want to separate. And we'll talk about controversy around that a little bit later on, and that a certification without the training, how much does it hold up? But I want to separate those two things. I also want to look at them from two different perspectives, from the individual versus a company, because there are certain benefits to an individual that don't necessarily support a company and vice versa. So, what does an individual look for when they're trying to get certification versus training? What does a company look for when they're trying to get certified versus a training? So first, let's talk about an individual. What are the benefits if I, just as a person, want to get certified? The first one is recruiter searches. This is just the way the world works, unfortunately, today. I have worked for a lot of firms that had recruiters in there, and I've watched them work. And if they're trying to find a Scrum Master, let's say, I have watched them and confirmed this with plenty of recruiters. Just the other week, I was talking to a recruiter that if they got a Scrum Master rec in, They go to LinkedIn, they type in Scrum Master, and they type in CSM, Certified Scrum Master, the one from the Scrum Alliance, and then they look at everybody there. And so just simply having a certification sometimes will get you in searches and get you noticed by recruiters where it might have not before. And so again, you can talk about whether that's good or bad, but that is just a reality that I've watched over and over again from these recruiting firms if you're trying to get placed through one of them. Next, it might set you apart from another candidate. There's plenty of times where I have heard them talking about, I've got two people that look very similar, but one of these has a certification. And just as recruiting firms, as companies, that's just something that kind of makes you stand out. So it can be something to set you apart. And that can get you to the interview. Now remember, certifications we talked about, there's some controversy there about whether they actually mean anything as far as knowledge. We'll talk about that a little bit more. But they at least get you to the interview, and then you can show your experience and show your knowledge. But having those certifications sometimes at least gets your foot in the door. Now, it can also get you credibility with clients. This is specifically for things like when I am a consultant. So I've been a consultant for a large part of my career. And if you're trying to present yourself as an expert, companies who are looking to select you to come in and offer your services, a lot of times they like to see certifications. It kind of shows them that you have put in the time and are accredited by whatever body of, organization that is putting out these credentials. And they like those types of things. Corporations and clients and companies like them. Whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, that's what they like. And it can set you apart from competitors. But plenty of times where I am trying to get some business and they're looking at me, and one things that stand out to them is some of the certifications I have, because I have some things like a certified enterprise coach, which is very rare. There's not a lot of people who have that. And they see that as, oh, you must be really good. Does it mean I'm really good? Well, I like to think I am. But does the certification mean I am? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But these are all things that are, if you're trying to get work, if you're trying to get a job, certifications definitely help with that. I have seen it time and time again. And then lastly, it might be a requirement for some type of partnership. So if I want to do training for the Scrum Alliance or for Scrum.org or for anybody like that, you might have to have certain certifications in order to do that, in order to partner with that organization. So it may be a requirement for something you're trying to offer on part of some other organization. So for a company, it might look a little bit different. So we still have credibility with clients. Again, as a company, if I have a lot of people that are certified in what I'm trying to offer, that can make us look a little bit better. So this is why all of my Scrum Masters are certified Scrum Masters. All my product owners are certified product owners. Now, they got these certifications late after they've been doing this for a while, and I think it was just getting the certification. I don't think they learned anything new, but showing that to a client, especially because we do offshore, and there is sometimes about, am I going to get the same quality with offshore that I do with onshore? Well, we can show them these people have gone through some training and some certification process, just as you've seen with some counterparts, and it gives us some credibility with our clients. Again, it can set us apart from competitors. So if we have a bunch of people that are certified in a certain thing and a competitor doesn't, and this works with anything, not just Scrum, so maybe AWS, so Amazon Web Services, there are certifications for those if you would want to stand out from somebody. When we are trying to do software development and somebody wants to go onto AWS platform, we can tout that we have a lot of people who are certified on AWS. Same thing with Scrum. Somebody wants us to come in to do Agile, they like to see those certifications, and it can set us apart from our competitor. It can also lead to potentially more sales. So when you have a lot of people that are highly certified, a lot of times when people are highly certified, that sets them apart. They also may be seen as thought leaders, and it may attract people. So one of the things, why am I doing this video? There's things that attract people. They see this video and go, I like the cut of that guy's jib. He seems to know what he's talking about. So let's see about doing some business with him. These types of things, these types of certifications, they can attract people to want to, incur your services, whether you're doing coaching or like what we do, custom software development. And as with individuals, it might be requirements for partnerships. So if you want to be seen as an authorized training center, or like we said, it doesn't have to just be with Scrum. This is if you want to be a partner with Microsoft for AWS. You might have to have certain people that are certified in certain things in order for these partnerships. And another big thing for companies is employee retention. So you can make certifications part of a career path. Now, I want to make sure that, remember, we talked about different certifications and training. Certifications and actual experience are two different things. But a certification is a lot of times something where people will either offer as part of a reward for, hey, let me get you certified in this, or it may be a requirement for getting to the next stage in your career. But you can see it as something that you can give people, your employees, to retain them and keep them with you as a company. So before we get into some specific certifications, I want to talk about the different types of certifications you'll see across all types of different organizations. So the most ones that you'll see are role-based. One's for Scrum Master, some type of certification showing that you have the knowledge of a Scrum Master, or a product owner, or a developer. Now, there are some ones that are specifically for developers, like actual people who are programming. There are ones for QA, there are ones for design, but there are more ones focused on the actual development process, software developers. And so you'll see most of these organizations offer some type of certification in these different roles. You'll also see some around leadership. So you're seeing more and more people are thinking that, if you want to adopt Agile, this needs to be something from top down. And so the leaders need to think in an Agile way. And so there are more certifications around understanding what it means to adopt Agile as a leader, some type of leadership position. You also see certification for coaches. So someone who wants to come in and coach you on Scrum or Agile, somebody that it's shown that they are certified in coaching organizations or coaching teams. We're also seeing certifications around scaling. And we'll talk about scaling in the next lesson a little bit more, but there are definitely certifications around that as well. And there's different levels of those. There can be ones that are role specific in there. There can be ones that are more process specific. They have their own different levels of certifications as well inside of scaling itself. And then there's often certifications around trainers. So to make sure that there is some quality around what you're getting, there's a certification process to become a trainer for any kind of certified courseware or anything that can lead you to get a certification in any of the other ones. Those people have to show that they have experience in training, that they understand what they're training on, are meeting a certain type of topic and syllabus for the content that they're going to be training in their courses. Now, inside a lot of these, there's also different levels. So you'll find that sometimes there's like Scrum Master and Scrum Master Advanced, or Scrum Master Level 1, Scrum Master Level 2. And you can see that across all the roles. You can see that sometimes in the leadership ones. You can see that in the coaches. Sometimes there's coaching certificates for team levels and then some coaching certificates for enterprise level and leadership levels. And so you can see inside each one of these, there may be different levels you can get showing certain next steps of mastery. Now, I talked about how there's a couple of different ways that you can earn a certification. A lot of times you'll be required to go to a class that's led by a certified trainer for that organization. You'll have to attend a certain amount of that class. Then often at the end of that class, you'll have to take a test, an exam of some sort. Sometimes you can skip a class and take an exam depending on which type of certification you're trying to get. And then when you get into some of the higher level ones, there's often peer review. So this is where when you're trying to get some of the more high level that are, to show that you have done this, rather than just sat a class and took an exam, you've actually done this, you've implemented it, you have experience in the real world. These are usually peer reviewed, where you have to submit evidence of what you've done. There's type of peer review. They may actually go and interview different people that you've had for references. And these are a little bit harder to get. They're a little bit more exclusive. Again, does it prove that you have as much knowledge as you need? It's a little bit more so because it's not just a flat test that you can just find out the answers for. This is actually seeing the experience you've done. So I think these usually carry a little bit more weight, but they're also a little bit more rare. But all of this is all the different types of certifications that are out there. So let's talk a little bit more about some of the organizations that are providing this. So the most popular is the Scrum Alliance. The Scrum Alliance has been around for a long time. They have been very good with how they market things and things like that. We'll talk about controversy around things a little bit later on, but there is no disputing they are the Kleenex. So just like if you say tissue and you say Kleenex instead of tissue because that is the brand most associated with it, that is how Scrum Alliance is. And I've told you, as I said, with recruiters, I asked a lot of recruiters, just a couple of weeks ago to kind of reaffirm my suspicions that I've seen when I worked with them. Hey, when you go and look up a Scrum Master, what do you look up? And they said, I look up CSM, Certified Scrum Master from the Scrum Alliance. Do you look up one from any other ones? And they're like, some of them they didn't even know they existed. So this is still kind of the most well-known, the most respected one out there. Now, not to be outdone is Scrum.org, and they have very similar certifications as to the Scrum Alliance, professional Scrum Master versus certified Scrum Master. They have different levels. A little bit of the difference between them is Scrum Alliance, typically you have to actually pay and attend the course and then take the exam, where Scrum.org, a lot of their basic level ones, you can just go and pay to take the exam, and if you pass that, you'll get your certification. Now, I can't mention certifications without talking about Scaled Agile Framework, SAFe. So we'll talk about scaling a little bit later on, but SAFe is one of the most popular ones out there. A lot of organizations that are moving to SAFe like to see their people certified in there, so those are very popular as well. And then I also want to bring up the Project Management Institute, PMI. Now, a lot of people might be saying, well, that doesn't seem very agile. They were the people who were all the waterfall people before. Yes, they were, but they have seen the coming of Agile and they have their own Agile certifications, and they're definitely still something that's out there. So when people are looking for sometimes Agile project managers, and I know that's not necessarily a great term, but they are sometimes looking for somebody who may have one of these certifications from the PMI. And I want to just put in etc. There are a bunch of different ones that are coming out there that are either less Scrum specific, like IC Agile and things like that. There are some little smaller Scrum certification ones that are not super well known, but they might be cheaper. But the ones I just mentioned, those are the most popular. Those are the ones that companies are looking for. Those are the ones that recruiters are looking for, and that probably carry the most weight in the industry at this time. So now let's talk about you personally thinking about what certification should I get as an individual. So the first thing I would say is, what role do you want to play? Are you going to be a Scrum Master? Well, obviously you're going to want to get a Scrum Master certification. If you're going to want to be a Scrum Coach, there are Scrum Coaching certifications. There are also, Scrum Masters sometimes are expected to know a lot more about the process, so they may get the Developer certification and the Product Owner certification, so they feel like they can coach a team all across all the different roles. So it's kind of in what role you want to play. Are you an executive? Well, you don't want to go and get a Scrum Master certification. You would probably take an Agile Leadership certification role. Now also, what is your current skill level? If you're coming at an entry level, usually you're going to start with, there are some fundamental certifications out there, but usually the Scrum Master one is usually what everybody kind of tells you, because Scrum Master usually has a lot of introductory, just this is what Scrum is in there. And in fact, a lot of people who are going for Product Owner are told, go take the Scrum Master course before you actually go into Product Owner, because you can get all the Scrum stuff in the Scrum Master course and focus on product ownership in your second course. Also, what is your company doing? Or the company that you're trying to get a job at. Either one of these things, are you going to be using this to get a job? So if your company is moving to SAFe, well, if you want to be seen as an expert in that, you might need to get SAFe certified. If your company is not doing Scrum, then maybe a Scrum certification isn't going to be seen as valuable to them. Are you going to be using this to get a job? So I have a lot of people who, especially during the pandemic, when they were trying to get jobs and trying to be seen and rise above these recruiters, they invested some time and money to get certifications to show up on recruiters' dashboards and searches and maybe stand out a little bit. So if you're going to a company, you want to go to a company that has SAFe, you might want to be SAFe certified. If you're going to a company that is Scrum, and even if they are SAFe, they're probably still doing Scrum at some level, then you might want to at least get, a Scrum Master certification. Even, I've seen people who are developers, just, run-of-the-mill people who aren't doing Scrum Mastering, like to have a Scrum Master certification because it shows you at least have the basics of what's out there. Then also, what's your budget? Some of these are pretty costly. Some of these are a little bit cheaper. So depending on what your budget is, you might choose one over the other. So let's look at it this way. Let's go through a couple of things that you're trying to accomplish. So let's say I want to get a job as a Scrum Master. Well, then probably I would suggest the Scrum Alliance Certified Scrum Master, their entry-level one. Because as I said, recruiters, that's what they type in when they search. So if you're trying to get a job as a Scrum Master and you don't have any certifications, that's the one I would say to get. Now, you might say, I want to get certified as a Scrum Master, but I'm on a budget. Well, then you might want to look at the Scrum.org Professional Scrum Master Level 1. Because where with the Scrum Alliance, I have to go and attend a course, which can be costly. These can cost anywhere, between $1,000, $1,500, and then you have to pay for the exam, or the exam usually included in the cost. With Scrum.org, I don't necessarily have to go to a course. I'd always suggest it. Remember, training and certification are two different things. But you can just go and take the exam and get the certification. So again, a PSM may not be as searchable, but it will be something that people who are looking for a Scrum Master will see those, and maybe that will help out a little bit as well, to stand out away from different people. And it's a little bit cheaper. Now, my company is doing SAFe. Well, the easy thing is you should look for a Scaled Agile certification. There's the Scaled Agilist, SAFe Agilist. There is the SAFe Release Train Engineer. So it also kind of depends on what level you're going to do. They have product owner certifications. They have their own Scrum Master certification. So whichever one you're looking at, the SAFe Agilist is probably the intro one that you could go in there. So if you're going to be just doing any job in SAFe, you might want to start there. But, whether you like SAFe or not, if your company is doing it, that's something they're going to look for certifications there. But if you're going to be a Scrum Master, having a CSM doesn't look bad either, or even a PSM. Now, you may be at a place that their company is still very traditional. They may not be doing Agile yet, or they're saying they're doing Agile, but they're still stuck in their old waterfall ways. And you're having a really hard time doing all of this Scrum and Agile stuff because you're still doing a lot of waterfall stuff. Well, this is where maybe a PMI, ACP, Agile Certified Professional, that might be a way to go, because theirs is one, it's not Scrum specific. It talks about Agile in general, and it still has a little bit of the PMI, the traditional project management stuff in there. And that would be a good combo. It's kind of a good, stepping stone between, if I have to have a foot in both worlds and I have to still do some of this traditional stuff, that might be a certification you look at as well. These are not all of them by any means. Again, if you want to be a Scrum coach, you don't just kind of jump up to Scrum coach. You're probably going to start as a Scrum Master. You might get that certification. You then might look at getting some of the advanced certifications, and then you might look at getting an actual coaching certification. If I am an Agile leader, I'm an executive, and I want to understand more about how to be a leader in an Agile company, you might take the CAL classes that are certified Agile leaders. Those are from the Scrum Alliance as well. There's all sorts of different ones. And what I'll just say, to be honest, a lot of times what I see is certain people with certifications are more of the coaches. So the people who have the most of these are your Agile coaches. I've seen more coaches with a Scrum developer certification than actual developers. So it is something that it is kind of a game where the higher you get in some of these, the more it is tailored to just the people that are coaching people on how to do it. I think those are also good certifications that the higher you get, again, they get into peer review to where they carry a little bit more weight. When I had to get my CEC, the Certified Enterprise Coach, I had to submit this very long form. I sent in, people that I had coached before, people that had mentored me, places I had worked. They actually talked to those people. I got interviewed about what I did with those. And it was a very thorough investigation of, am I actually doing what we're talking about? So I think those certifications usually carry more weight at certain high levels. But if I go to a run-of-the-mill recruiter and say CEC, they don't know what that is. So that looks a little bit better when I'm trying to sell coaching services. So again, what is it you're trying to do? That's going to have a lot of dictating of which certification is best for you. I do want to talk about why certifications are sometimes very controversial. So you go online and you look up and say, what certification should I get? Or you look up, are they worth it? Because they cost a lot of money. And you're going to see a ton of articles, a bunch of people telling you they're great, they're not so great, they're not worth the paper they're printed on. And it gets very controversial, especially when you start getting into the higher levels, when you become a coach and you start or become a certified person, and doing certified training. A lot of this kind of circles around you. And I just kind of want to touch on this and try not to be so controversial. I hope nobody gets mad at me. I'm just kind of saying what is out there in the world. So one of the things is, it's just sometimes about money. Certifications, some people, that is their job. Some organizations, that is how they make their money. And so their best interest is to, have more people certified. And that doesn't mean that they're not still trying to convey the information or anything like that. It's just that when money becomes the motivator, it makes you act in certain ways. So, like as a CEC, I can coach somebody for 20 hours and I can, as if they have just been through a course, let them go and take the CSM test and certify them. Well, somebody who does this for a living might see that as you're taking money out of my pocket because normally they would have to come and pay me to sit through my course and do that. And so that can create friction and that can create controversy because of the money involved. There's also the idea of control. So as companies and recruiters start to put more and more weight on certifications, and as I told you, I see this with recruiters all the time. When they are looking for a Scrum Master, they go and look for CSM. So there's also the idea that these people who don't have these certifications, they start getting squeezed out, or the independents, the coach that doesn't necessarily do certified training or these types of things. Because so many people want the certification and they see that as the end-all be-all, you start getting marginalized a little bit. So there's a little bit about the control of the market. And hand in hand in that is the vision of what Scrum is. Without getting too deep into rumors or myths or anything like that, when Scrum Alliance was started, there were certain people there, and then there was falling out, and people split off and made their own organizations, and those split off and made their own organizations because the idea of how people should be portraying Scrum and how people should be certified and teaching Scrum become a very personal thing and passionate thing to them. And when that didn't align with some people in the organization, those split off. So that's another thing, is that you'll see a lot of people saying that certification group is not great and that one's not great either. And a lot of that is just simply about the ownership of the vision of what Scrum should be. And then lastly, there's just, are they valuable or not? And I can just tell you right now, they are. If you are trying to find a job, I've told you that recruiters look for them, companies look for them. It is something that can make you stand out. They just are. Now, again, are they valuable as far as showing that you've actually mastered something? So again, if I'm a certified Scrum Master, am I a master of that? Now, you sat through a 2-day course and you took an exam. It shows that you've showed some level of initiative, you have some level of knowledge. You may have no experience whatsoever. That's why you're also seeing some of these more advanced, so you have advanced certified Scrum Master, or with PSM, the professional Scrum Master, you have level 1, level 2, level 3. Level 3 starts getting into where you have to have peer review and things like that. So these more advanced ones that are showing more of the actual experience and demonstrating knowledge. And the problem is that companies still just look for the first one. They don't even know about these more advanced ones. It's something that's really kind of just for the people that are coaching or more advanced in their careers. So the value, I think, is there as far as to you as an individual. We talked about as a company, do I need to have all my people certified? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. So let me tell you a little story. I was working with a big financial services company. They were all international, but I was working with one little local office. They knew me. I had taught different people at different places and coached them. And I had an offering of teaching them Scrum and coaching them Scrum. Didn't have any certifications with it. I'm not a certified Scrum trainer. And they said, yes, we want to use you. But then their corporate office said, oh, we are already looking at our other office is going to do this as well. And they're going to go with a certified organization. And I had to actually go to that office and tell them why I thought my stuff was better. And I hate that kind of thing. But what I said is, for the same amount of money that you're going to send a handful of people to certified courses, they were going to send people to get certified as Scrum Masters and product owners, and just a handset of them, and rely on them to come back and share that information. That's very expensive. And I said, for about the same amount of money, I'll train everybody, teams, product owners, Scrum Masters. I'll train them all together. And then I'll be embedded with your teams for a couple of months to make sure that sticks, and guiding them and things like that. So it is, do you want certifications, which is what you'll get, or do you really want people to be trained and it to be embedded in there? And so that's where I say certifications and training don't always go hand in hand. And spoiler alert, I did win that contract, and I trained both of these offices, and I think they were very successful, and it was really sticky because I was with them in lots of sprints and making sure everything we just talked about, let's actually roll up our sleeves and do. Now again, I have sent a lot of people to certified training because I wanted them to get the certification because we needed it to stand out to our competitors. It added different value for us. That just wasn't necessarily the training because I'd been training them. I already felt like they were already knowledgeable in this. The certification just was the icing on the cake to kind of set us apart from everybody else. So I think it's a thing to kind of consider. Again, what is the value to you as an individual?
What's of value to you as a company if you're trying to get people certified? What are you trying to accomplish that maybe a certification will help with you? And then separate that from training. If you actually want to get trained, if I actually want to learn this, if I actually want to have in-depth knowledge, sometimes those things go together, sometimes they don't. And don't worry about all this controversy that's out there. This isn't new. Back in the old days when I was still writing code, we did certifications in Novell and Microsoft, and all the same things that are being said now were said then. This is just something you go and sit in a class and you get certified in, and they had advanced certifications for people to show experience in. This is not new. This is just now being applied to Scrum and Agile. Find the certification that works for you, and if it helps you further your career, get that job you want, then it worked, and it did what it was supposed to do. With the growing rise in Agile adoptions, larger organizations are getting into the mix. Scrum is one of the top choices for implementations, and that has brought about a rise in different approaches to scaling the practices to meet the needs of bigger companies. This lesson is not meant to be a deep dive into scaling frameworks, but rather an overview of the need, the current popular options, and some guidance around approaching scaling based on my own personal experience. So in my early video, I mainly focused on one team using Scrum. And early on in Scrum, when you talked about using it with multiple teams, they talked about a scrum of scrums. Basically, all the Scrum Masters from all the various teams having their own daily meeting where they talk about issues and dependencies across teams and coordinate through that. Now, that is great when you maybe have a handful of teams of 10 or less, but then once you start getting to larger companies that have hundreds of people and dozens of teams that are working on something, the Scrum of Scrum started kind of not being enough to scale to that. So then you start having a lot of scaling frameworks emerge from that, and these have grown quite popular over the past few years. As I said, this is not going to be a deep dive into any of these. I want to kind of introduce the concept, talk about the benefits and drawbacks, again, give you a story of my own scaling journey around that, and then leave you with a couple of next steps on that. So first, let's talk about what are some of the main options that are out there. So one of the first ones out there was LESS, which is large-scale Scrum. It was invented in 2015 by Craig Larman and Bas Vode. It's the oldest that's been around for a while. And then you have SAFe in 2011 from Dean Leffingwell, which stands for Scaled Agile Framework, which is not necessarily Scrum, but it has a lot of Scrum components in it, along with Kanban and Lean and some other things like that. Then you have Nexus that came out in 2015 from Ken Schwaber, who is one of the co-creators of Scrum. And then Scrum at Scale, which came out in 2018, which is from Jess Sutherland, the other co-creator of Scrum, and Alex Brown. So when you look at this, I've mentioned this before, SAFe is by far the most popular. It's the most adopted. There's a lot of certifications around it that are out there and there. Most companies are leaning towards it. I will say that what I know of LESS, it is more lightweight than most of them. And then you have Nexus and Scrum at Scale, which are very similar. And they also have the backing of the various founders that are out there. So one thing about when you're thinking about scaling options is you're going to get lots of opinions of which one's better. But I'm here to tell you, there is nobody who knows all of these. I can't think of a person I know that has done any of these together or at separate places and has a good balance of all of them. Everybody's kind of done one, maybe two of these to be able to see the differences between them. But one, they haven't been around that long. They haven't been super widely adopted. And it's not enough practice for people to have done all of them. So if anybody's telling you this one is absolutely better than that one, they are probably speaking from experience with one and a little bit of cursory knowledge from the other one. I am going to be the same way. I can tell you the one I have the most experience with is SAFe, but that is not necessarily to say that that's the one that I say is the absolute best one to do. I know a little bit about all of them and have read and talked to some of the creators of them, but I want to kind of give you my scaling story to kind of tell you how I came into working Scrum in a large enterprise. So I want to start my scaling story with 2009. I went to the Agile Alliance conference in Chicago, and I remember I kept hearing this phrase being used over and over again. Scaling was just starting to be a hot topic back then, and I would hear people say, don't scale Agile to fit your enterprise. Scale your enterprise to fit Agile. And when I first heard this, I thought this was ridiculous. I was working at Fortune 50 companies that had, tens of thousands of people all over the world. And how could they take their enterprise and scale it to fit Agile? It just seemed like a misnomer to me. But the more and more I started working with Scrum and Agile, the more I kind of understood what they were talking about. So when they mean this, they're talking about, when you think about a small company, a startup or a mid-sized company that maybe has, less than 30 developers, and then the mindset that goes there. Then think about a large company that has hundreds and hundreds of developers working on multiple products. This is not necessarily about scaling process. That is part of it, but that's not what they're talking about with scaling here. They're talking about scaling your mindset. So in previous lessons, I've talked about how in organizations I've been in, it's been about scaling the organization before I start scaling processes. And let me tell you about how I came to this with my own story. So I worked at a company, and this was a large company. We were doing product development and selling these products out to the healthcare market. And one of the things that I noticed when I went in this company is that there was this nebulous cloud of leadership. There was lots of VPs. There was lots of assistant VPs and associate VPs. It seemed like somebody new showed up every day to tell us what to do. And this nebulous cloud of leadership fed into what you would typically see in a silo-based or department-based company. So we had sales in that department, marketing department, the UX department, the engineering development department, QA department, ops, et cetera, et cetera. And then all of these are populated with the people in those disciplines. And if you wanted to get anything done, you kind of had to coordinate across all of these disciplines to get something done. And it was very hard to get done because, of course, each one of these disciplines or departments had its own department head who reported to some different member of leadership. And so there was a lot of conflicting things about optimizing your department versus optimizing the entire integration across all of them. And it just seemed laborious to get anything done at any given time. Put on top of that is that we are geographically distributed. We have multiple cities in the States. We also have India and we have China and teams in there. So it was just hard to coordinate across time zones and cultures. We also were a healthcare company, as I mentioned, which means we had to be careful of a lot of different regulations. So HIPAA and meaningful use and these types of things. So not only did our solutions have to be fit for purpose for the hospitals that were going to use them, they also had to meet a lot of regulations. We also built software and hardware that worked together. And if you've ever done that, you know that hardware moves at a different pace than software does, and you have to then make sure you're syncing those up at certain points in time. This company also had grown by merger and acquisition. So they had bought a lot of companies over the years. And so that's how we had grown and gotten all these different locations. I bought a new company to integrate their product into ours, which means I bring along a whole new group of people, a whole new group of leadership with a whole new way of doing things, and then try to get them acclimated to the way we are doing things. That had its own trials and tribulations. And then lastly, one of the things we did to be competitive in the marketplace is we were 10 years backwards compatible with any version of our software. So if you got a new version today, it would still work with anything you've had, another version you've had up to the last 10 years. And this was because a lot of our competitors that were bigger were always forcing people to upgrade. And that was a thing that we could kind of get over on them and get a little bit more in the marketplace is because, well, you don't have to upgrade. We can work with everything. The problem with that is it meant I had to test everything for 10 years of versions backwards. Regression testing was a feat unto itself. So these are all the problems that we're working on, and we're working on them at a very localized level. I was located in our Nashville office. I'm working with teams there. I was first a developer, then I was a Scrum Master, then I became a coach, was working with them. I eventually became the head of one of the departments there. And I think we were doing good at localizing our, the improvements there, but it really hadn't spread out to the enterprise until the company saw that, hey, we're not as fast as we could be. And we seem to be drugged down by all of this, extra process and things. So they had somebody come in at a management level and look at the company as a whole. And one of the things they said is, listen, as you've grown through merger and acquisition and bought all these different companies, you have about 27 different product offerings. And some of these don't really fit what you do. I might have bought a company for one of their products, but I got 2 or 3 products that they had that came along with it. and we just kind of keeping them alive, and they didn't really serve our core purpose. So after an evaluation, they came out with a recommendation of getting rid of most of these and getting down to a handful of core products. That meant taking several options and merging them together. Some options were sold off. Some of them were just simply, we don't offer that anymore. But it was a big focus. And so this is a very important thing, that this has nothing to do with Scrum, Scrum Master, sprints, or anything. This was at an organizational level, they needed to focus. So remember, that's one of the tenets of Scrum and just Agile in general, about focusing on the value of the right things. So this starts to be the scaling your enterprise to fit Agile. Once they came up with these core products, they started building what we called core teams. So it would still be kind of our teams, but now those teams, instead of being structured across silos, they were now pre-built teams that had everybody on the team they needed, cross-functional teams. They also added more dedicated Scrum Masters, where in the past those had just been leads on the team. Some teams were a little bit more advanced and they didn't need a Scrum Master dedicated to them. So you might have a Scrum Master on multiple teams. Some of them did need a dedicated Scrum Master. Then there would be one product owner over this product offering. And then he had help from a core team lead group, which was sales and marketing and other people like that. All the other departments that had to get a product out were there and represented and dedicated to that product offering. And then at the top, we had what we called a core team lead, who basically was the CEO of a small little company within a company. And this was now structuring us to where we were built for, rather than capacity with departments and things like that, we are now more of a matrixed organization where we were built to maximize delivery. So for each one of those core products we had one of these core teams that had, 1 to 3 teams represented in it, depending on the size of the offering. With those core team leads, they reported directly up to the executive team. So there was no more of this nebulous cloud of leadership of where you get directive from a different person every day. The executive team talked over with the core team leads. They decided what they needed to do, and then that was what the teams were doing. Now, remember, we had departments before where we would have like a QA department or a development department. We still had those, but these were now cross-cutting. Rather than being how everybody was structured, you still had maybe had a department head, but instead of being the person who kind of assigned you work or assigned you to a project, you were dedicated to your core team. Now your department head was more worried about making sure you had the right education and career path and things like that, making sure you were the best developer you could be. Now, some departments didn't have department heads. So like maybe Scrum Masters, there was no direct department head at the beginning for them. So they may just be a community of practice. It was led by all of them where they were getting together regularly and talking about what it means to be a good Scrum Master, coordinating things that they see, hey, maybe this works better with this team. Maybe we should try it with other teams. Maybe this should be something we do with every team, coordinated amongst themselves. So you now had a matrixed organization focused on delivery on these core products, and then these cross-cutting concerns of departments and community of practice to make sure that was consistency across each discipline. And another thing we did was this idea of initiative, objectives, epics, and user stories. So the executive team would work on initiatives, and these were either half a year or year-long initiatives of, I want to get more of the mobile market, or we need to get more of this space, or we need to increase this type of market that we've users in this market. And then they would discuss that with core team leads who would come up with certain objectives that would be smaller, maybe quarterly based. And then the core team leads would go to their core team leadership, which is product owners, sales, and marketing, and they would start determining epics, large-scale features that would reach this objective. Then the product owners would work with their teams to break those down into user stories. And so these core team leads and their leadership teams were the ones that were meeting. That was almost like our Scrum of Scrums, except this was mainly around leadership and coordination of dependencies in between them that they would periodically touch base with each other. So what that looked like is something like this. We'd have multiple teams working at the same time. We had usually quarterly, 3 months releases, just because, one, we could actually release at the end of every sprint once we got really good at it. But in the healthcare world, they don't like retraining everybody every 2 weeks. So every quarter, we would release something to our actual market. So a 3-month release train, but we would be actually building in small little increments all along the way. Now, because there was so much coordination, all these products had to interact with each other. Again, we had to be backwards compatible, so we had to make sure we didn't break anything. We had to do what we called a sprint zero or iteration zero. It was basically a 2-week sprint, but it was mainly us getting together, talking about what we were going to build, determining how we connect each other, where the dependencies were. Then we would actually start building. So you would see us kind of work this way. So some teams, like the hardware teams, they had to take a little bit longer. So they may have worked in a 4-week sprint. And the other teams would work at 2-week sprints. But then there was points in time where we all coordinated together, integrated everything, make sure everything was good, and then moved on to the next iteration. We would do this over the 3 months. At the end of the 3 months, we had to do something called a hardening sprint. Now, I talked about this earlier in the videos about how a hardening sprint is where the code base is frozen. Everybody goes and helps test and make sure everything integrates. This is where we had to do that backwards regression testing. So a hardening sprint is sometimes seen as an anti-pattern, but at this point in time in our journey with Scrum, we had to do it. We didn't have any test automation yet. And so just to be able to test for that regression of 10 years had to be all hands on deck. Everybody was testing. If we found any major bugs, we would address them inside of that sprint. At the end of that sprint, we had a product increment. It was sent out to the market. And this is how we worked. So we worked this way, and we went from struggling to get out a handful of releases, every year to consistently every 3 months putting out solid releases that had a lot less bugs in them and a lot more features in them. And we had very happy customers. So then here comes Agile 2013. That was the big conference, and it was in Nashville. All of my teams from this company went to it. And we sat in a couple of different sessions, and one was the Spotify model, brought in by Henrik Nyberg. And when we looked at that, they started talking about things like tribes and squads, chapters, guilds. And even though these names were different, we started seeing, hey, tribes are kind of like our core teams. They're very product-based. All the team collected together for one product or part of the product. And then squads were our individual teams inside there. And chapters and guilds were kind of our departments, our cross-cutting departments, or our communities of practice. They looked very similar. We were like, oh, that looks like what we're doing. Then we went to another session where Dean Leffingwell talked about SAFe 1.0. And we had actually read Dean's book beforehand, some of us, and we started seeing things there. Oh, working at a portfolio level, breaking down to a program level, release trains, and PI planning. We're like, that looks a lot like what we're doing. So this is where, once we kind of saw these scaling things, and 2013 was a big year for scaling. That's when SAFe came out. The Spotify model was being popularized. We saw a lot of what we were doing in these other frameworks that were there. And we saw that, hey, that was nice to see, get some confirmation that what we're doing is on the right track. Now, what I've seen since then is people will say, oh, we like Spotify and we like SAFe. And they kind of just want to adopt it and automatically get all the benefits. Well, even though we organically got there, that's the point. We took a journey from being a place that was struggling. We incrementally got better and better, worked at an organizational level and worked at a process level, and eventually got to that point. Sometimes I feel like people want to flip to the end of the book and just read the last page and say, that's what we're going to do, and think magic's going to happen. That's where you can get in trouble. I think that scaling is a journey. It's not something you just implement and then overnight you are now scaling Agile. I just don't think how that works. So let me give you a little bit of scaling advice that I learned from my own journey. So the first piece of advice I want to give you is not one size fits all. So there are all these different scaling frameworks out there and ways of approaching this, and there is no one silver bullet. There is not one that addresses all of your concerns. So when you're thinking about scaling, the first thing I want you to look at is, first of all, do you need to scale? There's so many times I go to a place that maybe has 30 developers and they're like, oh, we want to implement SAFe or less or things like that. And I'm like, you don't need that. Maybe when you start getting 50, up close to 100, that's when you definitely maybe need some type of scaling effort, whichever one it is. But when you're smaller, you can probably get away with some Scrum of Scrum or something like that. So I see so many people want to bring in scaling when they don't really need it. What Scrum already has is plenty for them. So first, that's what I would look at. Do you actually need to adopt some large scaling framework? And the second one is, just like the company I told you about, look at your organization first before you bring in all these processes and then try to scale them up. And that is where you're trying to scale Agile to fit your enterprise, scale your enterprise to fit Agile. Doesn't necessarily mean cutting things or anything like that. It is taking what you already have as an organization, looking as, is your organization built in a way that maximizes the delivery of value? It may not be built that way. So I would look at that first. That is what the Spotify model does. The Spotify model gets a little controversial because people think it is an approach to scaling. It is not. It is an organizational model, and it's matrixed model. It's been around for a while. They just have some really cool names, and they're a successful company, so a lot of people have modified it and used it as their own. I've seen it. We built it and did it at one place, and then I took it to another place that was a very agile company, and it didn't work for some reason. And then we've kind of adopted that at where I'm at now at Ackland. Tribes work really great and teams work really great for us in that way because each of our clients are different. I don't have to worry about dependencies between clients. So having these kind of very focused teams that are dedicated to one client with everybody they need on that team is great. And then we have guilds across all of them to make sure each skill set is doing what they need to do. So again, it works for us, but it may not work for everybody else. So it's not kind of a one-size-fits-all model. So if you're going to do something like that, I would look at your organization first. Before you start bringing in these processes, see if there's any way you can remove dependencies, make these kind of units or tribes or whatever you want to call them that have everybody they need in to deliver a part of your product or a part of the product suite. Next, I would look at lean principles. So lean manufacturing and lean product development has been around for a very, very long time, almost 100 years now. And it's been proven. So this is something that is taking what you've got and incrementally making it better, removing waste. And so look at that as an organizational way. Remove waste, make communication flow freely, make knowledge flow freely through your organization. Then you can start bringing in processes on top of that. And then when you start thinking about processes, I don't get too enamored with these silver bullet frameworks. There's a lot of people, and I think there's good things in all of these frameworks. Let's be very clear about that. I think there's some really great stuff in there. But sometimes people will see that and go, oh, I just take that, I bring everything in as just like it is, and magic will happen. And that's not what happens. All these frameworks are just like Scrum, they're just like Agile. It doesn't fix anything. All it does is give you a framework in which problems arise faster. So there's still going to be those problems, and you're still going to have to find processes within those processes or organizational things inside those to fix the problems that it shows you. That's still the job you have to do. So remember that there's not one size fits all. I would really look at adopting just enough. Don't try to adopt everything. Adopt just enough to help you maximize delivery through the entire organization, which may mean changing your organization, which has nothing to do with a framework itself. But getting back to those frameworks, if you do think you need to look at one of these frameworks, you want to start with one of them, I would encourage you to look at all this information. So I've got each one of the large ones that are out there: Large Scale Scrum, Less, Safe, Scaled Agile Framework, Nexus, and Scrum at Scale. So I've put links to the actual organizations that have invented them and are the bodies of knowledge for them, and a link to one of their YouTubes that kind of go over the very basics of what it is. I would encourage you to look at those, take an examination of your company, which one you think's best, find a reputable and experienced person who can guide you through that. And again, look at your organization, look at optimizing everything through the entire organization. Lean can help with that. Lean is a part of some of these as well. And then once you think your enterprise is primed for that, then you can start to scale Scrum inside of it. Getting back to what we originally said is, don't scale Scrum or Agile to fit your enterprise. Scale your enterprise to fit Agile or Scrum. Many people and resources have helped inform and shape my approach to Scrum. And in this lesson, I want to share those that had the most significant impact on me. By now, there's a ton of content around Scrum and Agile, and I hope I can give you a solid place to start on the next steps in your learning. So first in our next step and recommended resources, I'd like to talk about filling the gaps in Scrum. So we've talked about how Scrum is getting less and less prescriptive, and there's lots of areas of you need to fill in what makes sense for you. And so there's two books I found that really helped me with this. So the first one is Fixing Your Scrum, and then the next one is Scrum Shortcuts. Now, I don't like the names of both of these. They sound a little weird, especially Scrum Shortcuts, like you're shortcutting things around. Don't let the titles fool you. These are great. They're by people who have practical experience, and it's about, all right, when we talk about backlog grooming, and it's kind of, a little bit light on how to actually do that. Here's what that looks like. Here's what a release plan looks like. Here's some metrics and things like that. It kind of takes some really good practical advice of what you can fill in the gaps in Scrum to execute with your team. I think they're very practical. Again, what they say may not work for you, but there's some good places to start. So I think these are great additions. Once you've learned Scrum, the basics of Scrum, again, all the artifacts and the roles and the events, this is some guidance that fills in the gaps of what you don't have in the Scrum Guide or in your Scrum training. Next, I think you should take a holistic look at product development. So in Scrum, you have the product owner, and it kind of describes the product owner as maximizing the value of the product. And that's easier said than done. There's a lot of things that go into that. Product management, understanding your market, working with sales, understanding, the ROI on something, the marketability versus the extensibility of something. And there's a lot to go on there that's not covered in any of the Scrum stuff. So two people that I found some really good books by is Mike Cohn with Succeeding with Agile and Roman Pilcher with Agile Product Management with Scrum. I think both of these, again, are super practical, have some good proven, from the world of just product development, putting it in an Agile sense, and will really help with how you do product ownership. Because if you don't have a really good product owner and they're not giving the team the best stuff to work with, then it doesn't matter how well that team is working because they're working on the wrong stuff. Now, speaking of the team, software engineering in Agile is very different than if you did it in Waterfall. I had to kind of go through a process of learning how to do things in an iterative way and unlearning what I had learned for Waterfall and building these very complicated cake layer structures. So two books that really helped me with that is first by Uncle Bob Martin. He wrote Agile Principles and Patterns. This one's in C#. I think he has some ones in other languages, but this introduced something called the solid principles, which are if you build using these principles, you build very modular, loosely connected software solutions, and you can easily pull things apart, replace things, which makes iterative development and iterative design a lot easier. So I highly suggest anybody who's an Agile software developer should read these books, understand the solid principles. And then secondly, The Pragmatic Programmer. Again, both these books are a little bit older, but they still have very solid advice. The Pragmatic Programmer by Andrew Hunt and David Thomas, I think just good, this is every developer should think and work this way. It's an organized way of approaching software development that I think everybody should know. So this is something I would recommend to all the software engineers working inside an Agile development shop, including Scrum. So we mentioned scaling Scrum and Agile, and if you are in a place where you do need to scale that, there's two books I would recommend. So I did look at the Large Scale Scrum, Less, the book that was written by the inventors of it. I think it's got some real practical advice. I really like it, the way it was written. I think that's a great book. There's also, if you're already on here with Pearson or O'Reilly, there's already a live lessons on SAFe that is done by Dean Leffingwell, the actual inventor. But I would actually recommend going and reading his book that's a little bit older. It's a precursor to SAFe. And it is a lot of the principles and a lot of the guidance without the prescribed process of SAFe. And so I'd actually suggest you start there. These are books that I read that kind of form the nuggets of the story that I told you. And then if you like that and you say, I do think SAFe is what I want, then I would go and look at the actual SAFe courses. So we talked in a couple of last lessons about moving beyond Scrum. And I want to talk about what I'm reading right now. So 3 books that I'm in the middle of reading right now. One is Leading Without Blame by Tricia Broderick and Diana Larson. So this has nothing to do with Scrum per se. It has actually only a little bit to do with Agile. It's more about building teams and also leading good teams. And in the end, Agile and Scrum are about these great, resilient, long-running teams. So I think Leading Without Blame is really good about the people-focused side of that. I also like the book Extraordinary Badass Coaching, great title as well, by Bob Galen And I think this one is really about being a good leader and being a good coach. You don't have to necessarily be a coach. I think there's a lot in there just for anybody who's in a leadership position in any company that is trying to adopt Agile. And I think it has just a lot of ways of communicating, of taking certain concepts, especially if you're a company that's in a transition and you're trying to coach them through a transition. That is a lot about people. It has very little to do with process in the end and more about people, changing minds of people, figuring out what their motivations are, helping them get to their goals and aligning all those goals. And I think this book does a lot about that. And then lastly, one that I've just started getting into and I love is The Collaboration Equation by Jim Benson. I've known Jim for quite some time. He is more of a Kanban and lean type guy, but I like this book because it's, a lot of stories of the work he's done, some things that succeeded, some things that failed, and then kind of putting it all together in a process for adopting. It kind of looks like Agile. It kind of looks like lean. It's kind of just its own thing of taking all of the good things and trying to put them together in a loosely organized process. And I think it's a really great book. So that is what I'm looking at now. And as you see, that is beyond Scrum. This is the things that aren't inside Scrum. It's about people. It's about effective change. It's about putting all these things together to get value out quickly with long-running, resilient teams, which I think is very important for success in Scrum or Agile, period. And lastly, I'd like to mention a bunch of people I follow. Some of these are people that wrote the books that we just mentioned, but I continually are inspired from them in their other works or their online guidance and things like that. So first, let's stop with not necessarily a person, but two organizations, the Scrum and Agile Alliance. So there are some good things and bad things about these alliances, but they are still a collection of well-known, well-respected, and experienced people sharing their knowledge. So there's a lot of times where I get great information from both the Scrum Alliance and the Agile Alliance. Not only their sites that have great articles on them and resources on them, but their communities. So Scrum Alliance and Agile Alliance conferences that I go to. I think they are a great place for getting information. Secondly, Mike Cohn. I mentioned a couple of his books earlier, and I think Mike is a very practical approach to Agile and to Scrum. I subscribe to his Mountain Goat software reading list, and pretty much, every time I get a new article from him, it either confirms something that I've been thinking about or gives me a new thought about something. And I think that he's just, again, practicality is a big thing for me. I am not too much into the dogma and to the theoretical parts of it. Tell me how this actually makes things better for me and my team. I think Mike does a great job of that. Next is Henrik Nyberg. I mentioned him as well. He's the guy who kind of popularized the Spotify model. He also has some great small little reads that are Scrum and XP from the trenches and Lean from the trenches. And those are great because, again, they are practical. It's about his experience. He's not saying this is how everybody should do it. He's just saying, this is what we did and what we found successful. And he also has some great articles and YouTube videos out there that I think take a couple of concepts like product ownership and really boil it down to something very easily understood. Next, I mentioned Jim Benson's book is one I'm currently reading, and I've known Jim for a long time. I was introduced to him when I worked at LeanKit, and he is very big into Kanban. Personal WIP limits is one thing I learned from him. He has a book called Why We Limit WIP. It's a very small, short book focused on really just about limiting your work in progress. And I think it really kind of opened my eyes to how that helps you get better flow. And so while I'm not necessarily a Scrum guy, I think the flow and Kanban and Lean, everything he talks about still applies on top of Scrum. I also wanted to mention Dan Vacanti. So I know Dan from a lot of his Agile metrics work. I'm a big metrics nerd, and part of that is because of Dan and a couple other people, Troy McGinnis and Larry Mascione. But Dan has a very practical way of taking some kind of, complex math and statistical things and explaining in a way that I can easily understand them and go, okay, I see how that works now. And I see how I can apply that, how I can take actual metrics and apply it to how my teams work. And I think he has a very practical way of doing that, easy explanations of it. And I love and follow all of his work. I mentioned Uncle Bob Martin. So Robert C. Martin is the official name, but everybody calls him Uncle Bob. I mentioned one of his books. I also have done a lot of his courses. I've attended a lot of his lectures. And I just think, again, he's very passionate about the engineering side. Sometimes a little controversial. He likes to kind of push the envelope a little bit. But the solid principles was a thing that really helped me out as an Agile developer. And just his continuing approach to, getting better and better at how we write very good software has always inspired me. And last but certainly not least is Bob Galen. So he wrote the Agile coaching book. I have been to some of his Agile courses. I've actually gotten to know him as a friend and as a peer, and we do a lot of talking about different things. And I've just been always inspired about his approach is he gets rid of all the dogma, all the infighting between who does what and who controls what, and he just wants to coach people to be better. And I love how he kind of distills all of that into its essence. And it's always about making the community better, making you coach better at any level, whether you're a leader. He talks about testing, he talks about engineering, all different things. And I think, again, you'll see this through all the people I mentioned, a very practical approach, not hung up on a lot of dogma, not hung up on a lot of this is the only way to do it, just trying to always give some advice on being a little bit better. And so these are people that I'm constantly following, looking at their work, interacting with, that I feel have always made me a little bit better in how I adopt Agile and how I adopt Scrum. Since 2015, some things have changed, but many things have stayed the same. I hope the update added more current context to the material of my original videos and elaborated on it. Please check out the other videos I've published since then that explore aspects of Scrum and Agile in more depth. And let's not let as much time pass before we get together again. See you next time.